Good morning, everyone. My name is Charles Allen. I'm the Ward 6 council member and chair of the council's Committee on Transportation and the Environment. Today is Monday, May 1st, 2026, and we are convening in person in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building, as well as virtually over the Zoom platform. The time is now 9:43 a.m., and I'm calling to order this budget oversight hearing of the committee. This is the fourth budget oversight hearing of the committee. Today, we will be hearing from public witnesses regarding the mayor's FY 2027 proposed budget for the Department of Energy and the Environment and the DC Sustainable Energy Utility. DOEE first. Department of Energy and Environment is the district's leading agency for energy and environmental issues. The agency's mission is to improve the quality of life for residents of the district by protecting and restoring the environment, conserving natural resources, mitigating pollution, increasing access to clean energy, and educating the public on achieving a sustainable future. DOEE has a wide-ranging set of responsibilities, including enforcing environmental regulations, wildlife management, developing energy policies, issuing permits, and providing funding, technical assistance, and information to residents and businesses in the district. The mayor's proposed FY27 operating budget for DOEE is about $181 million, representing a 28.6% decrease from the FY26 approved budget of $254 million. Much of today's hearing will be trying to understand the impact of that incredibly harmful and large cut to the agency's operating budget and how the reduction in both federal and local funding will both harm DC residents, prevent our ability to lower utility costs, hurt efforts to deliver clean water and air, and affect our ability to receive federal dollars. And I want to put this in perspective of the cumulative impact and the damage being inflicted. Combined with the mayor's cuts last year to DOEE, the mayor has defunded the city's energy and environment efforts by nearly 50%. These are choices and priorities that the mayor is making. It harms our city, it harms our residents, it harms our businesses, and it harms the growth of the District of Columbia. Like last year, my committee is going to work to reverse the damage done, but the scale of harm being created, it is daunting, and it will leave a legacy of failure. The DOEE FY27 proposed budget includes a $2 million reduction in local funds and a $19.4 million decrease in special purpose revenue funds. DOEE's capital budget for FY27 is $30.4 million, which does represent an increase from the prior year. The DC Sustainable Energy Utility's mission is to help residents, businesses, and institutions in the district achieve energy efficiency, reduce their energy consumption, and increase their use of clean and renewable energy sources. SEIU offers a range of programs and services, including rebates, incentives, technical assistance, and education to support energy conservation and sustainability efforts across the city. The DCSEU is funded from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, a special purpose revenue fund managed by DOEE. While DCSEU's funding is contingent on how DOEE manages their contract and Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, it is highly likely DCSEU's capacity will be significantly reduced now based on the cuts to the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund this year. I want to note the committee will be accepting written testimony from the public until the close of business on May 15th, 2026. We encourage individuals to submit testimony through the council's hearing management system, which can be found at lims.dccouncil/hearings. I want to let people know we've got a very long and full witness list today. I also know there's a few folks that reached out trying to either they weren't on and they want to get added or they need to change. So we will do our best to accommodate all changes that are being requested. If you are looking at a witness list and you have any questions, if you'll go over to the table to where Anthony is, he'll do his very best to accommodate as many people as we can. But if you came here and maybe didn't sign up, just please make sure you check in with my staff over on that side of the table, and we'll make sure we do our very best to get everybody lined up and work our way through. We're going to have a combination of folks that are both in person as well as online. So when I call a panel, we'll fill this table, but we'll also have some people online. So bear with us as we toggle back and forth between folks that are online and here. Our practice also is that organizations will have 5 minutes to testify. Individuals have 3 minutes to testify. If there are multiple people from the same organization, the first witness gets 5 minutes, and subsequent witnesses from the same organization have 3 minutes. I'm going to do my very best never to cut anybody off, but recognizing that we have a full and packed house here, and I have a lot of witnesses, we'll ask everybody to please hit your time as best you can so that we can respect people who maybe are witness number 60 or 70 or 80 later today as well. With that, I'm going to move to our first panel of public witnesses. I do expect that we'll be joined by some of my colleagues, either in person or online. And so when they're here, we'll make sure that we call them up as well, so they have a chance to make an opening statement and ask questions. But for our first panel of witnesses, let me call my friend and former colleague, former Ward 3 Councilmember Mary Che, Chris Weiss, Executive Director, the DC Environmental Network. My danger now is, since I said Mary is my friend, everyone's my friend. Kate Delusky, Public Witness. Ann Lewis with City Wildlife. All right, and here's where we get into a little bit of trouble of who's here in person and who's online. Jimoni Overby, are you here? All right, I don't have enough chairs though, so hold tight. Max Broad, nope, Max is here too. Okay, hold on, Max and Jimoni, I'm gonna have to pull you to the next panel. Jamal Lewis, I think is online. Laura Nunn, didn't see Laura here, so I think she's online. All right, so Jamal Lewis, we're going to move over onto the panel online. And Maritza Mendoza, in person? Online, okay. All right, so Maritza, we have you online, so I'm going to move you over to the panel as well. All right, so that means Jimoni Overby and Max, we're going to turn to you in the next panel, just so we have enough people at the table. All right, my friend and Councilmember Che, let me let you kick us off.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity to testify. And I'm delighted to see people I haven't seen in a while in person. Thank you for having me here. I'm here to speak on behalf of the wildlife of the District of Columbia and to plead with you, please, to restore the $200,000 cut in the mayor's budget, which supports the incomparable work of city wildlife. Before doing that directly, I have some general comments, though, about this administration's appalling disregard for the environment. And as a supporting appendix to my testimony, I've included my testimony of last year because it recounts, as you have, Mr. Chairman, some of the cuts of the past that cumulatively have really made a devastating dent in the Department of the Environment. Again, this year, the mayor proposes to sweep funds from the Anacostia River Cleanup and Protection Act, which we affectionately refer to as the DC BAG bill, and divert funds from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, SETF. These are special purpose funds to be used for the purposes that the council directs. But with the mayor's sweeps and diversions, not only are the important intended benefits lost, but the council's intent is thwarted. The public is hoodwinked, and we actually wind up losing money. Just as an example, so people understand, with the SETF, the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, we stand to lose significant amount of federal matching funds because we didn't provide our local share. We forsake millions of dollars, and as one person observed, and I'm quoting, leaving free money on the table is negligence, unquote. I would go further. It's reckless. It's disgraceful. This has to stop. Now, to the issue at hand for my testimony, which is city wildlife funding. Urban wildlife immeasurably enriches our lives, especially our children's lives, even as it faces daunting odds for survival. It faces naturally occurring dangers such as weather and other animals, but there are so many more harms created by humans. We poison wildlife, destroy their habitats, run them down with our cars, pollute rivers and streams, disorient them with so much light that it's like 24 hours of daytime and so much more. One modest bright spot in all of this is city wildlife. With its facilities, staff, and wonderful veterinarian, city wildlife takes in over 2,000 injured or abandoned animals every year, 121 different species, many of whom are designated as species of greatest conservation need. And city wildlife answers public calls for help, more than 3,000 calls every year to assist animals who are hurt or endangered. And city wildlife educates the public, especially children, on what they can do to help wildlife. My first appeal is to your sense of morality. Given all that we do to harm wildlife, it's unforgivable not to help them in this modest way. But I know that some may be indifferent and may not care about wildlife, so let me tell you why, beyond morality, they should. Protecting wildlife protects people, even those who would harm them. Many of the hazards faced by urban wildlife also affect humans, things like lead exposure, rodenticide poisoning, and zoonotic diseases such as West Nile virus infection. For example, city wildlife, with our Department of Health, work together to inform healthcare providers about the recent detections of zoonotic diseases in wildlife. Protecting wildlife and preserving the operations of city wildlife is also good politics. The thousands of people who relied on and will rely on city wildlife appreciate that city wildlife exists, and they appreciate that their government leaders support it. These are your constituents. Supporting city wildlife also saves money. City wildlife is essentially performing a government function and does so in the most efficient way. I know, we all know that we have serious budget constraints, but by my calculation, and I'm not good at math, so if I'm corrected, fine, $200,000 is 0.001% of the budget. 0.001% of the budget, and you will not find a better investment of this taxpayer money. Forgive me a small boast, okay? When I was on the council, if I couldn't find $200,000 in excess spending, waste, or bloat, I would be deeply embarrassed. And I know you can do it too, as you have time and time before. So, thank you, Chairman Allen, members of the committee, and Council Chair Phil Mendelson. We appreciate your commitment to the environment and to the animals who grace our lives. Thank you. Wait, there's more.
Oh, no.
This is where I feel obligated to say we can have no demonstrations. 500. Thank you, Councilmember. I appreciate that. And I will just say quickly, as this committee has had to do before, $200,000 of a cut makes no sense whatsoever. And this will be something that we restore. I don't want to take any wind out of the sails in my testimony. This is going to be something that we are going to work on to restore. We've done it before, unfortunately, but I have confidence that we will do it again. I don't want to have your, what was the way you framed it? If we can't find $200,000, you'd be ashamed. I don't want that shame, but I promise it's also the right thing to do. So we're going to make sure that we get that done. Chris Weiss, let me turn to you.
Thank you. Good job. Good morning, environmental colleagues, Chairperson Allen, and other council members and staff. My name is Chris Weiss. I direct the activities of the DC Environmental Network. I want to thank DOE Director Jackson for being here today to listen to advocates. DCEN and the DC Department of Energy and Environment have been focused on coordinating a number of fiscal year 27 budget briefings with over 200 participants. We worked together to sort through the budget documents, and we ended up with a better understanding of the future of district sustainability programs. Regardless, the news is not good. The last 3 years have been hard. The DC Environmental Network and hundreds of advocates have come to this hearing each year to try and share meaningful recommendations. The cuts are so damaging and hard to fix that advocates have been forced to expect that many of our recommendations to the council will not be enacted on. And even if we restore some funds, we will have little ability to make sure DOE spends the way we want them to. Mayor Bowser's cuts to DOE last year were massive at about 24%. This year, the mayor has cut DOE programs another 12%. Next Monday at the DOE government witness budget hearing, DOE Director Jackson will testify to DOE's proposed operating budget of around $181 million, which, by the way, includes only $17.4 million in local funds. This $180 million is only 0.01425% of the $12.7 billion general funds budget. This $181 million is primarily made up of special purpose revenue funds and federal grants, represents just 0.00853% of the proposed $21.2 billion gross operating budget for the district. During better times when DOE had closer to $350 million budget, still a tiny part of the district's gross operating budget, and was primarily financed by SPRFs and federal grants with a little local dollars, DOE was still described as the best bang for DC residents' buck, serving the district in so many meaningful and substantive ways. For a number of years, DC has noted that Mayor Bowser is using DOEE as an ATM to help pay, for example, for a $3 billion football stadium in a city that already has 7 professional sports teams. That idea is supported again this year as the 12% cuts to DOEE contrasts to the 3% average budget cuts of all the other district agencies. The mayor does not value DOE's work, even with comparatively small budget, and is willing to sweep millions of dollars away from critical environmental programs. These actions by the mayor threaten the survival of quality sustainability programs. Within DOE, you can argue that the Natural Resources Administration is experiencing the biggest budget hit. Whole programs have been shut down. Green Infrastructure Maintenance Program, Community Stormwater Solutions, Anacostia River Explorers, Kingman Green Boats, Park Maintenance Grants, Watershed Education Grants, River Corps Job Training, Volunteer Water Quality Monitoring Grant, and the Wildlife Rehabilitation Grant that Councilmember Che just talked about. Many more programs and functions were reduced to meet budgetary constraints: River Smart Landscaping, Permeable Surface Grant, River Smart Communities, Trash-Free Communities, and many others. These same budget pressures forced DOE to not fill 24 important positions within the NRA, having to do with water quality standards, clean water construction projects, water quality programs, and MS4 programs. Many of these positions are extremely important to protect and improve water quality and support compliance with environmental laws that keep our families and natural areas healthy and safe. Over the course of this hearing, you will hear many of the district's most talented advocates making the case to the council to try and restore key programs. Chris Williams from Anacostia Water Society will be asking that the BAG law and Anacostia River Fund and Protection Fund should be left alone to function as intended as a self-funding program to engage DC adults and youth in environmental education and river restoration. Cliff Majusic for Institute for Market Transformation will advocate against a deep proposed diversion of funds from the SCTF that breaks faith with DC utility ratepayers and would result in derailing the retrofit accelerator and building innovation hub, leaving affordable housing buildings in the cold, forcing deep layoffs at DCSEU, and preventing DC from achieving its climate. Lastly, Mayor Bowser talks about driving growth in our economy to fund services and programs residents can count on, keeping families in DC and attracting new residents, and creating business environment that draws new investment and creates new jobs. If she really understood her own environmental sustainability agency, she would see how DOE has been engaged in growing the economy, promoting affordability, and creating the environmental jobs of the future for quite some time now. While the mayor creates low-paying jobs at her stadium, the environmental movement is creating solar, energy efficiency, green infrastructure, and other job opportunities that are far more sustainable than stadium jobs. She just does not get that she is looking to the 1950s and the fossil fuel future like Trump, when she should be looking at DOE to drive the economy of the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Now, I will say, if we applaud for everybody's testimony, we're going to be here till the evening. All right. Next, Kate Diluski. And did I get that right?
You did.
Okay.
Well done. Thank you, Councilmember. My name's Kate Diluski. I'm a longtime DC resident, currently in Ward 4, but formerly in Ward 6. Had a good long stint in Ward 6. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here today in strong opposition to cutting the funding for DC City Wildlife, which would undermine this critical safety net for native wildlife and also the people who value that wildlife in our city. This organization provides rehabilitation services for injured and orphaned wildlife, of which there are many photos around this room right now. It also helps control the spread of disease through proper handling and treatment of that wildlife, and it provides guidance to city residents on coexistence with our native wildlife. Without this support, the animals in our region would suffer needlessly, and residents would also be left to manage complex and potentially dangerous situations without that support, which would undermine animal welfare and public safety in the district. And beyond its immediate rescue work, DC City Wildlife also provides long-term environmental stewardship and education. They have outreach programs that teach communities how to reduce conflicts with wildlife, how to coexist, how to reduce unnecessary interventions, and how to protect local ecosystems. And if we cut the funding that allows those programs to exist, then we could potentially be looking at greater downstream costs in terms of animal control, public health services, environmental damage. These preventative measures are so important and are so cost effective when you look at those possible later costs that could be incurred. Maintaining strong support ensures not only humane treatment of wildlife in the district, but also a healthier and more informed community overall. The DC that I want to live in is one that takes care of all of its residents, even its smallest ones. And so I strongly encourage the DC Council to make sure that DC City Wildlife is fully funded. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know there's enthusiastic applause for everybody. Ann Lewis, let me turn to you next.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Allen and council members. My name is Ann Lewis, and I'm the founding president of City Wildlife. Let's look back for a moment at why we started City Wildlife in 2013 and what things were like in before times. In before times, DC Animal Care and Control was charged with picking up sick, injured, and orphaned wildlife, but they weren't qualified to treat them and had nowhere to bring them. As a result, most were euthanized, but migratory birds and a few others were transported to Second Chance in Gaithersburg, which was an hour's drive away. Many did not survive the trip. It was also time-consuming for staff and wasteful of animal control's resources. And since wildlife are not permitted to be brought across state lines by private citizens, DC residents who took wildlife to Second Chance because there was nowhere to bring them in DC were violating the law each time. For these reasons, as well as the public health and safety concerns when people would try to raise injured and orphaned wildlife in their homes, the DC government determined to help city wildlife. It was a new day. Today, City Wildlife offers state-of-the-art treatment of 1,500 to 2,000 animals each year and answers thousands of calls from the public about wildlife issues. Duck Watch alone handles the growing number of cases of duck and goose nests on amenity roofs of our many new high-rise residential buildings, relocating these broods to suitable water humanely. Without city wildlife, these cases would have to be handled by animal control officers who do not have the training or the time to resolve them successfully, and who would justifiably want to increase their contract fee if they were asked to do so. I urge that we not go backward. Essential wildlife services, including disease monitoring and alerts, now are being performed by City Wildlife using mostly private funding efficiently and at very little cost to the district government. We're proud of our stellar public-private partnership with DOEE and want it to continue. Please consider this and restore DOEE's $200,000 grant for wildlife services. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. We have two witnesses that are online. So let me turn, who do I have first? I think Mr. Lewis, let me turn to you.
Hi.
Here we go. Yes, we can.
All right. Good morning, Chairman Allen and members of the Committee on Transportation and Environment. I am Jamal Lewis, Chair of the DC Sustainable Energy Utility Advisory Board. The board is charged with providing advice, comments, and recommendations to DOEE and Council regarding the procurement and administration of the DCSEU and monitor the DCSEU under its contract. In fiscal year 25, the DCSEU continued to deliver measurable benefits to district residents and businesses despite significant financial headwinds. The organization supported over 3,000 kilowatt hours of renewable energy deployment, created 93 green-collar jobs, invested nearly $6 million in low-income communities, and achieved over 48,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide emissions reductions. Solar for All, the Affordable Housing Retrofit Accelerator, and the Affordable Home Electrification Program provided tangible relief to residents facing high energy burdens, while also advancing electrification and renewable energy deployment. Unlike traditional bill assistance programs that provide short-term relief, the DCSU delivers permanent affordability through energy efficiency. Energy efficiency is cost-effective and protects constituents from future rate increases. The best type of kilowatt hour is the kilowatt hour not being used. These efforts have resulted and continue to result in millions in lifetime energy cost savings and improved living conditions for hundreds of households in the district. The DCSU has supported projects in all 8 wards. In Ward 1, the DCSU achieved over 110 million in total lifetime savings through over 10 million in incentives. Ward 2 generated over 700 million in total lifetime savings with over 28 million in incentives. Ward 3, over 126 million in total lifetime savings through over 6 million in incentives. Ward 4, over 66 million in total lifetime savings through over 10 million in incentives. Ward 5, over 156 million in total lifetime savings with over 21 million in incentives. Ward 6, over 335 million in total lifetime savings through over 18 million in incentives. Ward 7, over 110 million in total lifetime savings through over 40 million in incentives. And Ward 8, over 188 million in total lifetime savings through over 36 million in incentives. The payback of these programs is incredible. The DCSU's ability to sustain and scale these impacts is threatened by recent budget reductions and policy changes. The diversion of the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund resources and the planned reduction of the DCSU's base contract to at least 10 million starting in FY27 will jeopardize long-term planning and program continuity. This reduction is far greater than a 50% cut to the contract, as the DCSU has historically operated with funding above the $20 million base contract. This year, the DCSU received over 27 million in SETF resources, so dropping to 10 million represents a cut of more than 60% from current funding levels. The DCSU's affordable AHAP program and AHRA programs are currently being supplemented by Inflation Reduction Act funding through the Federal Home Energy Rebates Program. Under AHAP, the DCSU covers 100% of electrification costs, with IRA funding capped at $14,000 per dwelling. For AHRA, federal funding is capped at $15,000 per unit for buildings that can achieve 20% energy savings. But the federal funds cannot be provided to upfront to cover the cost of the engineering and design work that is critical for deep energy retrofits and electrification of multifamily buildings. While these federal dollars are extremely helpful, they are time limited and not guaranteed beyond the current fiscal year. Electrification and deep retrofits often exceed the federal caps, requiring local funding to bridge gaps and complete projects. The DCSU can maintain momentum this year, thanks to IRA support, but without substantial and consistent local funding, deployment will slow and public trust in these programs will erode. The DCSU remains one of the district's most effective tools for reducing energy costs, creating jobs, and advancing climate resilience. Continued council support is essential to preserve and expand these benefits for all DC residents. Now is not the time to cut this contract. The investments made today are going to save us money in the future. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you very much. And then let me turn to Maritza Mendoza, who's the last witness on this panel.
Thank you, Chairperson Allen and committee members and staff for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Maritza Mendoza, and I'm the Environmental Justice Manager at Empower DC, a citywide grassroots organization. Today, I'm testifying to encourage the district to appropriately fund and prioritize communities most impacted by climate change. Communities in Ward 5, specifically Ivy City and Brentwood, need to be prioritized for climate funding, as the district has allowed for the concentration of industrial uses right next to people's homes. I believe you are aware, so I won't go into the toxins and harms caused by the plethora of industrial uses in this area. Yet it is important to reiterate that residents are tired of living in a sacrifice zone day after day without seeing adequate enforcement of environmental laws and implementation of the plans meant to support communities in being climate ready and which speak to the importance of prioritizing those most vulnerable to climate hazards. So I have two main questions for this committee and DOEE today. What is the current number of air quality inspectors that address illegal idling? Has there been any thought in allocating funds so that there are air quality inspectors available after business hours? When residents in Brentwood are woken up in the middle of the night because of industrial trucks idling, how can DOEE work to protect the health and welfare of district residents when it cannot respond in the moment to polluters? What if there were inspectors focused in areas that are hotspots for illegal idling or areas that we already know experience high levels of air pollution? The district must take more aggressive steps to protect the health of its residents. DC recently received a grade of F for ozone in this year's State of the Air report. A common talking point I hear is that much of the air pollution seen in the district is from people coming into DC, but that should only serve as further incentive for the district to reduce the emissions that it can control. Ozone is a harmful pollutant that is caused by emissions from vehicles reacting with sunlight and extreme heat. Thus, areas that are heavier in vehicular traffic have higher environmental burdens. This makes it an even higher priority for the district to reduce emissions coming from district-owned facilities in neighborhoods like Ivy City and Brentwood, which are situated amidst major transportation corridors with little tree cover to offset the harm. 2, what is DOEE's plan for the $5 million of non-point source federal grant funding from the EPA? Which neighborhoods are being prioritized for this funding? And can this funding be used to implement the Lewis Crow Park redesign laid out in the Ivy City Climate Resilience Strategy? Ivy City is 11% treed and 80% of the land is paved or impervious. This means residents face historic flooding, which will worsen due to climate change. Ivy City is also partially on the combined sewer overflow system, which means all this flooding and stormwater runoff runs straight into local waterways. Funding the Lewis Crow Park redesign from the resilience strategy would be a critical way to not just clean and restore our waterways and water bodies, but also make sure investments in green infrastructure projects across the district do not further embed environmental injustices and inequities. Also, this strategy and redesign is receiving awards across the country. It would be incredibly frustrating and disappointing if this plan isn't fast-tracked for implementation. Finally, I have to urge this committee to prioritize passing the Ivy City Resilience Hub Eminent Domain Authority Act out of committee and urge you to include it in the Budget Support Act. Ivy City residents should not have to keep advocating for the solutions they have been voicing for generations. This community deserves clear investments to not just remove harm, but create opportunities to thrive and succeed, like creating a resilience hub or creating a neighborhood park that mitigates pollution and provides refuge and peace. I end my testimony urging this committee to work closely with your colleagues to ensure that the funding allocated to agencies like DOEE, which are providing critical services, are not creating further harm. Creating an interagency council on environmental justice that works in coordination with impacted communities and DC agencies like DOEE and DDOT will be one way to create a third space for the coordination required to achieve racial and environmental justice and fund the written policies and goals dictated by multiple pieces of legislation. I encourage DOEE to do its part in creating an equitable district where no one community bears the burden of environmental harms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks to everybody on this panel. We have about 80 witnesses today, so I'm not going to ask tons of questions, but I do have a couple. Don't get up yet. Don't get up yet. I got a couple. To Ms. Lewis, you made a comment about if City Wildlife doesn't have the funding to be able to operate, the call kind of reverts to animal control. I'll be honest, the complaints I'm getting right now about animal control is that even when there is a dog in crisis and they're needing help from animal control, they can't even respond in a timely way now. So I think that animal control as the default would be a disaster because they can't even do what they're supposed to do right now in a timely way. But what all does that mean? I mean, do they even have the capacity? Like, do they have the relationships to be able to? I think when most people think animal control, they think about, maybe a dog that's in crisis, and that's who they're calling animal control for. When they think about wildlife, I don't frankly think animal control at all when I think about that. If you could push the buttons to the red light.
Yeah, it depends on the training of the personnel, but wildlife rehabilitation is a specialty that requires a special training and special license. And, we were involved in, when I was with Washington and Maine, we were running animal control. So I'm well familiar with the issues, which is in fact why we started City Wildlife. So I don't think the current administration of animal control would either be interested or have the capacity at present, and certainly under the contract fee, to get that training and get those licenses.
Yeah, okay, thanks. One of the things that, like when I think about wildlife in our city, there is the need that I think city wildlife uniquely provides to be able to help the rehabilitation or an injured animal. I think about our wildlife in our city a little bit bigger than that too, is having a healthy wildlife in an urban environment in a city is a really great thing for our city, not just about for that animal, it is very good for all of us. The awe that I see from our kids, I'll just give one example. I wear many hats. One of them is I help coach my kids' Little League team. When we're out at RFK at the fields having our Little League game, the number of times that a bald eagle has flown over the Anacostia River has become increasingly common now. But it inspires awe every single time. Literally the baseball game stops as the kids all start shouting and yelling and pointing like, it's a bald eagle. When you see an osprey, when you start to see the wildlife in the air, in the water, on the ground, it is something that you want your kids growing up in the city to be able to see and experience. And without a city wildlife, those opportunities become more and more rare. So that to me is why we invest in this. $200,000 is not in the grand scope of the budget. And I think you gave us a great percentage, 0.00. I don't doubt your mouth at all. It's not a huge budget item, but it has a very significant impact on the lives of us, in addition to, of course, the wildlife itself. Councilmember Che, you want to jump in there?
I just wanted to say something to underline something I said previously and to make sure it's perfectly clear on the record. You, Mr. Chairman, have been our hero. Every year, you've made sure that the money is there. And so I just want to amplify our gratitude and say thank you, thank you, thank you. And you're so right about the kids. There was a woman who held a live crab once, and she looked at it. You know, she's eaten crab, I guess, banged it with the hammer or whatever they do. But she saw.
Sounds like you have not eaten a lot of crab.
Yeah. She looked into its eyes and realized this is a living thing, and it was transformative. So even that little example shows how important it is for us to maintain healthy wildlife, especially in an urban area. But my point is, and now is time for folks to clap. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I won't stop that demonstration. Thank you. I very much appreciate that. I also want to paint the picture for everybody in this room and for anybody who's listening as well as to like what we're up against. So years ago, DC created, we live in a world of acronyms, but the SETF, Sustainable Energy Trust Fund. That fund is intended, what we call a special purpose revenue, but it is intentionally designed to come in and be able to help fund a lot of the programs, be it City Wildlife, be it SEU, and Mr. Lewis talked about all the incredible work that's happening there, the millions and millions and millions of dollars of savings that creates. Our SETF comes in and then is used for making it so you can afford your power bills, making it so that you can be more sustainable and reduce the amount of energy you use, be able to fund excellent programs like City Wildlife, do all of this work. With this budget that was sent to us, if it were to pass as is, 80% of the SETF is now redirected simply to pay your government's light bills. The mayor has swept this fund repeatedly just to pay the energy costs of the city, which means we have very little left to be able to do all the work that it was intended to do, which, as you will hear throughout the day, makes a significant impact for the better for our city. Last year, we said, stop hiding the ball. Let's at least call what the thing that you keep sweeping, let's just call it the mayor's energy surcharge. So your SETF is something you see on your bill. So everybody who pays a bill, you see it and you think you're chipping into this good thing. Instead, it's getting taken away. I just don't think it's very honest to the ratepayers, to the residents, to the businesses of what they're paying for. So we said, all right, if you're going to continue to do this, Mayor's Energy Surcharge. We had some other clever acronyms that people suggested, but we went with that one. This budget, apparently, I think the mayor is trying to rename it again to maybe have her name not be, or it's not even her name, Mayor's Energy Surcharge. Any mayor will have the choice, is that's what they want to be able to use. But it is a systematic dismantling of good efforts that make a positive impact in our city, but I also find it just offensive that it's hiding it. It's hiding it from you, and that's not fair. If we need to say, listen, our power bills are going up in the city, and so we've got to pay that bill, be transparent about it. Tell people what the costs are. I don't think anybody here will deny that the government has to keep the lights on in the building or their energy costs to that. You want those energy costs to be as low as you can, but I don't think you deny there are. Let's be transparent about it. Let's call it what it is. But I don't think I should be sneaking a bill past you for the SETF, and then actually I'm just using it on something else and I'm just paying the bills. And so I think there's a fairness issue as well that we were trying to get to while we also save all these incredible investments. Mr. Weiss, you want to jump in real fast?
Just real quick. Last year, you did not get enough help from your colleagues. They were struggling with their own budget issues. Yeah, they're not here. Hopefully they're listening, but we need to get them to help you this year. And because you can't do it by yourself to fix a lot of these, there's so many problems. And so we have to make the case to all the other, many of the other council members to get them to do more. That's my comment.
I really appreciate that. I have noted to my colleagues that there's not a single agency in government over the last 2 years that is facing a nearly 50% cut. 50%. That did get some attention from my colleagues. So I appreciate that. I know that when I talk to my colleagues, they care about this. It's getting everybody on board with working toward the solutions. So I appreciate that. Again, I know we have about 80 witnesses today. So to respect everybody's time, I want to keep us moving. I want to thank everybody for your testimony and for your action and advocacy on this. And I look forward to partnering with all of you. So thank you. So let me turn to our next panel of witnesses. So I had already called up, but we didn't have enough chairs. Jimoni Overby, DC Conservation Advocate with Nature Forward. Max Broad, Executive Director of DC Voters for Animals. Laura Nunn, Public Witness. Is Laura online or no? Okay. Kimberly De Jesus Alfonso with City Wildlife. Is Kathleen Groff here? Oh, all right, there we go. All right. Come on up. All right, good morning, everybody. Ms. Overby, we'll start with you.
Good morning. Thank you for your time this morning and the opportunity to testify. My name is Jimoni Overby, and I serve as the DC Conservation Advocate for Nature Forward, formerly known as Audubon Naturalist Society, an organization that has been helping residents of the DMV enjoy, learn about, and protect nature for 129 years. We thank you for your constant support and leadership on climate and environmental justice-focused issues in the district. On behalf of our 28,000 members and supporters, we would like to express our frustration with another year of underfunded and defunded programs in the Department of Energy and Environment and the mayor's proposed FY27 budget. In this budget, the DC mayor proposed cutting DOEE by 28%. Much of this cut stems from the reductions in federal grants, but even setting aside those losses, those cuts is still a hefty 8% from last year's 24%. As you said, it's been about 50% over the last few years. In my comments today, I will highlight some of the concerns and impacts on people, livelihoods, and families associated with the budget cuts for FY27. My extended comments will be submitted for the record for your review and consideration. Funding the Healthy Homes Act is an economic justice issue for DC families facing rising costs, and it relieves households from expensive HVAC and appliance replacements while reducing pollution and lowering utility bills at no cost. Cutting this funding harms low-income residents and undermines housing affordability goals. Meanwhile, costly fossil fuel investments would burden households instead of improving those homes. Gas appliances worsen indoor air quality, increasing asthma and health risks, especially for Black and low-income communities. Transitioning to clean and efficient electric systems reduces pollution, improves public health, and supports DC's climate goals while lowering energy costs and creating local jobs. Nature Forward is the leading organization of the DC work group of the Choose Clean Water Coalition, a regional coalition working to ensure clean water for people, communities, and wildlife throughout the Chesapeake Bay. Our DC work group is built of over 20 organizations, and we will submit those comments for the FY27 budget, but I want to emphasize some of the same budget acts here today. We ask for the restoration of funding for the Natural Resources Administration across programs that protect and clean up green spaces and waterways in DC. As we know, the Potomac sewage spill has posed serious long-term impacts on DC's only water system, on DC's only water, and it is irresponsible to move $4 million from federally mandated stormwater fund to DC street sweeping, putting DC at risk for these federal fines once again. Water in DC is sacred and should be treated as such. We ask for full funding to be restored to DOEE for these programs that impact the agency's ability internally and external community support. River Smart Landscaping Grant, Permeable Surface Grant, River Smart Communities, Trash-Free Communities, Pollution Source Tracking Grant, Overnight in Nature Near Schools, other known as MIWIs, Invasive Plant Management, Water Quality Standard Support, Water Quality Data Management, MS4 Permit, and TMDL Implementation Planning Support, SGS Database Support, Stormwater Plan Review and Technical Support, Stormwater Retention Credit, Trading Program Support, and Waterways Advisory Plan, just to name a few. We also urge the DC Council to restore the funding for the lead pipe replacement assistance program, which has been zeroed out and means 650 DC homes next year will not have lead pipes replaced and will continue to be exposed to toxic lead. Lead exposure is an issue of child development, public health, and infrastructure. To deprioritize this program is deprioritizing the future of DC's youth and the health of its residents. As a fifth-generation Washingtonian community advocate, I've personally seen how each of these programs that I have listed have positively impacted the lives of district residents, especially in the city's disregarded areas. The ability to save money on energy, address issues and hazards within homes, improve air quality and health outcomes, or protect your home and family from displacement after severe weather events serve as DC residents in their everyday challenges. In this difficult budget season, I ask you again that you protect the people in DC and hope that we can continue to work together cohesively with other agencies, organizations, and leaders to ensure that intersectional environmental issues in DC are addressed and sustain support for many years to come. Thank you for the opportunity again.
Thank you very much. Next, let's go to Max Broad.
Hello, council member, committee staff, and DOEE staff. It's good to be here with you. I'm going to jump right into it. I'm here to talk about three things today around climate, food systems, wildlife, starting with green food. So just Director Jackson, I want to let you know you have a really special employee in Alyssa Wooden. I want to thank her for her work on food procurement to fight climate change. Her work ethic and commitment to the district are emblematic of the interactions I've had with many of the DOEE staff. I'll say that we're now halfway to the 2030 deadline set by the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act passed with the leadership of Councilmember Che. And this law requires DC agencies to reduce the carbon footprint of the food they buy 25%. As I shared during performance oversight, citywide food emissions are not going down. In fact, they're going up. Now that the green food position needs to be filled with Ms. Wooden's transition to another role, I urge DOEE to move quickly. The climate crisis warrants it. Food systems emissions are moving in the wrong direction. And as DOEE considers who to hire, I encourage you to consider this new phase of the law. In my mind, the first phase was about data awareness. DOE did a great job of collecting procurement data, alerting agencies to the requirements of the law, developing standards and a community of practice. But agencies that serve food are still behind on the law. And from the assessment that we conducted, which is attached to my written testimony, they are far behind. In this next phase, what qualities would be most impactful? Qualities that may help an agency with procurement expertise include familiarity with institutional dining, how to shift purchasing, and who is familiar with behavioral psychology tools to promote sustainability. In transitioning to city wildlife, I'll talk about my work with them on last year. We brought together people concerned about pets, public health, and community to start a coalition called DC Responsible Rat Management. With city wildlife, I saw how serious this issue is for urban animals with the increased use of rodenticides. This is a race against time as the poisons decimate wildlife. I'll let you know, opossum intakes at the rehab facility have declined precipitously from 82 opossums who came in 2016 to just 14 in 2024. At the same time, city wildlife has increased their use of the medicine used to treat non-target animals who have rodenticides in their system precipitously. Rodenticides are sending shockwaves through the ecosystem, and city wildlife is rising to the occasion. They've been instrumental partners in raising awareness around safe alternatives to rodent control. This is in addition to their Lights Out campaign to protect migrating birds, their wildlife rehab services, and their amazing Duck Watch program to look after the district's amazing duck population. You cannot watch a video with city wildlife volunteers helping ducklings and not have it improve your day. In FY27 budget, the mayor proposed stripping the city's support for city wildlife of $200,000. I strongly encourage the council to restore this funding. And then I'm going to talk about the Food Policy Council, which the mayor proposed not only permanently cutting the Office of Food Policy, but the Office of Planning also decided to dispense of the Food Policy Council director. From day one, the director leapt into this role with enthusiasm, bringing together community, business opportunities, and outside funding to better our community and broader food system. It'd be unstrategic and counterproductive to dissolve our Food Policy Council as the mayor is proposing. The Office of Food Policy intersects deeply with DOEE programs. I encourage the council to reverse the mayor's proposal and to restore the Office of Food Policy in a new agency. Given DOE's relevant work, urban agriculture, sustainability and food waste, green food, it's worthy of consideration to house the Food Policy Council as the agency. It would be great to see the Office of Food Policy work alongside the good people of the Department of Energy and Environment, especially the case as DC Council considers the Food Policy Council Procurement Act of 2025, a bill that would centralize DC food procurement work and align well with the Green Food Rule. The existing food policy analyst is already partly backed by federal funding, and the continuity to bring food procurement under the SAGE umbrella of people with food systems expertise would reap exponential benefits for our local farms, food systems workers, district sustainability and climate goals, and cost savings on contracts. Thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Kimberly De Jesus Alfonso.
Good morning, council members. My name is Kimberly De Jesus. I am an ESL teacher here in Washington, D.C., an animal visual artist, and an animal lover. I volunteered at City Wildlife 10 plus years ago. During my time there, I got to witness firsthand how the dedicated staff tends to animals with professionalism, love, and respect from the smallest creature to the largest. City Wildlife is the only wildlife rehabilitation center in Washington, D.C., and they help many injured and orphaned native species, including migratory birds and vulnerable species like eastern box turtles and alligator snapping turtles. They also educate the public on how to cohabitate successfully with wildlife in the city. One of my most memorable moments volunteering at City Wildlife was when they brought an injured woodpecker. Unfortunately, it was too injured to be safe. They made the difficult decision to put it to sleep. I didn't have the emotional strength to witness it, so I left the room. Excuse me. But I remember the young vet working there at the time did it in such a dignified manner. I asked her how she had the strength to do it. She told me, "It saddens me deeply, but I hate to see animals suffering." That statement stayed with me. They do everything in their power to help animals, and when it's not possible to save them, they take them out of their misery in a dignified way. If City Wildlife did not exist due to lack of funding, where would injured and orphaned animals in DC go? We already take enough away from animals. We build structures in their habitats, and we unintentionally hurt them with our vehicles and pesticides. The least we can do is have one place where they can go when they need help. I urge you to keep City Wildlife fully funded and stand up for those who cannot speak for themselves. I assure you, this center is worthy I assure you this center is a worthy use of government funds and it helps the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And next, Kathleen Goff.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Kathleen Goff. I've lived and voted in DC for 32 years, and my husband and I are raising our son here. One of the things that makes DC a wonderful place to live and raise a family is that we have an abundance of green spaces. Everything from Rock Creek Park to neighborhood parks, Kenilworth Aquatic Gardens, many small neighborhood parks, everything in between. We're also fortunate to share the city with an abundance of wildlife because we have those green spaces. My first interactions with City Wildlife were as a finder of wildlife in need. I felt helpless not knowing what to do. I called City Wildlife, got advice, and even received updates telling me that the animals were recovering. It was such a positive experience as a citizen. In fact, City Wildlife fields 3,000 calls and over 2,000 emails per year from members of the public. Some of these contacts lead to animals being treated, but many more lead to educational opportunities about better ways to interact with animals that share our city. Sometimes it's possible to reunite a baby with its parents, and sometimes this is advice on getting an animal to move out of an attic. These calls involve explaining safe interactions with wildlife too, teaching residents not to pick up a bat from the sidewalk with bare hands, for example. Having a wildlife center that residents can access for animal care and advice provides a great sense of interconnectedness and responsibility for our shared environment. I can tell you from my personal experience that residents are just relieved to be able to hand over a bird after a window collision or a turtle that's been hit by a car to trained professionals. They feel invested in the outcomes and are interested in learning about these animals. Having access to a wildlife center also helps to limit people from attempting their own rehabilitation, which causes all kinds of problems, and it has people running afoul of federal and local laws. 2.5 years ago, I started to volunteer at City Wildlife. The skilled professional animal care and vet staff handles everything from feeding the tiniest baby bird to triaging injured raptors. As a volunteer, I support this vital work in a variety of ways. We have a large team of volunteers which receives training, and as a result, it allows the center to operate for 365 days per year, 8 to 12 hours per day, depending on the season. Approximately 30 volunteers work at the center on a weekly basis, with another 20 or so that fill in as needed. We also have volunteers on the Duck Watch program and Lights Out DC, which are important wildlife monitoring programs. This volunteer work is incredibly fulfilling and eye-opening. I could talk about it for hours. It's amazing. I have learned about local DC wildlife and also the hazards that are faced by animals and the incredible amount of overlap between human and animal health concerns in the city. We're truly in this together. I have seen the value and impact of City Wildlife, both from the perspective of a member of the public in need of this vital service and as a volunteer seeing the incredible work performed from the inside. As a 32-year DC taxpayer and voter, I strongly support fully funding City Wildlife. City Wildlife is a $548 per day investment in animal care, environmental protection, and human health outcomes. By supporting City Wildlife, the council advances its own priorities: protecting public health, strengthening environmental safety, and building a city where people and wildlife can thrive together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate everybody's testimony. Ms. Overby, you kind of talked about like the frustration across the board, right? I hope everybody is frustrated. I would amp it up. I hope you're a little bit outraged. When we think about so many of these programs, DCSEU, City Wildlife, others, I would kind of just make sure everybody has this as like a big take home, right? The SETF, you pay into it. It's your money. You were told we're creating the SETF for a certain purpose. You pay it. And then, as Councilmember Chase said, we're all being hoodwinked. 80% of the dollars are being taken, your dollars are being taken and spent on just the city's power bills. Not city like energy efficiency improvements, not even that, just paying the energy bills. I just want to make sure everybody understands what's going on and what has been going on of just taking this money. Because in essence, you're paying for it 2 to 3 times now. Because not only are you paying for it on your bills, but the lack of efficiencies or the lack of programmatic support, or the lack of investment in SEIU or SEU, too many acronyms in my world, SEU. You heard earlier Mr. Lewis talk about the millions of dollars in savings being generated by this. So if we don't fund that, that's millions more that's now being spent that didn't have to be. So I hear your frustration. I share it. I want us to amp it up to the outrage level because it's your money and it's being taken. So we will continue to work on how we restore it. And you outlined a whole set of recommendations and the effectiveness that is taking place. So we have a lot of work in front of us. And I appreciate Mr. Weiss's testimony. We got to get a full dais full of people feeling that same outreach, right? Ms. Broad, I appreciate your testimony as well. And you mentioned the Food Policy Council, which isn't in this committee, but it is deeply concerning. And I've heard from a lot of folks about just eliminating the Food Policy Council, which also doesn't seem to make much sense. And I know that was the subject of a hearing earlier this week with the Committee on Health. And so I know that'll continue to be a priority as well. And so we'll keep pushing there. Ms. De Jesus Alfonso, thank you very much. I think, again, you talked about why, again, in the grand scheme of things, $200,000 is not a huge budget line in a $22 billion budget. But the impact and benefit is definitely much more than what we put into it, right? And you really share that quite well. And Ms. Goff, I appreciated your conversation and kind of what you've seen in terms of what that impact looks like and that return that we get back. And again, I think I have a hunch I will hear several more folks throughout the day too, but that interconnection that we have between ourselves and our natural environment. Even when you might think you live in the middle of a dense urban city, the natural environment is everywhere around us and is awe-inspiring, as it should be. And we have a responsibility to help protect that. So I appreciate everybody's testimony today, and we'll continue the hard work. So thank you. All right, let me call our third panel. I have Lorraine Doherty, Executive Director with City Wildlife. There we go. Dr. Sarah Sirica, I'm going to pronounce that correctly, Clinical Director with City Wildlife. I have Amina Tariq Sabiti, Manager with earthday.org. And let me also see if Kelly Whittier, Director of Public Affairs, the Humane Rescue Alliance, is here. Do I have Kelly here? I don't think I see Kelly here. How about Laura Levison? I think I saw you. Energy Committee Chair with Sierra Club, DC chapter. All right, and if you'll note for everyone following along at home, we're already off kind of some of our panels. So if you have any questions, Anthony Thomas Davis over here can help us. We're going to do our best to navigate, but also just make sure we're trying to move our panels through, as we have a great number of folks that are here in person and some folks that are online. So bear with us as we do our very best. All right, so let me turn back then. Lorraine Doherty, let me turn it over to you for your testimony. If you can push the buttons, the red light comes on.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairperson Allen, council members, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Lorraine Doherty, and I'm the Executive Director of City Wildlife. As we know, DC's only wildlife rescue and rehabilitation centre. And I'm here today to urge you to restore our $200,000 in funding that is critical to maintaining our wildlife rescue, rehabilitation and response services in DC. Ensuring that residents can to ensure we can continue responding to thousands of wildlife emergencies each year. City Wildlife provides critical first response services to DC residents through our wildlife hotline, which is available 365 days a year. Each year we respond to, as we've heard before, 3,000 calls, 2,000 emails from the DC community seeking urgent advice about injured or distressed animals. For many residents, we're the first and often the only place they can turn to in moments of uncertainty. We provide immediate expert advice from a highly trained team that helps the public to safely and humanely resolve wildlife situations, whether that means reuniting a baby animal with its parent, preventing unnecessary rescues, or what we call kidnaps, or guiding someone through how to safely contain and transport an injured animal for care at the centre. Without this support, many situations would result in unnecessary suffering for the animals, as we've heard before, public safety, as we've heard before, and well-intentioned but harmful actions by the public. Our hotline is not just an important service, it's a critical community resource that reduces strain on animal control services, supports public health, as we've said, ensures that wildlife receives appropriate professional care. Through this direct, real-time support, we empower also many thousands of DC residents to navigate complex wildlife situations. We give them the confidence to help them deal with the situations with compassion. So we also talk to people on the phone, and we hear that they're desperate, they're in a difficult situation, and we can feel them calming down when we talk them through how to deal with this safely. So this is amazing. And when we shared the news with our partners, our friends, and our supporters that our 200,000 grant, nearly a quarter of our budget, was not included in the FY27 budget, and asked them to provide evidence. So I asked our supporters to provide evidence on how essential city wildlife is to the community. The response was immediate, heartfelt, and overwhelming. And as we see today, everyone's turned up today to support us, and it's amazing. It's fantastic. So here's a few quotes from some people that I asked to sort of to talk about us. So Tom Pitt, a Washington, D.C. resident, wrote, "City wildlife is there for our citizens when wildlife needs help. I consider this funding as important as any of my tax money going forward." Caroline Bowman shared, "Last year I brought in a bird that had hit window. Without their care, I don't believe that bird would have survived. City wildlife provides an essential service to both animals and the community." Christine Klingebell told us, "I turn to city wildlife every spring and summer to help with baby birds, multiple box turtles, baby squirrels, and once an injured bat. I would not have been able to help many animals. I would not have been able to help many animals that would suffer and die without city wildlife." Mitty Figueredo, Ward 4 resident, said, "I have brought in several animals to city wildlife. Without their help, so many animals would suffer and die. I'm asking you to please restore this modest funding." Katrina Weitzman, a DC resident, "City wildlife was who I called when I found a baby pigeon who was suffering in pain and bleeding from broken bones. City wildlife took him in, tried to save his life, and I'm extremely grateful they were there to ease his pain and give him comfort." And then we've got testimony, actually, a quote from Anne Armstrong, who's a board member, DC resident, and she emphasized the broader impact the grant the city provides us allows us to contribute not only to the local community, but the safety and science, and also to other communities. And then lastly, Cassandra, Ward 8, "City wildlife is a vital service. Without them, animals would suffer. Residents would be left without support." These voices reflect what we hear every day. Thankful residents across the district are relying on city wildlife where they need help most. I respectfully urge the council to restore the funding and ensure the essential service remains available to the people of DC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Dr. Sarika. I pronounced that correct?
Close.
Close. You'll correct me.
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson and council members. My name is Dr. Sarah Sarika, and I'm the clinic director of City Wildlife. I came to City Wildlife with extensive training in wildlife medicine and public health. The collaborative nature between our rehabilitation center and DOEE has been the most productive, integrated process I've ever been involved with, and we see the fruits of this collaboration regularly. We have examples almost daily, such as a few photos this week from a biologist who was able to protect a killdeer nest after a caller reported an injured bird. We knew this bird was likely not injured, but a mother protecting the territory of her planned nest, and were able to alert the right people before the callers made a less informed decision that would have destroyed this bird's breeding opportunity. In addition, we provide services such as performing animal autopsies for DOEE routinely and troubleshooting wildlife issues harmoniously. This has compounding effects for the human and wild citizens of DC. Study after study has now conclusively demonstrated that access to nature has significant and unique benefits to people's physical, mental, and social health. Biologists and the public have been counting and absorbing migratory birds, as an example, for enjoyment in science for a very long time. And we know conclusively that there have been massive declines in their numbers. Approximately half of the migratory birds brought to our doors after hitting windows survive, thanks to the medical and rehabilitation care we provide at City Wildlife. Without this care, most would otherwise succumb to their injuries. We are treating these small patients, who often weigh less than a AAA battery, for corneal ulcers, soft tissue injuries, fractures, head and respiratory trauma. There's another equally compelling reason to fund City Wildlife. By taking in sick animals and having them carefully examined by a veterinarian and licensed wildlife rehabilitators, City Wildlife is poised to raise the alarm about any new diseases that show up, as many of the pathogens we are looking for in our wild patients also affect humans. In 2025, there was a medical alert sent out to all clinicians in DC based on an increase in our West Nile virus cases in corvids. This work we do has tangible differences in the health of humans and animals in the district, and we are open every day of the year. Dozens of people have developed clinical signs of bird flu over the past 3 years in the United States. When we detect it, which we have twice in the last 6 months, we alert public health authorities, DOEE, animal control, and places like the Smithsonian Zoo so that we can all make collective changes, as well as being a reliable source of information for the general public. I would submit that the Wildlife Rehabilitation Grant is a very good deal for the city and a very worthwhile investment in our future and our current quality of life. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Amina Tariq Sibidi. Close.
Yes. Good morning, Chair and Council Member. My name is Amina Tariq Sidibe, and I'm a manager of the End Plastics Initiative at earthday.org. I live in Ward 1, and I'm here on behalf of myself and my organization, which is also headquartered here in Washington, D.C. This budget proposes cuts across the board at DOEE: clean energy, lead pipe replacement, stormwater compliance, city wildlife, zero waste enforcement, and the Food Policy Council. Individually, each cut may seem manageable, but together they represent a systemic divestment from the infrastructure that keeps this city livable, equitable, and healthy. DC has made commitments to the carbon neutrality, to lead-free water, to clean waterways, and to food access. Those commitments shouldn't disappear with the funding. The obligation remains because the cost remains. They just get deferred, compounded, and eventually paid by the people who can least afford them from the start. I'm testifying today because this budget makes a choice, and we need to be honest about what that choice means for the people who live here. Environmental programs are not abstract. They determine whether the air in our home is safe to breathe, whether the water from our taps contain lead, and whether our streets and waterways are clean. Also, whether families under financial pressure can have any support in it all. Again, when we cut these programs, we do not eliminate those needs. We leave them unmet. The unmet needs become a crisis, and the crisis costs far more to fix than the programs we cut to avoid them. The communities most affected by these cuts are not the ones with the most resources to absorb them. Their health has become compromised. Children in DC's lower income wards are already 10 times more likely to be hospitalized for asthma and have more than 20 more emergency department visits than children in wealthier communities. Residents in those same communities are more likely to have lead pipes, are less likely to have green spaces, and more likely to bear the cost of the city that has stopped investing in their environment. This budget cut does not make social, economic, or environmental sense. The council has pushed back on cuts like this before, and we're asking you to do it again. Restore funding for DOEE, hold the line on the commitments the city has made to its residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next, Laura Levinson.
Councilmember Allen, thank you for the opportunity to testify, and thank you for your strong leadership on environment and sustainability issues. My name is Laura Levison, and I am testifying for the Sierra Club District of Columbia chapter. The Sierra Club is America's largest and most influential grassroots environmental organization, with millions of members and supporters, including 7,000 DC residents. We are also proud members of the Fair Budget Coalition. We are offering testimony today on several aspects of DOEE's portfolio that are also areas of focused work for the Sierra Club, including clean and affordable energy, achieving zero waste, clean and efficient transportation, and protection of our water and natural places. And there are four other people who are going to help deliver parts of this testimony kind of spread out over the next few panels. So I'll start with part of our energy testimony. Rising electric and gas bills have made energy affordability a central issue. It is the hottest issue in the mayor's race. Low-income households and people of color are disproportionately impacted. The percent of income they pay is steep, and the compromises they must make to lower their costs are beyond uncomfortable. Fortuitously, in a world very short of win-wins, addressing energy affordability moves us toward greater sustainability. Well-insulated homes with efficient HVAC systems use less energy. Renewable energy is cheaper energy. Diversity in energy sources drives down costs. And distributed energy, meaning energy that is generated and managed at the place of consumption, e.g. geothermal, solar, and batteries, also reduces costs and increases reliability. The proposed budget for DOEE shows a 28% decrease in funds and over a 6% cut in staff. This will be devastating to clean energy programs, as we've already been discussing. By far, the largest share of the decrease comes from loss of federal funding. If the federal share had remained the same, the budget cut would be about 8%, still a steep cut. Instead of compensating for federal cuts, the mayor is compounding the program by cutting DC local funding as well. Last year, the council acquiesced to the mayor's proposal to transfer more than $70 million from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, the SETF, to pay the district government's utility bills. In the proposed FY27 budget, the mayor increases the rate on the SETF by another $10.5 million. We urge this committee to reject this transfer and restore the $10.5 million and more if possible to the SETF. As you know, the council established this provision, the SETF, and funded it with small surcharges on our gas and electricity bills to promote sustainable energy programs in the district. These include home electrification, rooftop solar, green jobs, and rebates for efficient appliances. It makes absolutely no sense to cut these programs when DC residents are struggling with high energy costs. And as we've also been discussing, these programs are largely implemented by the DCSEU. For low and moderate income homeowners, the DCSEU provides free solar systems and home electrifications. And for anyone living in DC, rebates for purchasing more efficient appliances and equipment. For building owners and developers, the DCSEU provides a variety of services and programs to improve energy efficiency, increase access to solar power. The additional sweep of funds from the SETF will cause additional deep cuts to the DCSEU, likely causing staff layoffs. The DCSEU is vital to providing utility relief and home retrofits for DC families. Slashing it at any time is backwards, but doing it now at this time of sky-high utility bills is really unthinkable. Even if funding for the DCSEU goes up again in future years, it will take a lot of time to rebuild the knowledge and expertise lost with those staff if they are laid off. Currently, DC has access to $60 million in federal matching funds for energy programs, as others have described. These will expire. We have woefully underspent them because of the lack of local funding. I won't go over those again because others have. And this is, I have a few more moments. So my colleague Mark is going to talk more about the, the mayor's energy surcharge. But I just want to note that on my utility bills, which I brought with me today, you still can't see, it's not still not spelled out, the SETF and the mayor's energy, ME, whatever. It's just an acronym. And on my PEPCO bill, I actually don't see it at all. They don't break out the distribution charges at all, which they really are supposed to. So I don't know what's going on there. So thank you for your time. And my Sierra Club colleagues will cover other parts of energy, zero waste transportation, and water and natural places.
Thank you. It's almost as if the Public Service Commission isn't making sure the utility companies are listing it correctly on their bills. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't know where that pressure could be coming from.
Exactly.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start, Amina Tariq Sabide. Okay, closer. All right. I really appreciated the way you framed your testimony as well, though. It's around choices, right? Certainly in this room right now, we're hearing a lot from City Wildlife. That's one choice. I want to make sure that everyone, of course, knows that the SETF and the cuts and the damage in this proposed budget is much larger than just City Wildlife. It's a great example of the damage that can be done. But you talked also about lead pipes, stormwater, policy council, each of these are choices that we make. And as you talked, it reminded me of Glenn Hall, who I had the pleasure to go visit his home a couple months ago. And Glenn lives in Ward 8. He's a caregiver for an older parent. His home had dangerously high levels of gas inside from poor infrastructure, leaky pipes, bills just going, could not even afford the bills. But probably most of the energy, because it was so inefficient, just going right out the window and the door, but it was unhealthy. And again, as a caregiver, it was maintaining a home that was unhealthy for an aging parent, but there wasn't much he could do about it, except for the SETF was funding our Healthy Homes effort, and he was able to switch from a gas to an electric stove and oven, which reduced the toxic gases inside his house. He was able to install solar on his roof, which is cutting and reducing his energy bills. And I was able to walk in and he shared his home with me for a little bit and was able to show like the impact of the choices we make. Yeah. And this is just one house, one example. But for somebody who is trying hard to afford to live here in our city, trying very hard to help take care of an aging parent who is compromised from a health perspective, so toxic gases are going to be bad for anybody, but in particular for somebody who's already vulnerable. These are the choices that this proposed budget is saying we're not going to prioritize. And that's not right. It is wrong. And that is part of what I and this committee are going to work to reverse. And your voices are really helpful and important. I just want to kind of thank you for really framing that around. These are choices we're making. Yeah. And the proposed budget is a bad choice. But we have the opportunity to repair that choice. And that's what we're trying to work on today. To Ms. Doherty, I was going to ask you, you talked about the $200,000 is roughly about a quarter of the total budget.
Yes, exactly.
So can you just lay out a little more specifically, if it's not repaired, if that 200,000 goes away, is that a reduction in staff? Do you have to let people go? It obviously is going to be a reduction of capacity, but can you talk more about if that $200,000, a quarter of your budget just disappears, what's the impact on your operations?
It's a huge impact because it's across staffing, it's treatment, veterinary treatment. So it's across the board. It's a quarter of our budget. A lot of our budget is staff because we have specially skilled teams that are there every day to look after the animals. So it is across the board from, the staffing, medications. It has a huge impact on our daily wildlife care.
Okay, and then to Dr. Serica, got that right? From your staffing perspective, from your ability to deliver that care, do you just kind of shave a quarter of it off? Like, how would you meet a 25% reduction in the support to be able to, you can't just ignore 25% of the animal. What ends up happening?
It's hard to say because we're already working on, with a nonprofit force. So we're already working at minimum crew. We're already working at as many volunteers filling in roles as possible. And so thinking of finding ways to cut that or finding ways to, maybe we don't get that upgrade we really needed, or maybe, we have, I used to have shorter hours. I've expanded my hours because that's what the animals' medical needs are. Maybe we cut back on those hours. Again, it's hard to say. It's hard to imagine changing it because we know that there would be immediate impacts on the animals.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Well, again, it just highlights the problems and the challenges that are in this budget, and kind of the challenge that we have to accept to make a lot of changes. And I appreciated, Ms. Levinson, you talked through a wide variety. I know you're part of other testimony we'll hear as well, but you really laid out quite well what the SETF is and what it's supposed to be doing and how this budget will walk away from that. So thank you all very much. I appreciate your testimony. All right, let's move to our next panel. I've got Susan Shore, who's a Zero Waste Committee Chair with Sierra Club, DC chapter, who I saw was here. David Whitehead, Executive Director of Sierra Club, DC chapter, who I saw was here. Claire Mills, DC Campaign Manager for CCAN, who's here. Nathan Harrington with Ward 8 Woods Conservancy. Don't think is here yet, but might be joining us later. Vondre Walston, Outreach Coordinator with Ward 8 Woods Conservancy. Oh, wait, there's Nathan. He's in person. All right, perfect. I was looking for you online, Nathan. All right. Perfect. All right, then. We've got our panel then. So Susan Shore, why don't we turn to you?
Good morning. Councilmember Allen, thank you for the opportunity to testify at this fiscal year 27 DOE budget hearing. My name is Susan Shore, and I'm the co-chair of the Zero Waste Committee of the Sierra Club DC chapter. I'm going to be talking about plastic pollution today. And I wanted to start by thanking you and other members of this committee for co-introducing the bottle bill. We greatly appreciate your efforts in steering this landmark legislation through the Committee on Transportation and the Environment. Once in effect, the bottle bill will cut pollution by eliminating waste from the 345 million plastic bottles sold in the district each year, in addition to the hundreds of millions of cans and glass bottles. While the bottle bill represents an important new strategy for reducing beverage container waste, the district must also ensure implementation and enforcement of the plastic pollution laws already on the books, including the plastic straw ban and utensils on request requirement that was established under the leadership of former Councilmember Mary Chey. Implementing our plastic pollution laws requires annual outreach and education, as well as funding for meaningful enforcement. But for years, DOEE has only been given funding to conduct 300 restaurant inspections a year, relying mostly on tips from 311 to identify some of the restaurants it inspects. So we call on this committee to ensure that DOEE receives at least 1.5 additional FTEs for the enforcement of our existing plastic pollution laws, so we can double the number of food service inspections from 300 to 600. Likewise, we request this committee to ask DOEE why enforcement regulations for utensils on request requirements do not yet exist. The Office of Attorney General recently announced that it seeks to step up enforcement of environmental issues, but the OAG and DOEE can only enforce the district's utensils on request requirements if DOEE publishes enforcement regulations. Without such an enforcement, it's no wonder that most people receiving takeout orders with lots of single-use plastic items they either didn't request or affirmatively indicated they didn't want. The fiscal year 26 Local Budget Act of 2025, introduced on April 20th, 2026, if left untouched, will sweep some $535 million from the Anacostia River Cleanup and Protection Fund, also known as the Bag Fee Fund. Regrettably, we are again forced to request council to prevent this sweep. Although the amount the mayor is proposing to sweep is less than last year, the need to protect these funds remains the same as last year's green budget battle. We do, of course, continue to advocate for council to adopt a ban on plastic bags and drive uptake of reusable bags, as neighboring jurisdictions in Maryland have done. But until the bag fee law is updated, these fees should be reserved exclusively for Anacostia River cleanup and protection activities and not swept into the general fund. This sweep represents the worst of both worlds. We are generating unnecessary sales of harmful single-use plastic bags instead of encouraging the use of reusable bags and eliminating funds earmarked for a safe, swimmable Anacostia River. We're tired, the environmental community is tired of fighting this battle year after year, and we're sure that council shares our fatigue. Nevertheless, we are compelled to urge council to once again step up to protect this harmful sweep. Thank you, Councilmember Allen, for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shore. Next, let me turn to David Whitehead.
Councilmember Allen, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is David Whitehead, and I'm the chapter director of the DC chapter of the Sierra Club. Today, I'm presenting our chapter's testimony on behalf of the Water and Natural Places Committee. The mayor spent much of 2025 giving the Washington Commanders over $1 billion of DC taxpayer money to help them build a stadium and neighborhood along the banks of the Anacostia River. Then, in early 2026, the Potomac River experienced the largest sewage disaster in U.S. history. If there was ever a time to invest in the cleanliness and health of DC's rivers, it is right now. We are making a bet as a district that the value of our riverfront property will help us grow out of our economic woes. This is impossible to square with the divestment and redirection of river-related funds we see proposed in the mayor's FY27 budget. The Natural Resources Administration within DOEE is facing severe cuts, including cuts that imperil DC's compliance with federal permits. The NRA is forced to cut entire stormwater and green space programs this year. These programs help keep DC in compliance with MS4 compliance, and also engage a network of local community groups and partners in that work. Another compliance issue is that Mayor Bowser yet again simply unilaterally takes money from DOEE to fund the district's street sweeping without offering details of how it will be used. Right now, much of DC's street sweeping happens in the downtown core. While that might make tourists and Donald Trump happy, it does little to protect our rivers. Where street sweeping needs to happen is in specific MS4 zones to protect against stormwater runoff. There is a right way to use MS4 monies for street sweeping. This is not it. In fact, sweeping this money for the second year in a row puts DC at compliance risk. Compliance risk on our MS4 permit is a serious issue. The EPA can file enforcement fines of over $50,000 a day. Being out of compliance opens the doors to possible lawsuits against the district. It is critical that the DC Council work to restore money to DOE to help us stay in compliance with our MS4 permit. We would even recommend asking the commanders to pitch in so they can enjoy the enormous benefit of a clean Anacostia River next to their new stadium home. On lead pipes, as of writing, it is our understanding that DC Water has allocated $0 for the lead pipe replacement assistance program. Zero. There is some hope among agency leaders that is in fact a mistake or that DC Water hasn't gotten their documents in on time, but we haven't received any clarification so far. DOE's own funding for lead pipe replacement programs was cut by $43,000. If the budget remains as it is, agency leaders say that at least 650 DC homes next year will not have their lead pipes replaced and will continue to be exposed to toxic lead. The nearly 30,000 lead pipes that remain in DC homes were installed by government institutions. They should be removed and replaced, and the government should pay. The fact that DC continues to cut funding for these programs is unconscionable. This is an area where the district needs to invest in consistent progress, in particular in neighborhoods most vulnerable to lead exposure. Pulling back from this funding is unacceptable. This concludes our chapter's testimony. We have more in our written testimony, both on transportation and on other issues. This budget season, the mayor has again forced a series of brutal cuts to the district's environmental and climate programs. This committee, under your leadership, Councilmember Allen, has the opportunity to problem solve and roll back many of these harmful changes. Our chapter hopes to be a resource to you as you find solutions. We are happy to follow up with any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Next, let's turn to Claire Mills.
Good morning, Chairperson Allen. I am Claire Mills, the DC Campaigns Manager at the Chesapeake Climate Action Network Action Fund. Thanks for the opportunity to testify this morning. The mayor's proposed budget makes devastating cuts to the district's Department of Energy and Environment, at least 24% and potentially up to 40% with the potential loss of federal funding. That's an exact quote from my testimony last year. The smallest adjustment and the sentence would be true again today, because the mayor has not changed her playbook at all. She continues to stall on the development of the net zero code and underfund facility maintenance of district buildings. So government building utility costs stay high, ever increasing, it seems. And she again swipes from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund to cover her bills. Meanwhile, DC residents are stuck in our own spiral. The mayor's picks for public service commissioners approve rate hike after rate hike, and our bills go up. To lower them, we need programs that help us switch to efficient appliances and install solar. But of course, those programs are at risk of being defunded completely out of existence, and waiting lists are long if programs are running at all. This erodes the public's trust in the DC Sustainable Energy Utility and our government as a whole, limiting the success of these programs, even if funding is someday restored in the future. I'd like to express support for the enhanced consumer protections in the Retail Energy Market Act that is included in the Budget Support Act. DC residents are being scammed by non-standard service providers, and this is driving up energy bills, which then drives up the cost of utility assistance programs for all ratepayers. Our Public Service Commission should be tackling this issue as part of a larger effort to address overspending by DC's utilities that's driving up our bills. And I'm once again asking for the restoration of the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund and the funding of the Affordable Home Electrification Program and electrification retrofit rebates run by the DC Sustainable Energy Utility and supplemented by federal funding. The current budget proposal not only hamstrings our ability to lower utility bills for residents, it will surely mean staffing cuts at DCSEU that will have lasting impacts on our capacity to carry out programs in the future, even if future budgets prioritize green funding. We have a real and unique opportunity with the federal funds available to us for DCSEU's programs, and we are squandering it, falling further and further behind on implementing these programs and inching ever closer to the 2029 deadline to spend them. To miss this opportunity and leave district families and residents stuck paying high bills for dirty fossil fuels is unacceptable. We cannot continue to operate as if we have time. The clock is not just ticking, the alarm is ringing. When I was in high school, climate change meant melting ice caps and starving polar bears. When I studied it in college, it was about resource scarcity and extreme climates. Now, when CCAN runs workshops with high school students here in DC about climate change, they talk about heat in their own classrooms or the unpredictable storms they're caught in on the way home from school. Climate change isn't coming in the future, it's here. It already means that DC residents are less safe, less healthy, and less free to enjoy our lives as extreme weather constrains us. So DC must respond now in this budget, in this fiscal year. We need to make smart decisions with the money that we have. We know programs like the Affordable Home Electrification Program work, and so we must fund them, especially with the funding that is already set aside specifically for those programs. And we need far more funding to actually tackle the climate change problem at scale. So I urge you and this committee to fund the greenhouse gas emissions study in the fiscal year 27 budget. Just $200,000 in the next fiscal year will set us up for responsible budgeting for years to come, as this study maps how extreme weather will impact the district. It is going to reveal essential information for families, homeowners, business owners, developers, and the district government to actually plan and prepare for crises and disasters so that we can budget in advance rather than dealing with the crisis that will become more expensive after the fact. And if we complete this study in the next year, we will be doing our study concurrently with Maryland's Renew Act study, unlocking the ability to coordinate and get deeper results with the money that we are spending. This is an opportunity that we cannot miss. So again, I encourage this committee to pass and fund the Greenhouse Gas Emissions Study Act in this year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then next, Nathan Harrington.
Good morning. I'm Nathan Harrington, founder and director of Ward 8 Woods Conservancy. I want to send greetings to council members Henderson, Crawford, Parker, and Lewis George, who sit on this committee. It's a shame they're not here today to hear all this powerful testimony. I hope they are there in the coming weeks when it's time to vote to undo some of these terrible cuts. I want to start by just stepping back a minute and saying out loud for the record what we all know to be true, which is that for the last 15 months, this president and his administration have systematically sabotaged our beloved city and its economy. They've gutted the civil service. That's the heart and soul of DC. They've undermined our budget and our autonomy. They've terrorized our immigrants. They've scared away tourists with these National Guard troops everywhere. And it's because of them that the mayor and council are in this terrible situation of having to manage scarcity and decline. So just got to put that out there. Today's hearing, you're going to have a bunch of advocates begging you not to cut these programs. And we're going to hear that we need to make, it's tough times, we've got to make tough choices. Of course, we need to block the sweeping of these special purpose funds. That's a no-brainer, and I trust that the council will do that. But we also need to realize that a lot of these cuts could be in the budget as a whole, not just the environment, could be avoided just by slightly increasing the taxes and fees paid by the wealthiest Washingtonians. We have an obscene racial wealth gap. We have this notion that wealthy people somehow are going to leave if you make them pay a little more. That's been proven again and again to be a myth. And yet we say that raising taxes is a tough choice. Well, cutting programs that make for a livable environment and support our vulnerable residents is also a tough choice. And when we keep making one type of tough choice and not the other, that says a lot about our values. I would say, it seems like this mayor and council have just taken the whole revenue side off the table almost preemptively. And I would say it's because they lack political courage, but honestly, I don't even think it takes courage. I think if you were to poll DC residents, most of them would support tax cuts on the most fortunate. But unless we do that, we're left with this situation of sort of managing scarcity and manage decline. I want to commend DOE leadership for their remarkable transparency in this budget process. It's thanks to that we as advocates have a really clear picture of what's being cut, the decisions that they were forced to make because they got this smaller pot of money from the mayor and why they made those decisions. In some cases, that criteria led them to restore things that we really appreciate. There was some unexpected good news about the trap maintenance and the Kingman Rangers and a few other things. But of course, we have devastating cuts, and I'm obligated to speak specifically on behalf of the ones that are going to affect the organization, the ability of Ward 8 Woods to provide jobs to 7 Ward 8 residents, and really fill the gap in maintenance of our precious public lands that have been neglected for decades. Park maintenance grants, also known as restoring the district's natural areas, were created actually at the initiative of Councilmember Che in 2022. They were funded at the level of $300,000 in fiscal 2023. 2, 3, and 4. It was in the last fiscal year, it was cut to 150,000. But then, I'm sorry, that was in fiscal 2024. In the current fiscal year, it was actually one of the few programs to escape additional cuts. So we're disappointed that it's being targeted for elimination now. As our community stormwater solutions grants, that's Ward 8 Woods actually started in 2018 with one of that grants that allowed us to create our park steward program. And since then, those park maintenance grants have been a major source of funding to a program that provides fair pay, meaningful work, and green job trainings to east of the river residents who face barriers to employment. Many of them are returning citizens. Many of them, they faced a whole host of challenges, but we were able to bring them in and get them working. So I urge you to restore funding for that program and the many others, including Anacostia River boat tours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate everyone's testimony. I know we're going to hear kind of consistent themes, I think, across the day as well. Let's see, I had one question specifically for Claire Mills. Amongst the many things we don't like, you did highlight one thing that you did say you support, so I want to kind of pull that a little bit. You talked about there's a BSA subtitle related to third-party retail suppliers. Could you say a little bit more about why that stands out to you amidst the things that we don't like and support here? If there is one thing that we do support or like, kind of tell me why you think that's a good idea and support that.
Yeah, so right now in the district, ratepayers can make the choice to source their electricity from a party other than PEPCO. A lot of times these companies come in, they say that it's cleaner energy, or they give other reasons that it's going to be better, and they're not transparent about the way that it will increase bills over time. There was a study out by DOEE revealing the extent to which this is driving up folks' bills. So people will get into these alternate programs for energy supply, and then they'll see their electric bills go up double or triple. Oftentimes, then they'll go back and they'll apply for utility assistance programs, which are funded by all ratepayers. So it's not just the folks signing up for these programs getting scammed, it's everybody that's paying a bill is getting scammed by these programs. And obviously right now with electric bills as high as they are, just coming from PEPCO as well, we really don't have room for this extra cost on our electric bills. So this BSA subtitle directs the Public Service Commission to regulate this further. It's really directing them to do something that is within their power to do already, but it is not something that they are electing to do. So we are supportive of directing them to do so. And it will encourage them to still leave some flexibility. So if there are providers that are actually genuinely giving people the opportunity to get greener electricity from cleaner sources, there's still flexibility in there to allow that to happen if folks are willing and able to pay extra for that. So we appreciate that flexibility and the little bit of extra room on the cap that's in the BSA for that reason, for potential innovation. But we do think it's necessary to make sure that there is a cap in there and that overall the Public Service Commission is taking a look at what is scamming district residents right now.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful context. Thank you. Mr. Harrington, for Ward 8 Woods, when I think back to last year, did you face any reduced capacity because of the reductions of the grants in last year's budget? Could you just share a little more about the impact, maybe yourself or fellow kind of nonprofit and service providers?
Yes. So, we had to go to our donors and tell them we are losing about $60,000 in DC government funding. You need to help us. We need you right now to help us make up for that. They responded positively, so we were able to mitigate some of that damage. But for much of the year, we had 4 park stewards instead of 5 because there was we didn't know if we were going to be able to make payroll. We had to cut back, and that's unfortunate because almost every day that we are out working, people are stopping and asking us, "Are you hiring? Are you hiring?" And it's frustrating to have to turn people away, and it's even worse when you can't even keep the people you already have because the work to do is endless. We've removed 1.6 million pounds of trash. In the last 8 years, we've saved 10,000 trees from invasive vines, but there is so much more to do. Yep. And I would posit that $150,000 for the whole grant program, our share that we were awarded this year, Current fiscal year was 66,000. I think that's a bargain when you look at what the taxpayer is getting for it.
Oh, undoubtedly, it's a bargain. And that philanthropy dollar is not endless. So while it's great that you were able to have some of that private support and philanthropy that was able to help cover and mitigate, as you said, some of the damage, it is not a bottomless source. And there's a limit to what you'll be able to do there. Okay. All right, I appreciate it. Again, I know everyone's testimony is really consistent with what we're seeing in this budget. This committee is going to be working hard to undo and reverse so much of the damage that we've seen. I do appreciate highlighting one thing that we do like in that BSA, so we'll make sure we pay close attention to that as the BSA, Budget Support Act, is part of what we work on as well. But I really appreciate everybody's testimony today and your ongoing advocacy. Thank you. All right, next, let me turn to our next panel of public witnesses. I have Isla Frost, public witness. There we go. Saw her here earlier. Mark Rodefer. Karen Siobhan Robinson, public witness. Javier, who's a student at Muna Verde, but I think maybe stepped away for a little bit and may come back. Let's see, is Javier here? Maybe not. Okay. Javier is a student, so I'm just checking to see. All right. All right. When Javier is ready, we'll come bring him back later. Oscar Villalobos, I think I saw here. Yep. And why don't we also add Trey Sherrard, the Riverkeeper, the Anacostia Riverkeeper, who's joining us online. Why don't we bring Trey in for this panel as well? So Trey, will send you a panel request and you can accept there. But while we do that, Ms. Frost, let me turn to you to kick us off.
Thank you. Good morning, Councilmember Allen and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Isla Frost, and I'm an organizer with the CCAN Action Fund and a Ward 1 resident testifying today as a public witness. I'm here to voice my concerns about the major cuts to the Department of Energy and Environment's budget and the broader pattern of defunding that this proposal represents. In the mayor's proposed budget, DOEE's overall funding would be reduced by 28%. That is a massive cut with wide-ranging impacts. I am concerned about the impact of many cuts, from cuts to the lead pipe replacement program, implementation of the building energy performance standards, the proposed pause to the net zero building code, and much more that have been mentioned today. I'm especially concerned that the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund has been raided, with $10 million redirected into the mayor's energy surcharge fund to pay the district's energy bills. As a result of these cuts, the DC Sustainable Energy Utility, which implements the Affordable Home Electrification Program and Solar for All in DC, will face deep cuts and layoffs. These are programs that low-income residents rely on to switch off of gas and reduce energy bills at a time when rising utility costs and the risk of gas leaks are very real in DC, and we need to take them seriously. DC has clearly entered a dangerous cycle of serious cuts to DOEE's budget. What makes these cuts even more frustrating is that we're leaving money on the table, money that I'm sure everyone in this room agrees that DC needs. Through the Inflation Reduction Act, DC is eligible for $60 million in federal funding to support electrification, funds that are designed to match the local investment. Yet we're not funding the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund locally at the level required to fully use this money. We need to restore 13 to 17 million to the SETF this year to stay on track to access the full 60 million by 2029. If we fail to meet that, we are not only leaving money on the table, we are leaving people behind who could have benefited from these programs. And it's not just federal funds, we're also leaving money on the table from billionaire fossil fuel corporations. There are giant oil and gas companies that have profited from burning fossil fuels and climate damages while putting our communities at risk from climate change. and they profited a lot. ExxonMobil to the tune of $55,000 per minute, which means at that rate, it would take about 3 hours of profits for them to make the $10 million that has been swiped from SETF. These companies can afford to help DC prepare and respond to the problem that they created, and they should. And the Greenhouse Gas Emissions Study Act would help us get there. Instead of cutting the programs that keep residents safe, we should be securing new revenue by requiring fossil fuel companies to help clean up the damage that they caused. Councilmember, I urge you to fund the Greenhouse Gas Emissions Study Amendment Act so we can stop fighting over crumbs in the DOEE's limited budget. This is a key step towards establishing a climate super fund that can help secure a reliable source of funding to protect DC while reducing the burden on taxpayers. Thank you for your leadership on this issue.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rotifer, we're going to do you next.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Allen. I'm continuing with the Sierra Club's testimony on energy issues, and I'll pick up where Lara left off. I want to start by saying that it was because of your leadership, Councilmember Allen, that the DC Council passed the Healthy Homes Act in 2024. It empowers 30,000 low and moderate income families to receive no-cost energy efficiency and electrification upgrades. It's funded by the SETF, and of course, we've heard about what the mayor proposes to do to that. The Sierra Club urges you to include at least $10 million for healthy homes in the DOEE budget. This groundbreaking law brings substantial public health and financial benefits to residents who are struggling to pay utility bills or to replace old appliances on the verge of breaking down. The mayor's proposed cuts to the SETF could result in few or no energy efficiency and electrification upgrades for these families in the coming year, raising bills when people can least afford it. To make matters worse, the mayor proposes to raid $4 million from the Renewable Energy Development Fund, which comes from fees paid by electric providers who fail to comply with requirements for local solar. The REDF funds Solar for All, which brings the benefits of solar to low-income families, reducing their electricity bills by up to 50%. This includes homeowners, renters, and residents of multifamily buildings. The proposed REDF raid will greatly reduce the Solar for All program, hurting vulnerable families facing rising energy bills. The Sierra Club opposes the mayor's proposal to delay the net zero building code for a year. The council passed the law requiring the net zero code in 2022, 5 years before it would take effect. The mayor has done nothing to implement it and is now seeking a delay. Her inaction should not be an excuse for moving back the deadline. The net zero code is essential to cutting utility bills, reducing local air pollution, and cutting climate pollution from fossil fuels. Net zero buildings are all electric and do not burn fossil fuels. They're highly energy efficient, reducing energy costs, and they maximize the use of electricity from renewable sources. Of these features of net zero buildings, the all-electric requirement is most crucial. A new building built today with methane gas equipment will continue polluting with fossil fuels for decades to come. This has also been touched on, but I want to talk about the mayor's energy surcharge, which the council renamed last year to make clear that these funds are not being used for sustainable energy. Seeking to evade responsibility for her misuse of this fee, the mayor now proposes to change the name to the District Energy Fund. The Sierra Club opposes this name change, and we request a statutory mandate that gas and electric utilities be required to print on utility bills the full name of the two funds, the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund and the Mayor's Energy Surcharge Fund, rather than using acronyms that people do not know. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today, and please fix the DOEE budget.
Easy. All right. Thank you. Next, we turn to Karen Chauvin Robinson.
Good morning. My name is Karen Chauvin Robinson, and I submitted testimony through your portal. I don't have my testimony with me because I cannot pull it up in the council chambers, but I wanted to speak to you from the heart. As a former ANC commissioner, I know that every voice that comes in front of me or in front of you, no matter how inarticulate or whatever, is a voice that you all listen to. So I am here to support City Wildlife and the important work that they do. other people way more knowledgeable than I have testified about the good work that they do, but I want to talk to you about me as a regular citizen who just sees what they do on my Instagram account and how inspiring it is. I saw a bird that had hit a window and had corneal injuries, and they did their DC wildlife magic, and I saw them go out. They had a video and they had the bird wrapped up in a little towel, and they went outside somewhere, and they never tell you where, which is smart. And they went outside and they released the bird, and I saw this bird just fly off. And it's first thing in the morning, and I'm sitting in my bed grinning like an idiot, like, wow. And I contribute a little bit to them every month. But knowing that that little bit contributed to that living things being able to survive meant so much to me. So I really, $200,000, that number that that dude gave earlier, like 0.0, they were like tons of zeros. It was like, that's all? Give them the freaking $200,000. Like, that's gonna help them. They're gonna help the animals and everything. And while I'm here, I heard two other things that I wanted to speak to. One of which my dear friend Mike Tidwell runs CCAN, so I find it so odd that I'm sitting next to you, but I would like to also encourage that they get the funding they need. I've supported that organization for a really long time. And the final, and two other things. One, I got hoodwinked by that Pepco thing. I switched my energy bill and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm going to do a really great thing. I'm going to go to sustainable energy. My bills went up and I didn't realize it was a scam until I started looking into it. And I was like, oh my gosh, how can they do this in the city? So whatever that lady was saying you should do, I think you should do to save people like me, if you can. And then the last thing I wanted to say, that SETF thing, everybody needs to know about that. Like, why isn't the press covering this? I actually plan to drop a dime to 51st News and tell them about it, because I didn't realize that fund that our money went to was being raided for something else. And we know it can happen, but it shouldn't. So I hope my inarticulate testimony here has helped you make some decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And your testimony was perfect. And we certainly have the written testimony and record included, but your from the heart testimony was excellent. Thank you very much.
You.
Next, let me turn to Oscar Villalobos.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen and members of the committee. My name is Oscar Villalobos, and I'm the Green New Deal organizer at DC Jobs for Justice. And in my testimony today, I mainly want to talk about how these cuts will affect working class people, because the climate crisis affects all of us, right? This is not something that is theoretical anymore. We see it every day in the district specifically. Frankly, it is unacceptable, these cuts to the budget. Year after year, we have to fight back to claw some funding to protect programs that actually help district residents overall. And the 28% cut to a 50% cut to the agency is frankly unacceptable. We cannot have this. DC Council should fight to restore funding to programs that help low-income families transition away from harmful gas, reduce waste in DC, and have safe options other than driving. You champion transportation a lot, which we thank you for, and help clean up our waterways. I'm going to list some concerns that we at DC Jobs for Justice, as an organization that we advocate for working class people in the city, worry about for the cuts to this budget, especially specifically to the DOEE. The first is the lack of healthy homes funding. You've talked about it. Many advocates here in the room has talked about it, but the head scratcher of not funding a measure that would lower utility bills for more than 30,000 homes in the city. They would receive electrification. You talked about the resident in Ward 8, how impactful that was. And it's a head scratcher of why wouldn't we fund this? It would help the economy. It would help district residents. For the argument that, those who say that they want to grow the economy, I think that this is something that would help district residents a lot. Another one is utilities. PEPCO has been mentioned here, but also I want to reference Washington Gas, wants to charge DC residents billions of dollars just to maintain its current fossil fuel infrastructure. It's more expensive and it's harmful for the health for our residents. So it's economically bad, and health-wise is even more so bad for the district. Which again, I trying to scratch my head about the logic of all this in trying to understand the latest budget cuts in the proposals. DC water, I know that's sort of separate, but again, the lead pipes and the fact that we, as a city, are doing not a good job of removing those lead pipes fast enough so our district residents can have clean and drinking water. And I want to reference transportation. Not only is this an economic justice measure for working folks in the district to move around the city and go to their jobs, but also it helps the environment. The more folks use transportation, the less folks drive cars. And so this is, again, from a working people standpoint, it's frankly disappointing to see all these cuts. And again, the argument is we want to grow the economy. Well, this makes everything expensive for district residents. It's environmentally more bad for our city, and health-wise, it affects those most vulnerable in the city. I think many folks testified about Ivy City and Brentwood and how district residents have to deal with heat islands, for example. These are the many concerns that at Just with Justice we want to highlight in this testimony. I want to thank the members of the committee, yourself, Chairperson Allen, for the hearing today, and I'm happy to answer any questions and for a future panel and any considerations we have them. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And then last on this panel, we're going to turn to Trey Sherrard, who's joining us on Zoom. So Trey, let me turn to you now.
Good. It is still morning. Good morning, Councilmember and everyone else. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this. I feel like we were just here a year ago, and that's because we were here a couple times, not actually a year ago. The cuts to District Department of Energy and Environment are being phrased as, the agency needs to tighten its belt. The agency is sharing the pain, and that is not our understanding. So first and foremost, we understand that DOEE as an agency seems to be taking structural, massive cuts multiple years in a row that are not reflective of what other agencies are taking. Last year's budget, we saw a lot of agencies stay flat or close to flat, which in these kinds of inflation is taking a cut. But they didn't see the over third cut that DOEE saw. And that was not the first time, right? 2 years ago for this meeting, the energy parts of DOEE took enormous cuts. So when we talk about an agency-wide 35% cut last year, that was of an already smaller budget. And when we talk about 28% cut this year, that is of an already smaller budget. We're looking at a Department of Energy and Environment right now that is well under half of the budget it was just 3 years ago. A lot of that 28% cut for DOEE this year, just like last year, has focused on the Natural Resources Administration. And that means that they have focused on things that impact the Anacostia River. They impact the public's ability to be educated about the Anacostia River, and they impact people's enjoyment of that public resource. There have been attacks again this year, just like last year, on special purpose revenue funds. We applaud the work being done to protect, to be restored to non-lapsing. We also need to look at structural problems beyond these cuts. One of the biggest sources of funding for Natural Resources Administration is the stormwater fee. And that stormwater fee was not intended when it was implemented over a decade ago to be static. Given the way prices have changed, given the fact that people need to get paid more now, given the fact that it's been that long, that fee needs to come up. And we've seen it come up in neighboring jurisdictions. For the average home, we understand that fee to come out right now to about $32. We see that fee being massively more in Montgomery County and even significantly higher in Prince George's County for similar sized homes. We're also seeing another sweep this year of the Anacostia River Cleanup and Protection Fund, and it was buried this year. It was hard to find that. A lot of advocates worked together to find where those numbers were. $535,000 or $542,000, over $500,000 is being pulled from that fund At the same time as we're seeing these massive cuts, the cuts from last year have already done damage. So just as we raised in this room a little under a year ago, the district's ability to meet its municipal separate stormwater sewer project permit has been compromised. The district failed to meet some of those permit requirements last year. We understand a big one of those was outside of DOEE, but within DPW's street sweeping program. The District Department of Energy and Environment on this latest report about last year's MS4 progress was not able to certify that the district is financially and structurally able to guarantee that it will meet the permit next year. That's the first time they've had to say that in a very long time. And the district used to be the shining star. We need the district to take back its role as a leader on stormwater. That fund, the bag fee fund, also funds boat tours. We see once again, there is no funding for boat tours this year. Boat tours aren't just fun, right? Boat tours are education. Boat tours are a way to heal decades deep societal splits where we have prevented people from engaging with their Anacostia River. People were told not to go anywhere near that dirty, dangerous river. The boat tour program was a really forward-thinking, really effective way to introduce people back to their own asset, their own treasure in their own backyard with the Anacostia River, and to let that come back up from the bottom up through the populace of the public about the way that they want to protect that river and see it be improved. We are thankful to see restoration of the trash trap grant, although that's at 2 years ago dollars, despite inflation. We are grateful to see the restoration of some money for a Hickey Run cleanup. But there's a lot of other work that needs to be put back in, boat tours, water quality, especially after the spills that we've seen lately. Thank you for the time. We'll add the rest of our testimony and I'll be here for questions.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks everybody on this panel. I appreciate the testimony. We're all hitting the same theme. The cuts are unacceptable. It's a walk away. It's a choice. I think, Trey, you talked about this as being framed as belt tightening. I don't know who's even trying to say that it's belt tightening, because there's just no way that a 50%, nearly 50% reduction over 2 years is belt tightening. This is a intentional disassembling of an agency that does incredible work for our city. They are structural, massive cuts that are coming. I think you hit that. So I think that's really important. The hard part in this is, I think because we are all in agreement, asking you questions about certain, like, how bad is it going to be? Like, I think we all agree, like, it will be very bad if this budget is proposed as is. We talked about, Trey, you mentioned the bag bill funding, the Anacostia River Fund. It's $542,000. They tried it last year. They've tried it before. We have to keep trying to put it back together again. I think the bigger theme that our very first witness kind of kept highlighting was trying to hoodwink people. I mean, that's it. So let's think through, what is that Anacostia River Fund? Where does it come from? It comes from a 5-cent fee on bags. When that law was passed, it was very clearly communicated to the city, to businesses, to residents. We are trying to discourage single-use plastic bags, which it did very significantly. But for the bags that are used, this fee is going to get reinvested back into our river. And that was a deal we made. And this is a broken deal. People are being hoodwinked. We talked about the SETF. We said, all right, everybody's going to chip in. People, businesses, you're going to see this fee. We're going to reinvest it back into your city, reinvest it back into these programs. It's all being swept. You're being hoodwinked. I'll say it's not just this committee. If I look out at this proposed budget in other ways, for anybody who's familiar with the paid family leave program, businesses pay a small payroll tax to help cover that fund. This proposed budget cuts all your paid family leave benefits and reduces them significantly, doesn't change the tax rate. So for your businesses, you're paying the exact same tax rate, you've been hoodwinked. Just over and over and over again in this budget, It is hurting our businesses, it's hurting our residences, and then it is hurting the way that we invest back into the growth of our city, of taking care of our people, of our small businesses, of our river, all of it. So you're going to continue to hear a voice of frustration from me in terms of just the overall themes of this budget, but you'll also hear a commitment from me of working with you and working with others to try to figure out how do we help repair this. No one's going to pretend this is an easy budget. I hope nobody's going to pretend that. This is a challenging budget. What the Trump effect has had across the district and our region is devastating. We have tens of thousands of people who have lost their jobs. We have a massive impact. One of our witnesses earlier talked about what all has happened in terms of the ability to hurt our city. They've done it. So we should all be clear-eyed. We shouldn't pretend it's not a difficult budget. But back to the choices, we have choices to make. And the proposed budget makes choices that I don't support. And that is why we're here at the council, to try to think about what those choices are, and not just in the narrow context of, hey, can I go find some more money within this to figure it out? We're going to have to think about big choices in our city and what it is that we are going to look at to help repair some of this, not just for this year, but frankly, to set ourselves up for the next several years to come. So I don't have any specific questions because you all did so beautifully, help highlight what the problems are. You have my support of trying to fix what we're seeing in this budget. And, you know, I think Mr. Villalobos, you kind of said it like, we're here every year. Like we're having the same conversation roughly that we had last year, which was a version of the conversation we had the year before that, which was a version of the conversation we had a year before that. So we need a wholesale change of the approach to how we fund and sustain our Department of Energy and Environment and the work that we're trying to do with that. Because there's no version of this as belt tightening. It's a dismantling. So I appreciate all your testimony, and I look forward to working with you in the weeks ahead as we move towards what we can do in our committee markup and then to the full council when I know I will have more colleagues on board with that too. So thank you all very much. All right, for our next panel, if Javier is ready. Javier, would you like to take a seat right there on the corner? And then if your mom wants to join you, that's fine. Or if she just wants to stay right there, you're good to go. Let me see if MJ Gray, who's with Appleseed, is here. I thought I saw MJ here. All right, there we go. Andrew Schichtel with Casey Trees. I saw Andrew here. And Christopher Williams, President and CEO of the Anacostia Watershed Society. I saw Chris here. And then I believe we have Mateus Papastian online. So Mateus, you'll get a panel request, and if you can come on, and we'll have you virtually. And that's how we can hear you, and you're going to do great. Are you ready, Javier? Okay. It is all yours whenever you're ready.
Good morning. I am Javier R. I am almost 8 years old, and I go to school at Mundo Verde. I am in 2nd grade. I learned in school that humans can change the world and protect the environment. That is why I'm here to testify on the budget for the Department of Energy and Environment. This is important to me because when I hear about endangered animals, I want to help. I learned that DC has endangered animals that live here, like the spotted turtle and the red-headed woodpecker. The Department of Energy and Environment Natural Resources Administration protects and cleans up green spaces and waterways. When our environment is healthier, endangered animals have a better chance at repopulating. The Department of Energy and Environment doesn't have enough money in the mayor's budget. The department's budget has been cut by 28%. This will hurt the department's work and the environment. Adults need to protect the environment before it's too late. Pollution, climate change, and aging pipes are threatening our environment right now. It's not too late. You can help protect the environment. Please restore the budget of the Department of Energy and Environment, the Natural Resources Administration, and the Stormwater Fund. Kids are counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you, Javier. Great job. Javier, was that your first time testifying at the council? Yeah, you seem like a pro. All right, we did a great job. All right, I'm going to come back. If you're okay with it, stay there. We're going to let the other people do their testimony. Then I'm going to come back and ask some questions, and I have a question for you at that point, okay? All right. Okay. MJ Gray, let me turn to you.
Chairman Allen, thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the proposed fiscal year 2027 budget for the DC Department of Energy and Environment. My name is MJ Gray, and I'm a policy fellow at the DC Appleseed Center for Law and Justice. DC Appleseed has championed the restoration of the Anacostia River for over 20 years, during which time the district has made major advancements from trash traps to the plastic bag fee. But Mayor Bowser's proposed 2027 budget continues a concerning trend towards cutting critical environmental investments. Today, we ask this committee to reverse the proposed sweep of the Anacostia River Cleanup Fund and cuts to the Natural Resources Administration that will threaten progress on the Anacostia by reducing key staff and cutting watershed investments. The fiscal year 2026 revised Local Budget Emergency Act, which was just introduced on April 14th as part of the 2027 budget proposal, diverts more than $540,000 from the Anacostia River Cleanup Fund, or the BAG Fund, into the general fund. Last year, the mayor proposed converting the BAG fund into a lapsing fund that would automatically sweep its balance at the end of each fiscal year. We are immensely grateful for the council acting to preserve the fund as non-lapsing, but the current proposal effectively achieves the same outcome by sweeping funds on the back end, along with other critical funds like the stormwater fees and renewable energy development funds. District consumers pay the 5-cent bag fee with the understanding that it will support the Anacostia River. Diverting those funds undermines that commitment, erodes public trust, and weakens DC's leadership in environmental reinvestment. The district government should not rely on special purpose revenue funds to balance the budget, and we urge the council again to uphold its original commitment to the BAG fund. Next, I want to highlight 2 proposed cuts to DOEE's Natural Resources Administration. First, the mayor's proposed budget eliminates 24 full-time equivalent positions. These include roles in the water quality and watershed protection divisions, responsible for stormwater compliance, green infrastructure maintenance, and river smart programs. DOEE staff are among the district's most valuable assets in advancing environmental protection, climate resilience, and public health. This decision comes amid unprecedented federal staffing cuts at the EPA, which is down 24% in the last year. As federal capacity shrinks, DOEE must serve as the district's primary line of defense for our environment, and cuts at the local level only deepen the gap and leave our waterways more vulnerable. Second, the budget eliminates necessary funds for the Office of District Waterways Management. The DC Council created this office to plan, coordinate, and manage the use of district waterways, balancing diverse considerations from safety to economic development. Newly appointed members of the Waterways Advisory Commission stand ready to advise the Office of District Waterways, but the proposed budget eliminates key consultant support needed to gather stakeholder input, conduct technical analysis, and produce a comprehensive plan. Without this support, progress will likely slow and coordination will suffer. This comes at a critical moment. The district is preparing for major waterfront development along the Anacostia, including the RFK Stadium site and Poplar Point. These projects represent billions of dollars in investment, and waterways are central to their success. Cutting funds designated for careful planning is a false economy, and the district has only one chance at getting these major investments right. The Office of District Waterways Management furthers the work of the Anacostia Waterfront Initiative of 2003, which remains embedded in district law, and establishes a framework for development to balance economic growth, environmental restoration, and equitable access. The Office of District Waterways Management can continue the work of the AWI by convening agencies and stakeholders, producing detailed planning analysis, and ensuring that development decisions reflect the district's longstanding commitments. But it can do those things only if sufficiently resourced. Taken together with cuts throughout the Natural Resources Administration, these changes significantly weaken the district's overall approach to protecting its rivers and streams. We urge the council to consider the mayor's proposed cuts in the context of recent events, specifically the Potomac River Interceptor Leak, which has already triggered legal action by the U.S. Department of Justice against DC Water. This incident highlights the importance of strong water quality, oversight, and infrastructure management. Now is the time to strengthen investment, not reduce it. In closing, we urge the council to reverse the sweep of the BAG fund, staffing cuts within the watershed protection and water quality programs, and funding for the Office of District Waterways Management. Short-term savings achieved through these cuts will not offset the long-term costs of inadequate planning, environmental degradation, and missed opportunities for sustainable development. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gray. Next, let me turn to Andrew Schichtel.
Yeah, good afternoon, and thank you, Chairperson Allen, for your commitment to environmentalism in Washington, D.C. We appreciate your interest in our programs and their efficacy in the district. My name is Andrew Schichtel. I'm the Executive Director at Casey Trees and a resident of historic Anacostia in Ward 8. Washington, D.C. is known for its vibrant parks, lush green tree canopy, and commitment to sustainability, qualities that make our city healthy and resilient. This placement and position of our city as a green oasis happened because the district has been proactive and consistent with our investments and environmental priorities, assets that now make DC an exceptional place to live, do business, and visit. The proposed budget threatens to undermine decades of progress by making dramatic cuts to the very programs that protect our environment, support public health, ensure green jobs, and build climate resilience. The Department of Energy and the Environment is facing a 28% budget reduction, compounded by the fact that many federal funds will be left unspent because there are no local commitments of funds to match. This means many DOEE programs are said to be abandoned or severely underfunded. These programs are critical to our communities, particularly those disproportionately experiencing climate change impacts. Pulling back now and redirecting special purpose funds is going to make our city less sustainable, our most vulnerable residents less resilient, and our city's children less knowledgeable about their environment. While we want to see all DOE's funding restored, we are particularly concerned about the future of the following green investments. DOE is the only agency funding applied environmental education for our city's children. The Nature Near Schools grant helps 4th and 5th grade students get outside and learning about our environment. This programming takes place at Title I schools with the assistance of over 7 nonprofits, including Casey Trees. These funds are once again set to be slashed from a funding high 2 years ago, reducing the number of children served. We ask the council to support our most vulnerable kids and fully restore these funds in 2027. DOEE is also the primary agency tasked with managing the city's natural spaces. This includes the remaining woodlands, wetlands, and meadows that function as urban sanctuaries for biodiversity and connecting our residents to nearby nature. They manage invasive species and train partners in this work, building green jobs and funding them through park maintenance grants. This year, park maintenance grants are set to be eliminated and invasive plant management funds cut in half. In addition, DOE's green infrastructure maintenance program is also zeroed out for a second year in a row, effectively undermining the investments the district has already made in stormwater management by reducing our capacity to meet MS4 permit requirements, putting into jeopardy federal funding that requires local match, and reducing green jobs and training of our residents most in need. The district has dedicated years of work and investment in the green fabric of our city. Our green infrastructure requires ongoing care and maintenance, just like our gray infrastructure. Collectively, these cuts send the message we are abandoning that work. Historically, DOED's budget has largely been funded by fees accrued in special purpose revenue funds, as well as federal funds. Unlike many agencies, DOE programs are largely self-funding. Many of these SPRs, such as the stormwater fee, are meant to fund mitigation activities to offset environmental impacts. However, as with the cost of living, these mitigation activities have faced increased costs, and the fee should be updated to reflect those rising costs. Otherwise, we are shortchanging our environmental mitigation programs incrementally until they are rendered ineffective. Protecting our environment, clean air, and clean water is paramount. The investments we make today will pay dividends in public health, community, and climate resilience for generations to come. Without acting now, we risk losing the progress we've made and leaving future generations with a less healthy, less resilient city. Let's not leave our city's future behind. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this opportunity, Chairman and members of the committee. Connor, hello. Yeah, it's good to see you all here this morning. I'm Chris Williams. I'm the president and CEO of the Anacostia Watershed Society, an organization that's dedicated to the protection and restoration of the Anacostia watershed for all who live here and for future generations. It's a well-known saying amongst performers that you never want to follow kids or animals. And today I've followed a lot of cute wildlife in the wake of the arguments about city wildlife. And of course, we've all been put to shame by Javier's talent as a witness. So I'll do my best. I also don't want to repeat a bunch of things that have already been said. I join the remarks of DC Appleseed and Casey Tree, excuse me, not Casey Trees. Yes, Casey Trees. And the Anacostia Riverkeeper about the bag law fees. And so I just want to make several quick points because we've sort of gotten to we've heard a lot of this already portion of the hearing. I just want to make one additional point about the special purpose funds, particularly those that are generated by the bag law. As has been pointed out, the bag law was in part a promise to district residents that they give a nickel for a bag and that nickel goes to fund these really important programs. There are almost yearly attempts to sweep these funds, which last year, for example, the attempt was basically to sweep the entire fund. And thanks to the efforts of you, Chair Allen, and this committee and the council, that effort was turned back. However, then those funds were taken in by DOEE and just used to pay for regular operating expenses because DOE's budget had been so dramatically cut. So in effect, many of those bag law programs weren't funded anyway, despite the fact that the bag law fees were sent to DOEE. This year, we're seeing a sweep of about $540,000, $540,000 or so. That sweep should be turned back, but in addition, there should also be language in the budget directing DOEE to spend these bag law funds on the programs they were intended to be spent upon, which are all clearly laid out in the 2009 bag law. So it's sort of a two-step process. One, prevent the sweep. Two, make sure the money goes where it was intended to go by the 2009 law. So I would urge this committee and the council to take that issue up as well. Second point I'd like to make, it's really imperative that DOE be adequately funded to fund its MS4 programs. Not only are these programs incredibly important for water quality and for the health of the rivers and streams of the district, the green infrastructure programs, community stormwater solutions, both of which have been completely cut out of this budget. River Smart programs, which have not been completely cut, but they've been reduced. Environmental education's program, as was mentioned before, that have been significantly reduced. All these need to be fully funded from their various funding sources in order to support MS4 compliance. Lack of MS4 compliance could put the district in significant legal and financial jeopardy going forward. I warned about this in my testimony last year in another one of our Groundhog's Day moments. Since then, there was a report at the end of 2005 which confirmed that DOEE is not bringing in enough funding through its various funding sources to maintain compliance on the MS4 permit. And here in 2026, there won't be a final report, of course, until the end of 2026. But we're already seeing some pretty clear indications that the district is not meeting its requirements under the MS4 permit this year. Again, so that legal and financial jeopardy that I warned about last year is becoming more and more real. And when I say legal jeopardy, I mean subject to legal action. When I say financial jeopardy, I mean if that legal action is successful, it could cost the district tens of thousands of dollars every day for every infraction of the MS4 permit. So this is a really important issue that I think this committee and the council really needs to look to as it looks to the future of these conservation programs. The last thing I want to mention is we've talked a lot about restoring funding. We need to start talking a little bit about maybe finding some additional funding because we all know what a difficult budget time the district is in right now due to a lot of factors, some of which are beyond the district's control. One of them has already been mentioned earlier today, the stormwater fee. Our stormwater fee here in DC is very much outdated. It hasn't been changed in a decade. It has fallen significantly behind stormwater fees in jurisdictions like Baltimore and Arlington. I'm not suggesting that we adopt their fee structure, but there's clearly a lot of room for a new fee structure in DC that is more compatible with what others around the country are doing and can raise the necessary funds to continue these programs and keep us in compliance with our MS4 permit. My testimony goes into many of these issues in a lot more detail, my written testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Mateus Palcian, who is online and joining us virtually.
Good morning. Chair Allen, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Great, wonderful. So good morning, or good afternoon. My name is Matthias Bastian. I live in Ward 4. I'll be commenting today on the district's implementation of the federal IRA grant programs for home energy efficiency and home electrification measures. So that program isn't working, and it's not working for two reasons. First, as you know, the executive in this budget is once again defunding the local matching dollars that we need to make services under this program available at no cost to low-income residents. And second, and perhaps is less well known, the way DOE currently implements the grant program is it's currently excluding middle-income households from access to those IRA rebates for which they are in principle eligible. So let me expand on the second point. Under the federal IRA grant guidelines, a moderate income household can receive up to 50% of project costs for things like installations of a heat pump, up to a maximum of $8,000. That means a homeowner installing a heat pump for, say, 16 grand could receive $8,000 from federal IRA money and could pay another $8,000 out of pockets. Obviously, low-income residents can't do that. That's why we try to come up with local money, but moderate income people can. And to the best of my knowledge, currently there is no way that a moderate income household can access this IRA benefit because DOE has not set up the IRA home electrification program to serve moderate income residents at all. So they're effectively locked out. So you put these two things together and we're in a shocking situation. On paper, we have $58 million available to spend, but we're not providing local matching dollars so that low-income folks can actually use that. And we're not allowing moderate income homeowners to come up with their own copayment and get the 50% benefit. So effectively, we're currently not being able to spend the money properly. We've only spent, as best as I can tell, around $3 million out of a total of $58 million. So my concern is that we're going to run through the eligibility period of this grant money and not being able to spend all of it. In fact, we may not even spend a majority of it. So to conclude, I urge this committee to restore money to the SETF so that we have local matching funds to allow low-income residents to get 100% paid for services. And I urge DOE to immediately make these funds, at least part of them, available to moderate income homeowners as the IRA program intended. And I appreciate all the work that your committee and everybody at DOE is doing. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bastian. All right, thank you everybody for your testimony. Javier, I'm going to start with you, if you're okay with that. So if you push the buttons, the red light comes on. That way we can hear your answer. First off, you did a phenomenal job at testifying, so thank you very much. It's important that, not everybody can come down and testify in the middle of the day at the Wilson Building, especially our younger voices. So thank you very much for taking the time to do that. You mentioned a couple of animals specifically, actually. Have you seen a red-headed woodpecker?
No.
Have you heard? Can
Yeah,
you hear them sometimes?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've heard.
Yeah. There's one that lives around my house too. And so we can hear it for sure. And then my kids like to go out and we try to see if we can find it. And they're a little elusive, but they're good. Excellent. So I appreciate your testimony. And as you probably have heard a little bit of some of the other folks throughout the day, they kind of share a lot of the same concerns you have, that when this much money is being taken away from an agency, they have a harder time being able to protect that red-headed woodpecker or create an opportunity for your school to go out on the river. You heard Trey talk earlier about some of the trips that they take. So all those educational opportunities that really support our students also get impacted. So I really appreciate your testimony because I think it helps us and reminds us a real impact. Because if this budget passes as is, you and your friends won't be able to go out on the river as much. If this passes, we don't have the protections for that woodpecker you might hear in the neighborhood. That's why we're trying to fix this. And so I really appreciate you taking the time to come out and testify. So thank you very much, Javier. To our other panelists, you also did well, but I mean, you had a tough act to follow. One of the things that I was listening, Mr. Williams, as you were talking about special purpose revenue. One of the reasons why DOEE has so much what we call special purpose revenue, meaning that we have certain types of ways in which revenue gets generated and then it comes back into the agency, frankly, is because we did not see this administration funding the agency just out of general revenue. And so when we said, all right, you're not going to make it a priority for your general revenue like you would other agencies, then let's figure out different ways so that an agency can do what it needs to do. So great example is the bag bill. Trying to think through how could this be used in a way to make sure that resources came back in, and we had to protect that. SCTF is another example. What are other ways that we try to raise revenue to then be able to do the things we want to do? It is frustrating that even with that effort, we see those things just get eliminated and get swept, and it's year after year. The challenge you kind of talked about, what can we do in the budget process, not just to restore the funding, but help prevent it from happening? That's going to be a challenge because the mayor, any mayor, is when they submit their budget, is able to also put in what we call Budget Support Act language, which basically they can change the law in a proposal and they build the budget around that. And it's a two-step that we have to do to repair. I will look for everything we can do to prevent that from happening, whatever guardrails we can do, but I just wanted to highlight that's part of the challenge that we see. I don't know if you want to respond or add anything to that, but I just want to kind of share the context of the challenge that we have of kind of a two-step reversal.
Yeah, I appreciate that that point, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for sharing that with us. I think that point's embedded in a point you made earlier, which is that we're not seeing belt tightening around this agency. What we're seeing is the dismantling of this agency, and this 50% cumulative cut over the last couple of years is the example of that. And it is illustrative of the fact that there's kind of a debate going on between the past and the future, between, are we going to go back to the dirty Anacostia River and the polluted DC air, or are we going to keep moving forward in the way that DOEE has led us to do so in the last few years? You also shared a story about seeing eagles and osprey on the ball field near Anacostia River. And I can't remember the context in which you said that, but as you said that, I was thinking about, well, the reason that we're seeing more eagles and we're seeing more ospreys and we're seeing more beavers and we're seeing more otters in the Anacostia River is because of these very programs we're talking about today. And they are having an impact. That's just one example of the impact that these programs are having on the environment in DC. So again, this is a larger conversation about, do we want to turn back from all that progress or do we want to keep moving forward? And so it's a larger conversation than the bag law fund. So while I see your point, we need to keep pushing this issue at all scales, whether it's the bag law or whether it's environmental protection in general in the district.
Right, and I'll go one further as well, as when we think about our MS4 requirements, not just goals or aspirations, but legal requirements. We heard last year in the budget that the budget last year meant that when I asked the question of the director, will we be able to meet our side of the MS4 requirements? No. So how a budget that cuts another 25 to 30% is going to, somehow we're going to be able to. We are exposing ourselves. We are choosing to expose ourselves to a massive legal liability. You may not think that this federal EPA cares all that much about these issues, but they have demonstrated that they care about the district, and I wouldn't put it past them to say, I got a chance to kind of put my finger in the eye of DC. It may not really be because of environmental protection, but they see an opportunity to come in and mess with DC. So we're opening the door for that, which makes no sense strategically with a federal administration, but it's also the wrong thing to do for our river and for our environment and for the communities around it. So I appreciate you mentioned that. I know the MS4 can get a little wonky for some folks, but it is a legal requirement, and we're not upholding our end of the bargain. Well, I want to thank everybody for your testimony today. I really appreciate it. And again, we're going to continue to count on you in the weeks to come to continue the advocacy and the work that we have. So thank you all very much. I'm going to turn to our next panel. I'll just going to do as a reminder, because I noticed some people have kind of come in and out along the way. We had some people who'd signed up virtual that actually showed up in person, which is great. But we've shuffled around the panels a little bit and the best we can. So if you feel like you're unclear about where we are exactly in the panel, just check in with my team over here to my left. If you had signed up to be joining us virtually and you're actually here in person, that's lovely. Just let us know. So we'll try to make sure we get the panels set up since I only have 4 chairs at a time. And we'll work our way through this. All right, our next panel, I'm going to turn to, I have Amanda Obesneko, Stormwater Program Manager with the Nature Conservancy. Alana Mintz, Founder and Executive Director of Urban Adventure Squad. Anne DuBois, Public Witness. I think Anne is joining us online. So Anne, look out for a panel promotion. We're going to move you over right now. Stephanie Miller, Public Witness. Evan Raskin, National Campaign Manager with the Earth Day Network. All right, Evan's joining us virtually, so we've got you. All right, do we have Teresa Martin here? Yep. With Living Classrooms, National Capital Region. All right, excellent. Amanda, we'll start with you. Good afternoon.
Hello. I'm Amanda Obasenko. I'm here on behalf of the Nature Conservancy. I feel like I have big shoes to fill sitting in this seat, but it is also my first time testifying, even though I may be a little bit older. Javier gave me the bravery.
We don't
I'll
have
check
like
his full of shoes.
we don't have any certificates or anything for your first time, but
Man.
you're gonna do great.
Well, I just want to start by saying, first and foremost, I am a scientist at heart. I am here on behalf of the Nature Conservancy, and we have much more qualified policy people who know all the ins and outs that have helped me build this testimony. But from my personal experience, I have worked in water quality in places all over the world that they don't have the privilege of taking advantage of their water resources the way that we do. And so that is why I've dedicated my life to protecting water quality and am now here in the district. With the Nature Conservancy, we are a global organization working in DC to advance cost-effective solutions that improve water quality, reduce flooding, and build a more resilient city. We have worked closely with DOEE for many years to do just that, and we're involved in the beginning of the District Stormwater Retention Credit Program, or SRC for short. I know we have a lot of jargon, so that's what SRC means, which started back in 2013. The SRC program is a national model that turns stormwater compliance into a market, leveraging millions in private investment to build green infrastructure that reduces flooding, cleans our rivers, and creates local jobs. This is important because stormwater runoff is the largest source of pollution in the Anacostia and the Potomac, and DC is required, as we've mentioned a couple times now, through the MS4 permit to capture millions of gallons annually. SRC projects help do just that faster and at a lower cost to the city. And right now, with all these budget issues, we need it more now than ever. DOE's budget has been cut 43% since FY25, with about $137 million reduction. Even without federal impacts, it's still down 12%, and every year more gets taken. Stormwater funding was significantly reduced last year, leaving the Stormwater Enterprise Fund well below what's needed. The once $24 million fund is now down to 13, with 4.5 of it being diverted to the DPW for street sweeping, which we have also covered at length today. As a result, DOEE is about 70% below the funding needed to meet MS4 requirements, and they had to report to the EPA, as Trey and Chris have mentioned as well, that we are not able to meet those regulations, putting DC at risk of enforcement and higher costs, which you also said. This is why the SRC program is so critical. It lowers long-term infrastructure costs, accelerates compliance, and delivers real results. And despite these constraints, this program is growing. Just this October, a ruling was passed that prioritizes high-impact projects, driving more efficient projects that deliver greater stormwater benefits per dollar invested. And the Pathways Mentorship Grant Program kicked off at the beginning of this year, which is actively building a pipeline of local developers, contractors, and small businesses who will be trained and benefit from this work. DC has built a model other cities are trying to replicate, and it's working. With heavier rainfall and increased flooding risks, this is the moment to lead, not to step back. Pulling back now doesn't save money. It makes compliance more expensive, increases flood risk, and stalls a growing local industry. If we are serious about a greener, more resilient, and economically strong DC, we should be doubling down on programs like SRC, not undercutting them. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. All right, next let me turn to Ms. Mintz.
My name is Ilana Mintz, and I'm the founder and executive director of Urban Adventure Squad, a nonprofit education organization that partners with DC schools and communities to provide equitable, curriculum-aligned outdoor learning programs during and outside the school day, particularly in underserved neighborhoods. A few years ago, I was in a meeting for grantees of the Department of Energy and Environment. One of the topics was the difficulty in recruiting homeowners for free upgrades to their property that would help reduce the effects of stormwater, which causes flooding and carries trash and debris into sewers and local waterways. I didn't learn about the effects of stormwater on pollution and floods as a child. But thanks to DOE grants, children in DC elementary and middle schools are. This work brings them outside where they can move their bodies, take deep breaths, and reap the many well-documented benefits of learning outside, including higher levels of engagement, attention, and retention, and reduced levels of stress. As environmental education is integrated into the DCPS curriculum in ways that give students hands-on, neighborhood-connected outdoor learning experiences, children are more likely to become adults who are part of the solution through policy, engineering, construction, and advocacy that protect DC from the harmful effects of pollution and flooding. Today, Urban Adventure Squad, in partnership with 4 other local nonprofits, Casey Trees, Living Classrooms, Nature Forward, and the Anacostia Watershed Society, brings our Nature Near Schools environmental literacy program to 1,200 fourth graders and 28 Title I DC public schools. An additional 700 fifth graders in 27 Title I DC schools experience overnight programming with Nature Bridge and the Alice Ferguson Foundation. Many people passing through this room today spend their time ensuring that the various parts of our ecosystem, water, wildlife, green space, help keep DC residents and visitors safe and healthy. They monitor water quality, clean up trash, build infrastructure that reduces the flow of stormwater, plant trees, and rehabilitate wildlife. Can we do without them? Like any ecosystem struggling to remain in balance, removing one species can have significant damaging effects. For example, DC, like most cities, has a rat problem. Do you know who's part of the pest control squad? Hawks, eagles, owls. But when these raptors eat a rat that's eaten rat poison, they can die. If they're lucky, the people at City Wildlife will save them, along with hundreds of birds, squirrels, turtles, and other wild species we identify with students on our urban adventures on and near school grounds. If you want to see high levels of engagement among middle schoolers, ask them to think through the issue of how to control the rat population without using rat poison so that we can support wildlife and also manage our rat problem. But the hits keep coming for our delicate ecosystem, despite the successes of low-budget, high-impact programs. In this budget, City Wildlife's funding of about $200,000 has been completely wiped out, as has funding for the Volunteer Water Quality Monitoring Program and free boat rides on the Anacostia River, which provide life-changing opportunities for thousands of students to experience their local majestic waterway. DOE has had to absorb the largest cuts to any city agency, and these cuts include, unbelievably, the only source of money for sustained environmental education, including Nature Near Schools and the overnights, which actually support the district's own environmental literacy plan, issued every 3 years by the Office of the State Superintendent for Education, or OSSE. Why these draconian cuts to so many services that affect the education of children in Title I public schools and health and safety of DC residents? There are many possibilities, but the one I keep coming back to is the fact that environmental initiatives like equitable outdoor learning initiatives are viewed as budget expendable. They're nice to have, but they're not urgent. So let's take environmental education because that's what we bring to this vulnerable ecosystem. Without the modest funding that we and our partners need to safely and sustainably support equitable outdoor learning, those programs are disappearing. Wealthier schools continue to provide opportunities with money raised through PTAs or other volunteer efforts, while poorer schools remain inside and teachers invent new ways to address shrinking attention spans and the detriments of excessive screen time. The current budget suggests that our basic needs as a functioning capital city will somehow be met without supporting the people and organizations who do that work, while at the same time somehow finding over $1 billion in taxpayer funds to support a football stadium. The money exists. The question is, where will the money go and who will it benefit? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I think we're going to turn online. I think, Ann, you're there.
I am.
Yes, there you go. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Allen and council staff. My name is Ann DeBuise, and I'm a resident of Ward 3. I'm here to advocate strongly for funding the critical expertise and vital efforts of the Department of Energy and Environment in supporting clean, renewable energy in the district. If someone my age can be called a poster child for all electric buildings, that would be me. We had a serious natural gas leak in my multifamily building 51 days ago. A team of plumbers continues working to fully restore gas service, and we think this effort has about another 2 weeks to go, followed by more weeks of other associated repairs. The lead plumber showed me where a large leak has been sending gas into a confined space above ceiling panels for who knows how long. This is an experienced plumber, and he was alarmed. And that wasn't the leak that caused Washington Gas to shut us down on March 12th. That same day, a building in Woodley Park had to be fully evacuated for a potentially explosive gas leak. Before this experience, I was passionate. Now I am vehement. I assert that it is high time to stop using this dangerous fuel for building heat and hot water and to accelerate the district's transition to clean and renewable energy. I commend the DOEE's Energy Department in promoting electrification at neighborhood scale. The recently announced Efficient, Affordable, Resilient Neighborhoods Planning Grant is intended to launch just the kind of program the district needs. We cannot afford to treat solar and other distributed energy resources as aspirational. The DOEE needs funding in order to hire external experts. The hours required for participation by DOEE's excellent staff with the DC Public Service Commission to inform clean energy planning and regulation are essential, not optional. We cannot allow the depletion of the Renewable Energy Development Fund. The allocation for the DCSEU's base contract will be slashed in half by the constraints on the SETF. The mayor does not like DOEE getting in the way of her development targets, and her hostility toward the agency shows up clearly at budget time. DOEE faces another severe cut, over 28%. This was already discussed in the last panel. The DOE needs and deserves ample resources, not leftovers, and needs the support of council legislation to implement the development of third-party distributed energy resources that can power the district's residents, homes, and businesses equitably and affordably into the future. I salute you, Chair Allen, for being a clean, renewable energy champion on the council, and I know you will not stop. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Stephanie Miller.
Councilmember Allen and staff, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Stephanie Miller. I'm a longtime Ward 4 resident, before that Ward 6 resident, a volunteer with the Sierra Club DC chapter, and a small business owner focused on sustainable living. I want to give my personal perspective and then be a little additive to the Sierra Club testimony. I love DC, but I hate the pollution I see all around this beautiful city. I notice it when I take walks and bike rides in nearby Rock Creek Park, when I drive along the streets, And of course, when I do river and park cleanups, such as the one I participated in a couple of weeks ago, where a group of us picked up over 200 bottles and cans in one tiny part of the Anacostia River tributary over the space of about an hour. 200. Besides the visual pollution and harm to wildlife, I'm increasingly concerned about the health impacts of microplastics in our waterways, in the air we breathe, and in the food and beverages we ingest. It is alarming to learn from recent medical studies that microplastics and the harmful chemicals used in plastic production are having a harmful effect on human health. For this reason, I am proud of the work Sierra Club has done to advocate for a bottle deposit bill in DC. Thank you, Councilmember Allen and other committee members for your leadership in co-introducing the bottle bill, and I eagerly await its passage this year. In addition, I'm heartened by the fact that DC has passed important laws aimed at addressing our plastic pollution problem. However, without education, outreach, and compliance, the goals these laws seek to advance risk becoming aspirational. I urge the DC Council to require DOEE to fund annual outreach to all restaurants and food service entities to educate them about the district's existing laws. This includes district bans on expanded polystyrene, plastic straws and stirrers, and the requirement to only provide single-use utensils, condiment packets, and other food service accessories if a customer requests them. This outreach is critical due to high staff turnover in restaurants and food service entities. I understand that at DOEE's recent budget briefing, the agency indicated it is exploring outreach mechanisms that could be effective, including social media and business improvement, district bid, information sharing. This kind of education and outreach should not require a large budget allocation. I urge this committee to hold DOEE accountable for conducting annual outreach to all restaurant and food service entities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we're going to turn to Evan Raskin, who I think is joining us online. So Evan, when you're ready.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, my name is Evan Raskin. I am a Ward 2 resident here in DC and the National Campaign Manager for EarthDay.org, which is also headquartered here in Washington, DC. This is not a routine budget year. The district faces real trade-offs. And the question really is whether cuts to environmental programs reduce costs or simply create larger costs later through public health burdens, legal exposure, and deferred infrastructure needs. We think the answer is that latter. Healthy homes, for instance, should be funded through the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund as a cost-saving measure. Electrification retrofits reduce indoor air pollution linked to asthma and respiratory illness, lowering health costs while also helping vulnerable residents manage utility bills, which is something of heightened importance with DC's near-term economic outlook. Protecting these funds reduces downstream fiscal pressure. We must also continue implementing the Building Energy Performance Standards and the Net Zero Building Code. Energy efficiency lowers bills. Pausing these policies would lock new buildings into fossil fuels, more pollution, and higher long-term costs for residents and building operators alike. Lead service line remediation is a direct public health necessity as well. The district has already seen the consequences of delay during the 2001 lead crisis, which exposed residents to lead levels 83 times higher than accepted safety limits and left thousands of children with lifelong health risks. The long-term costs associated with reduced educational attainment, increased healthcare utilization, and workforce impacts substantially exceed the upfront cost of pipe replacement. We cannot let this happen again. The long-term costs of inaction exceed the upfront costs of replacement. Maintaining the lead poisoning prevention fund is both prudent and necessary. Stormwater management is also a compliance obligation. Moving $4 million from a federally mandated stormwater fund to street sweeping risks fines and costly enforcement actions. And in a year when the Potomac River has been named the #1 most endangered river in America, preserving these funds is more important than ever. And as we've heard from other people testifying today, there are also options to be able to use stormwater management fund towards street sweeping in a way that is responsible and additive towards the goals of those funds, rather than diverting them away from their cause. This budget would also eliminate the district's $200,000 support for city wildlife. This modest investment supports wildlife rescue, rehabilitation, and responsible responses to human-wildlife conflicts. Removing it weakens an important part of the city's environmental stewardship and brings us further away from the values that we have as a community. Zero waste enforcement and composting are similarly practical investments. Better enforcement reduces cleanup costs, and composting lowers landfill fees and methane emissions. There are many ways in which we are taking great actions towards zero waste DC, such as the bottle bill, which all of us are so excited about. But there are many existing plastics and zero waste regulations that are currently in place that are underutilized and underenforced. There are so many ways in which we could be achieving the goals that these policies set out to attain. And it's really up to us to be able to create the funding mechanisms and the staffing required in order to carry out these programs effectively. Cuts to core environmental functions do not eliminate these obligations. They defer them, compound them, and make them more expensive. The council should also restore funding, of course, to the Food Policy Council as well, which has promoted food access and sustainability in the district for the last 10 years. With affordability pressures growing for DC residents, this capacity is becoming more important, not less. Overall, dedicated special purpose funds should not be swept in ways that create legal, programmatic, or financial instability. Programs that reduce long-term liability, protect public health, and preserve federal compliance should be sustained, because cuts would shift costs into more expensive systems. Reductions in core environmental functions, again, do not eliminate these obligations. They defer them, they compound them, and they make them more expensive. We must preserve these programs that keep the city healthy and fiscally responsible. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raskin. And then let me turn to Teresa Martin.
Good afternoon. My name is Teresa Martin. I'm the Managing Director of Living Classrooms National Capital Region. Councilmember Allen, Mr. Fagan, I want to start my testimony with gratitude for the leadership of this committee and the incredible staff at DOEE. We know that the last 2 years have been full of hard choices for everyone. And when we start looking at dollars and policies in the budget process, it can be easy to lose sight of the real humans who are doing the good work under ever more challenging circumstances. Thank you. When we sat before you last year, many of our organizations warned of potentially dire consequences in defunding long-standing programs that restored and had maintained the Anacostia River. We argued that the budget would take revenue from the Anacostia Cleanup and Protection Funds, revenue that continues to be generated through district bag fees, and moves it into the general fund instead of rendering the intended services through grants that serve the river and the community. With the council's technical restoration of those bag fee funds to the 26 budget, some things did stay the same for us and the community since then. The Kingman Rangers program supports the valuable work of conservation, education, and community recreation on Kingman and Heritage Islands and on the river. We are grateful that DOEE and the council value this public green space maintenance and workforce development program as much as we do, as it continues to support residents in job growth, community access to the river, hands-on education for thousands of students, and protection of natural resources. Some of our programs, though, were taken or reduced and later returned. Nature Near Schools program funding was decreased this year, and I am profoundly grateful to be part of a coalition of educators who know the power of hands-on, outdoor, place-based, project-based learning to activate a generation of young environmentalists. Our fearless leaders at Casey Trees took on the challenge of filling some of the gap that the district left for us this year, and the team got creative in changing systems to maximize impact. We are grateful to see that in the 27 budget, the district is planning to restore some, though not all, of the support that allows us to reach nearly 2,000 students this year with the message that they can impact their watershed positively. We all need that message. Similarly, the Green Zone Environmental Program, a summer youth employment program, was slated by this year's budget to be shuttered in 26, but we received notification very recently that this program providing direction, inspiration, and wages to hundreds of district youth in the critical, vulnerable summer months will be funded this summer. We are grateful and confused, especially since this program already appears to be off the budget table again for 27. When already awarded funds are terminated, we are, of course, happy when they are restored, but the whiplash leaves a lasting impact as we pick back up neglected work and scramble to effectively plan budgets, staffing, and programming. We are also grateful and whiplashed about the proposed restoration of the trash trap funding. We hope to return to supporting this critical piece of watershed infrastructure, and we're still baffled that it could have ever been taken out of the budget to begin with. Our organizations will go on or not, but the thing that kept me up at night was that this critical work of caring for our river is just not happening, destroying the work that many of us have devoted our lives to. We have to stop meeting like this. Each year, we take time from the real work to come back to the council to fight to maintain our progress, and every year it gets harder to believe that we'll ever reverse these cuts. If we didn't have to be here, I might have asked you to come to meet us at Kingman Island to go paddling with students and community members like we would have in olden times, but that program is defunded too. Green boats like the Anacostia Boat Tours, the Community Stormwater Solutions programs have not been funded for FY26, and it's not in the FY27 budget. Since the 26 boating season is just beginning, we haven't even felt the consequences of this year's budget limiting boating access to community and community programs to only the people who can pay for it, and putting this responsibility of creating river stewards back on the nonprofits. We'll do it, we always have, but fundraising these resources when we know the Anacostia Cleanup and Protection Fund still exists, that is still gathering funds through bag fees and enforcement, but is not being used for its intended purpose, depletes our time, effectiveness, and resolve. It's demoralizing, but we persist. Last year, many of us showed up to advocate for those Anacostia cleanup funds to be returned to the budget. The funds were later returned, but the programs were not restored because the city had so dramatically slashed DOE's overall budget. Again, DOE's overall budget is decreased more than almost any other agency, and some of the bag fees are going to unknown parts of the district budget. When a colleague asked a DOE forum recently where the rest of those bag fee funds go, the answer was simply, I don't know. If we think of budgets as moral documents and we don't know where the money is going, the city's lack of values on sustainability and the environment become very clear. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks to everybody on this panel for your testimony. Ms. Obas-Ninko, you did a great job in Javier's place, so congrats. All right, one of the questions, so last year, when they moved a bunch of funds over to street sweeping and then tried to say, that's all part of our grand MS4 compliance. Technically, street sweeping can impact stormwater a bit. I don't think it's what most of us would say that's going to be the biggest impact. If we are in a constrained budget environment and we're having to prioritize, so I'm kind of asking your science hat on here, if we're prioritizing what has the biggest bang for the buck, what can have the most impact, do you have recommendations for us to think about? If I'm I can't do everything, but I'm constrained, what would you recommend are some of the most impactful ways that we can meet our MS4 requirements and have an impact on the stormwater management?
That's a great question. So yeah, I mean, that's a tall order to pick and choose. I know that's what you guys have to deal with. So I have a special place in my heart for green infrastructure. I think in our city, especially with the mayor pushing for more development in the city constantly, and just the world as a general, doing more development, green infrastructure is our best bet for where money should go stormwater wise, because it offsets and balances that kind of push that we're experiencing in the city. Otherwise, where's the water going to go? I've worked in other countries where they haven't prioritized protecting green space at all, and they find themselves in these gray islands and their water just becomes completely unusable. Cape Town being one of those areas, in South Africa, they really struggled with that. So to answer your question, I would say green infrastructure is the most important. And however you guys are able to find a way to do that, if it's through the Stormwater Enterprise Fund or another avenue, that's what I would say.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Ms. Mintz, I love your expansive definition of a rat control squad. Agree 100%.
Just like that I got squad in there.
Yeah, I like that too. But no, I like that a lot. My alley has a handful of rats, just like a lot of DC. And we've noticed a hawk not too long ago. And we're like,
Yes.
all right, get to work. We like it. But we also want that hawk to survive and be there for us. I had a constituent in a different part of Ward 6 not too long ago who found, unfortunately, a dead hawk in their backyard. And they were fairly certain it was the poison from the rat that then we lost our bird. So it absolutely has an impact, and this can be part of the strategy. So thank you. On the budget, I remember, I know you were here at our hearing last year, and we were talking about many of the same things. Did you end up having, talk about what the cut was to you last year, and then a little bit more about the impact? You kind of heard me asking that to Mr. Harrington and others. Is it a reduction in staffing, reduction in programs? I mean, obviously we had Javier here. I want him and his friends to be able to go out and, enjoy what you provide. Like, what are some of the things that were reduced or unpredictable?
So looking at just the large line item that includes nature near schools, 4th grade environmental literacy on and near school grounds, and the overnights. The line item from a couple of years ago that was covering all those numbers was $700,000. And it's a big bucket. And we all come together and figure all that out about how it's divided among the programs. Then it was cut down to $245,000. I think that the motivation was that DOE had to legally serve 450 students. That was the minimum under the Chesapeake Bay Agreement. I hope that's correct, the way I'm saying it. So now it's going up a little bit to 490. The great thing about having a grant coalition that includes the Nature Near Schools and Nature Bridge and Alice Ferguson is we try as hard as possible to come together and figure out what is under our control in terms of figuring out how the budget goes. And then KC Trees had really stepped up so that we did not have to back out of schools last year, which we would have had to. So we have to talk through all of that. Are we going to reduce the number of classes per school? Are we going to back out of a particular school? I only just heard this week that some of this money was going to be restored, but we don't yet know how it's going to be divided among us. But we are, just like Teresa expressed a lot of gratitude, we're extremely grateful for our partnerships because we have to have honest, sometimes hard conversations, but the aim is always how can we serve, first of all, the same number of students, and how can we scale up? Scaling up is like impossible now. We're just really trying not to cut and back out of schools. For Urban Adventure Squad, we're small enough that we don't anticipate any immediate layoffs. But it's like Teresa said, it's whiplash because we were thinking of this as in a very different way. Some money is restored. So how is that going to affect our 26 to 27 school year partnerships? And so, I guess a long way of saying it's all part of a larger conversation because it is a bucket of money, and that bucket of money was almost empty, and it's a little bit more, but we're nowhere near where we are to actually fund serving those numbers of students. Each of our nonprofits are scrambling to figure out what other money can we plug in to make up for this giant hole.
Well, thank you, because you kind of answered what I was going to ask Ms. Martin, and I'll give you a chance to talk about this as well. Because part of the frustration, I think, for a lot of our providers and relationships is that whiplash, is that you're funded. No, you're not funded. Might get some of it back, not sure. Oh, wait, we restored it. It's not just a transaction. You have to hire staff, you have to have the relationships, you have to prove to those partners that you're working with, be it a school, that you can deliver. Otherwise, you're an unreliable partner and they're not going to partner with you. Ms. Martin, if you want to talk, you kind of hinted at that, and I think Ms. Mintz kind of outlined what sounds like what I thought would happen. But is that what you're experiencing as well? How do you manage staff expectations, or even if you can hire somebody?
Right. I mean, a few years ago, we had more rangers than we do now, more full-time rangers than we do now, more educators than we do now, and we've not filled those positions because of uncertainty. We're able to meet what we need to do, but everyone's working harder and everyone is much more exhausted doing the work because it's important. We need to do this work, but we're doing it with much less resources, and that doesn't allow us to do the work that we were able to do just even a couple years ago.
Yeah. You mentioned about Kingman Island. The other day, my son and I went over to Kingman Island and fished for a little bit in the river. Didn't catch anything, but it's okay. But as we walked out, the place where we would have the canoes that would put in, it was palpable how inactive it was. There were people out enjoying the island, enjoying the river, a couple of folks fishing, but you could feel that a couple of years ago, we just had a lot more activity going on. We had those canoes going out. We had folks that were able to kind of get out into the water and enjoy a really great part of our city. And it's getting whittled away. And you can feel it when you go out there. So the budget as proposed will continue whittling it away, but we're going to do everything we can to restore and put it back together again and try to set it up so that we get back to growing it. Because I think that's a really great place where you create jobs, you create opportunities. This isn't just a environmental effort. Like it is workforce, it is educational, it is many, many things. And so we're going to continue to push on that. So I appreciate it. To our online witnesses, thank you very much, Mr. Raskin, for your testimony. And Anne, I appreciated your testimony. I'll give you a chance if you'd like to kind of add to this. You talked about it being essential, not optional. Anything you want to just add about the risks of not investing in a cleaner energy grid and energy sources? What do you think is at stake if we don't do it or if we slow walk?
Well, I'll speak specifically to the DOEE because they have a very active role with Formal Case 1182, which is the Integrated Distribution System Planning docket, and that's going on right now. We need them. They are a very, very significant stakeholder in this process. I would say more significant than the consultants themselves. If we don't have a clean energy grid, we're facing these astronomical costs. We really need third-party distributed energy resources so we can wean ourselves off PJM. We can be more self-reliant. The idea of microgrid projects proliferating, this is a dream, I recognize, but throughout the district to serve neighborhoods is something we really, really need to pursue. And DOEE is critical as a partner in this development, along with the council to legislate. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I know we got a lot more witnesses to get to, so I'm going to keep moving, but thank you all very much for your testimony today. Appreciate it. All right, let me move to our next panel of witnesses. I have Lauren Crost, Director of Living Classrooms. Brendan Shane, Climate Director for Trust for Public Land. Annie Acosta, DC Environmental Network. Jim Mansma, Public Witness. All right, and then let's see, Holly Pollinger is here. Okay, all right, Holly, I have you on the next panel, so I'm filling up my seats here, so you're on deck, so be ready. But let me see if I've got a couple of folks that are online as well. Jamie Alberti with the Alliance for Chesapeake Bay. All right, Jamie, we're going to send you a panelist invite so you can move over. Patrick Cawthorn, policy attorney with Children's Law Center, also online, so we're going to put you on there. And Mary Thomas, director of the Building Innovation Hub Institute for Market Transformation. Okay. And then I have Commissioner Abel Amine, who I think is online. All right, so if you can accept the panelist, we'll put you on there. All right, Lauren Crost, we have you up first.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Lauren Crossed, Director of Kingman Island for Living Classrooms. First off, I want to thank you for allowing us to testify, and I am immensely grateful that the Kingman Rangers grant is fully funded and that the trash traps are included in this budget cycle. This is critical work, and we see firsthand the damage that losing that trash cage funding caused the watershed. And there is currently no organization pulling garbage from the water. The Kingman Rangers, among other groups, help the district meet its MS4 permit requirements through trash collection and data submission. We continued that work even during the period when the trash interceptor we had previously maintained was removed and stopped collecting debris that was entering the Anacostia River. It's disappointing that it takes a federal violation, a threat of a violation, to compel the mayor to do the right thing, but whatever means necessary, I suppose. But I do want to address some of the proposed cuts to other programs. Eliminating funding for the invasive plant removal program would roll back thousands of hours of work removing species that suffocate and kill our native tree canopy and destroy habitat that our native wildlife depends on all over the city, but especially in Ward 7 and 8, where that canopy is scarce to begin with. Kingman and Heritage Islands sit on a major migratory bird flight path, and both migratory visitors and year-round residents depend on that native vegetation. The consequences of losing that progress are not abstract, they are measurable and lasting, which brings me to my deepest concern, which is the proposed elimination of city wildlife's funding. Before joining Living Classrooms, I spent years in animal welfare. I began my career in animal control in the district in the year 2000, when there was no city wildlife. As an officer, I responded to calls across the city involving sick, injured, and orphaned animals. The outcomes were poor. The watershed was degraded, concern for urban wildlife was minimal, and the nearest rehabilitation center, which would only accept certain species, was in Gaithersburg, Maryland, and that's an hour away on a good day. When city wildlife opened, outcomes for those same animals, many of them species of greatest conservation need, as identified by Department of Energy and Environment, improved dramatically. The public finally had a place to call with real experts who could answer questions, ease concerns, and receive animals that needed care. I'm also a licensed wildlife rehabilitator. I completed my apprenticeship with City Wildlife and hold license number 8. Meaning I was the 8th person in the district to legally authorize to care for wildlife, whether at City Wildlife or at a licensed animal care facility. I say that to make a point. In DC, unlike surrounding jurisdictions, wildlife rehabilitation cannot be done in a private home. It requires a brick and mortar facility. Becoming a licensed rehabilitator requires a 4-season, 2-year apprenticeship under an existing licensed rehabilitator. Without city wildlife, that pipeline disappears. Anyone seeking licensure would need to apprentice in Virginia or Maryland and navigate a license transfer process. It's a significant barrier that would effectively eliminate rehabilitation capacity in the district. City Wildlife cared for more than 1,500 animals last year, roughly 125 animals per month, many requiring around-the-clock care. They have done this on minimal district funding, and they have not merely maintained their work, they expanded the species that they are able to serve. To eliminate their funding entirely is not a cut, it is a collapse of the only wildlife rehabilitation infrastructure the city has. During my time as wildlife program manager with DC Animal Control, I worked alongside City Wildlife on hundreds of calls, balancing public concern with animal welfare. I still call on them today, and I bring the Kingman Rangers to their facility to train, learning about native wildlife, the challenges these animals face, and how to respond to the concerns the public brings to us. The wide range of species City Wildlife serves is worth naming. Over the years, I've personally brought to them Virginia rails, wood ducks, lesser scops, whippoorwill, American bittern, little blue heron, great blue heron, a great egret, least bittern, purple martin, pileated woodpecker, bald eagles, wood thrushes, chimney swifts, common nighthawks, woodcocks, kingfishers, American kestrels, peregrine falcons, an eastern worm snake, Decay's brown snake, snapping turtles, box turtles, big brown bats, little brown bats, flying squirrels, beavers, groundhogs, possums, cottontails, chipmunks, and more. These are not exotic animals. They are our neighbors, the wildlife of the Anacostia watershed, and they have nowhere else to go. I urge the council to restore city wildlife's funding and to protect the invasive plant removal program. The district has made real progress and the budget should not undo it.
Thank you very much. And I'll note you also named the district's state mammal in that list. So very good. Do you know what the state mammal is?
Wood thrush is the bird. State mammal is.
It's a trick question. It's not a trick question. But
Marsupial, and it's a possum. Yeah, no?
It's the bat.
Oh, that's right. The Girl
Bat was
Scouts
a
named it
mammal.
the bat.
Yeah, Girl Scouts did it.
I forgot.
Yep. So that is, most people don't know that a bat's a mammal. So, because they think it's something different. Yes. Excellent. Well, thank you very much for testimony. All right, Brendan Shane, we'll turn to you.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, council members and staff. My name is Brendan Shane. I'm a Ward 3 resident, but also fortunate to be working across the district in my role with Trust for Public Land. I'm also a former DDOE, now DOEE employee, so speaking with that experience top of mind. DOE, as many people here have recognized, is an amazing group of people who are driven by the mission of improving the quality of our natural environment that in turn protects the health and welfare of district residents. They are a unique resource for our city. Their experience should be valued and protected in the budget, and they should be given the resources to complete their mission. Once again, that's not what we see in the mayor's budget. The cuts are drastic, and as you've said today, Chairman, will have lasting impacts on our environment and services to residents. There are a few sensible tweaks from last year, but I would characterize those as recognition that last year's cuts were ridiculous and put us out of compliance with federal requirements like MS4, and they risked the loss of matching federal funds. A few positive notes don't make up for the fact that dozens of staff positions are being eliminated, grants for community organizations that create jobs and expose district students to nature, and special revenue purpose funds are all being raided. All these cuts undercut the benefits residents deserve. As I and many others have said this year and that we said last year, these cuts and fund sweeps also undercut the council's very clear intent that these funds were to deliver a cleaner and healthier district and, bigger picture, to make an important contribution to a cleaner and healthier region, nation, and planet. I want to emphasize a point highlighted today by Councilmember Che that cuts to local funding, including special purpose revenues, also put at risk federal funding, such as the clean water construction grants from EPA and other programs where district funding counts as a match to federal funding. Risking the loss of these freely available funds to benefit our environment is just crazy. The council needs to ask DOE to identify any place where we may be leaving federal funds on the table in this current budget proposal. In my work at TPL, we continue to compile more and more evidence that people need access to nature and vibrant green spaces to live healthy and successful lives. Investing in our environment is not a nice to have. It's central to people's physical and mental health and people's social connections at a time when Americans are feeling increasingly isolated. These investments also build the resilience of our neighborhoods and natural areas to rising heat, intense storms, and the other impacts of a changing climate. TPL is very pleased to be working with DOEE's River Smart Schools program to deliver these benefits with our first community schoolyard at the Maya Angelou and E.W. Stokes campus in Ward 7. The River Smart program is just one of the many examples of DOEE providing direct and positive services to district residents. With all this in mind, now is the time to reverse the trends we're seeing. Special purpose revenues should be fully available to meet their intended purpose. No funds should be lapsing and swept into the general fund. We lost hundreds of millions of dollars last year, so we should make this year the time we stop the losses and ensure district residents and businesses reap the benefits they deserve. I want to echo comments from folks, including Chris Weiss earlier today. As the district charts a new path for economic stability in this challenging time, the natural beauty of our city, vibrant parks and natural areas, and clean air and water will be critical to keep current residents and businesses happy and prosperous, and to attract investment from new residents, businesses, and tourism. Restoring DOEE funding is a critical investment in our economic prosperity and a healthier and more prosperous future. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Annie Acosta.
Thank you, Chairman Allen, for the opportunity to testify and, of course, for your great leadership. My name is Annie Acosta, and I am leading the update for the DC Environmental Network Policy Agenda, which we will deliver to the incoming new mayor and the council in January. I'd like to start by expressing my appreciation for the Department of Energy and the Environment's longtime partnership with the advocacy community. DOE staff continue to be accessible and transparent, which is particularly important as they are again facing drastic funding cuts in the mayor's new budget. Within the last week alone, DOEE co-hosted with DCEN 3 stakeholder meetings to walk through the budget, explain division and line item funding changes, and to provide rationales for each change. But while, without a doubt, a significant amount of these cuts have been forced by the loss of federal grants from the current administration, many others are of our own making. Specifically, the mayor's failure to utilize the tens of millions of federal matching funds for energy programs that will not be available for a year from now, the limited local dollars, and the continuation of major sweeps of these special purpose revenue funds that we've heard from a lot of people about today. So where does this leave us, and what can we do? Fortunately, DC is a pretty amazing city. Our residents are very well informed and deeply concerned about climate change, the systems that drive it, and its direct effect on our well-being. From this summer's predicted record heat to the probable collapse of global ocean currents in the next generation, we faced a constant drumbeat of this existential threat. But surely we have the will and imagination to fund our environmental priorities. Two basic approaches come to mind, and we've heard about these from several people today already, but cost shifting and modest revenue increases. I'll provide just a few examples given my time limitation. Climate and budget realities call for a shift from public-only costs to shared responsibility with those involved in causing the damage. The campaign to make polluters pay is aimed at holding large fossil fuel companies financially responsible. Our first step towards this goal is passing the Greenhouse Gas Emissions Study Act that will determine the total financial cost of climate change to this city. Similarly, the bottle bill, and thank you for that, appropriately shifts costs to beverage distributors that profit from their polluting products. Fee-based programs are also a core pillar of DOEE funding, accounting for between 15% to 30% of their budget. These include stormwater fees, stormwater retention credit fees, and permitting and regulatory fees, among others. Case in point, DC households pay a very modest monthly stormwater fee, currently about $2.67 per standard residence, with exact amounts based on how much hard surface a property has. This dedicated funding is used to manage polluted runoff and to maintain green infrastructure. Fortunately, the fee can be increased through a public rulemaking process if local maintenance needs outpace revenues, as they clearly do now. Thank you for your time and attention. I'll include my appreciation for a number of positive elements that are also in DOEE's budget in my written testimony.
Excellent. Thank you very much. All right, let me turn to Jim Monsma.
Yes, thank you. Jim Monsma, I'm with City Wildlife too, and so many people have spoken so eloquently in support of our work that I've kind of ditched my testimony that I prepared, but I do have a few points to make. But first, this is interesting. In 1947, a man named Lewis Hale wrote a book that's now a classic among nature lovers called Spring in Washington, and it included this observation, I quote, "The Kentucky warbler is as common as it can be during the breeding season in Washington, for I think that every square foot of its habitat belongs to the territory of one pair or another. You hear Kentucky warblers continually in the woods about the city." That was only 47 years ago, or 75 years ago, but just after the Second World War. But in contrast, eBird lists a mere 131 sightings of Kentucky warblers in the district during the last 24 years. And those are of migrant birds that are passing through on their way to somewhere else to breed. Have we lost this bird forever? And how many more species will we lose? It's later than we think. The second point I'd like to make is that City Wildlife is well aware that the work we do for wildlife, we don't do alone. And I want to put a shout out and to express our support for Ward 8 Woods and Casey Trees, who maintain these parks, for all the people at the Sierra Club that are fighting for the battle bill and for plastic reductions, for Lauren Crossett and her work with the kids, for all the people that are doing what they can for climate change. A colleague of ours who testified earlier by the name of Javier made this point very well, that it's not just a clean environment for humans, but that in fact we fix up animals, as everybody now knows, at City Wildlife and let them go. Once we let them go, they need a clean environment. And so we're all working together. And yes, we'd like our funding, but that alone will not do everything we need done. We have to support all our colleagues in this network of environmental groups. And you yourself told the story very eloquently about what happens to a Little League game when a bald eagle flies over. Well, City Wildlife is glad to have played some small role in making sure that that bald eagle reserves his right to disrupt Little League games. But what happens then when those kids go home and their water is tainted with lead? What happens when those kids go home and their families cannot replace a gas stove with an electric one? This is all connected, and I just want it to be on the record that we support those other groups. Last thing I want to say in 14 seconds is thank you, Chairman Allen, Phil Mendelson, some of the other council members, particularly Director Jackson, who has the courtesy to come out here and hear the remarks for himself. And Director Jackson, you run a great team, and you're appreciated every single day by the people on our side of the fence. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me turn to some of our online witnesses for this panel too. So I have next Jamie Alberti.
Good afternoon. My name is Jamie Alberti, and I am speaking on behalf of the Alliance for the Chesapeake Bay. As a core partner with the district for over 15 years, we are deeply concerned that the proposed FY27 budget will slow the implementation of critical stormwater projects that protect our waterways, and in turn, put the district at serious risk of failing to meet federal requirements. Today, I want to focus on two critical issues: the urgent need to increase the stormwater fee, and the very real and growing risk of MS4 noncompliance. First, the stormwater fee no longer reflects reality. The district's stormwater management is not optional. It is a federally mandated responsibility under the Clean Water Act. Yet the primary funding mechanism supporting this programming, the stormwater fee, has not changed since 2011. As mentioned before, it remains frozen at $2.67 per ERU. For 15 years, it has not kept pace with inflation, increased regulatory requirements, or the more intense rainfall driven by climate change. Meanwhile, nearby Maryland jurisdictions charge $15 to $20 per ERU. The reality is simple. We are trying to meet 2027 obligations with funding levels from 2011. Since FY25, DOEE's gross funding has dropped so significantly that the FY27 budget is now approaching half of FY24 levels. And this does not even account for the past 4 years of inflation. Second, the district is at immediate risk of MS4 noncompliance. The district's MS4 permit is a federally enforceable requirement. And according to DOEE's own reporting, the district does not have sufficient resources to fully meet MS4 requirements. And I know this has been mentioned before. Green infrastructure maintenance funding was cut in FY26. We are already hearing from communities such as in Chevy Chase that DDOT is declining to install new green infrastructure because there is no funding to maintain it. So this creates two immediate compliance failures. Existing infrastructure is not being properly maintained. And I know back to your question previously, I think that would be my priority moving forward, is maintaining the green infrastructure that has already been invested in and installed. And also new installations are not occurring as they were meant to be. And that means we will not meet required acres managed under the permit. Street sweeping requirements are also not being met. DOEE's own MS4 report shows a 26% shortfall in required sweeping activity. Taken together, this means the district is on track for 3 clear violations by January 2027. Failure to maintain existing infrastructure, failure to meet green infrastructure installation targets, and failure to meet street sweeping requirements. And it is critical to understand these are not hypothetical risks. These are known gaps under a federally enforceable permit. Failure to meet those requirements does not eliminate the obligation. It triggers consequences. Penalties can reach up to $64,600 per violation per day. With multiple violations, that cost quickly escalates, far exceeding the cost of addressing these issues now through adequate funding. And we have seen this before. Just 7 years ago, the district was found in violation of pollution prevention requirements, resulting in federal fines, corrective actions, and new oversight requirements that continue to cost the district today. That situation could have been avoided through proper compliance from the start. We are now knowingly headed toward the same outcome. I know no one wants to see increased taxes and fees, but if your roof is leaking now, is it better to invest in fixing it now or waiting until the roof caves in and pay higher costs to fix it then? In closing, the district is at a decision point. We can continue underfunding a federally mandated system and face escalating penalties, oversight, and long-term costs, or we can act. We must increase the stormwater fee to reflect the true cost of compliance, ensure funding supports MS4 requirements, including maintenance and installation of green infrastructure, and restore the capacity needed to meet our legal obligations. Because at this point, the question is no longer whether we can afford to act. It is whether we can afford not to. Thank you for allowing me to testify and for your leadership and continued commitment to protecting the health, environment, and communities of the district.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Let me turn to Patrick Cawthorn with the Children's Law Center next.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Allen and members of the committee. My name is Patrick Cawthorn. I am a policy attorney testifying on behalf of Children's Law Center. We've heard a lot of good testimony today. I'd like to speak a little bit about the indoor environment and DOEE's role in that space. We asked the council to protect and strengthen utility affordability and weatherization assistance. For the families we serve, losing heat, electricity, or cooling is an immediate health risk and source of housing instability. DOEE administers LIHEAP, a federally funded utility assistance program for vulnerable residents. Yet the district is leaving federal dollars on the table by not pursuing available incentive funds. The council should ask DOEE why they are not pursuing the maximum amount of federal funding available and encourage them to do so. Additionally, DOEE needs to do better to strengthen its lead safety system. You may remember, Councilmember, my testimony at Performance Oversight season and that of my colleague spoke about an instance of one of our clients having a difficult time working with DOE with respect to lead. And additional resources are needed to ensure that that is something that doesn't happen again. And I would remind the council that investing in lead mitigation has been shown to be one of the most effective things that a local government can invest in because of the health risks that it addresses. So DOE's local operating dollars are investments that keep children healthy, reduce school absences, and prevent housing crises before they escalate. Thank you for the time to speak about these two items and for your attention. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cawthorn. And then next on this panel, let me turn to ANC Commissioner Abel Amine. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for accommodating me by moving me up the list a little bit. My name is Abel Mene, and I serve as an advisory neighborhood commissioner for single member district 4DO2. I'm here as and I'm here to testify on behalf of the entire ANC 4D Commission, which has passed a resolution urging the council to address utility affordability, as well as endorsed a number of bills, which I will be talking about. The resolution has been uploaded into the LIMS system, and I asked for a copy to be included in the committee's report coming out of this hearing. On behalf of ANC4D, I'm here today to urge this council to include funding for 4 bills in particular that are being considered by the council in anticipation of their passage. ANC4D has endorsed the Automatic Enrollment for Utility Affordability Act, the DC Water Billing and Disconnection Modernization Act, and the Utility Disconnection and Protection Act, and the Grid Act. We urge the committee to fund all these bills. In the interest of time, I'll focus my testimony on your bill, Chairperson Allen, the Automatic Enrollment for Utility Affordability Act, which would remove a duplicative process for income verification income verification for residents to qualify for utility affordability programs. I'll be using my personal experience to highlight the need for this bill. As I mentioned during the hearing on this bill, I am the recipient of LIHEAP, UDP, SNAP, and Medicaid. To qualify for SNAP and Medicaid, I'm required to undergo a yearly certification that not only requires me to report my income, but also to attend an interview either in person or over the phone. During the interview, a DHS agent interrogates me about my income and requires me to provide additional documentation. I also undergo a mid-year certification, which does not include an interview, but still requires me to again verify my income. So that means certification is required every 6 months for SNAP, and by extension for Medicaid, which is automatically through the District Direct website. However, when I go over to the DOE side to qualify for LIHEAP and UDP, I'm required to undergo yet another income verification process that is slightly different, just as arduous, but not any more rigorous. Since until now I've been self-employed, the DOE process for LIHEAP requires a self-attestation signed by a notary public that has a cost and is generally a cumbersome process. This duplicative process is completely unnecessary. In fact, there's no explanation for why LIHEAP and UDP continue to require income verification for people that have qualified for SNAP and Medicaid. Your bill, the Automatic Enrollment for Utility Affordability Act, addresses this issue by requiring DOE to create a system through which it automatically enrolls residents to LIHEAP and UDP by using their income verification through DHS for SNAP and other programs. Your committee is already familiar with several programs that work with other district agencies to automatically qualify residents. DDOT's EBAC incentive program uses qualification for programs like SNAP to prioritize preferred applicants. Another program this committee is familiar with is Metro's 50% reduced fare program, which within 48 hours can verify my recipients in other programs and qualify me for that program. So I urge this committee to include funding for your bill and the other bills I've mentioned, as it would likely save the district money in future years and ensure that we're actually maximizing on the federal funding that we are trying to fully take advantage of, that we're leaving money on the table. I also urge the committee to include funding for the other bills, as I said. I won't mention them again. With the remaining time I have, since I have to run and I won't be able to stay for the questions, I want to highlight something that was mentioned by a previous witness, Clara Mills, mentioned the BSA directing the PSC to regulate third-party energy suppliers. I want to add my support for such a measure. I haven't read the BSA, but on behalf of residents of 4DO2, many of whom are people of low income and seniors, several of who've told me horror stories of being swindled by unscrupulous energy suppliers who go door to door to convince them to take a variable energy rate for electricity and gas supplies. This is a practice that really needs regulation, and I want to encourage that. I also want to highlight that my ANC, my SMD in particular, If you look on the website for lead pipes, the replacement used to be lots of red everywhere. And over the past year, by taking advantage of federal programs, we've actually shifted that, and you see a lot more green and a lot more blue. And I want that to continue, and I want to protect the work that's being done on that. So I wanted to mention that as well. So thank you very much for this time.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Commissioner. And I appreciate you were able to share your testimony. I know you've got to hop off now, so thank you very much. Thanks to everybody for your testimony. A couple of questions I was going to ask here. Let me ask Ms. Alberti. One of your recommendations is that we should be exploring the stormwater fee and making changes to it. So I just want to make sure I heard your testimony, or if you want to expand on this a little bit. In essence, that the district stormwater fee has been static for about the last 15 years, correct?
Correct.
Okay, meaning that it's not adjusted for inflation. It just, we set it and forgot it.
Right. And I did hear previous testimony. Fortunately, that is set to and expected to increase over time, but we haven't seen that. There have been other increases in CRIAC and other things, but the stormwater fee, we're due to increase that fee. And if you do look in surrounding jurisdictions, especially if you hop over into Virginia, you'll see it significantly higher.
Yeah, I was going to say
that's one way to help get funding. Yeah.
Yeah, we often like to look at other jurisdictions. So what do you see in Virginia when you look at the stormwater fee?
Alexandria, I believe, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I think they're looking at like $28 roughly per ERU. And again, the district's at $267. So, I mean, we're talking significant increases. Montgomery County, Prince George's County, I believe are in like the $10 to $20 per ERU range.
Okay. So, all right, that's a helpful comparison. And I think I remember one previous panelist suggesting we don't necessarily need to go match that, but that we could or need to, I guess your recommendation is to at least match for inflation for the 15 years to help make sure that revenue is treated fairly that way.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, every little bit will help.
Got it. Yes, and I think the ERU, I'm looking at some information in Alexandria, Virginia is much higher than the district. Okay. You also said you believe we are out of compliance, for example, with MS4. I think we are. I mean, when asked, do we have the funds necessary to be in compliance? The answer officially has been no. So has there been a finding that you're aware of, a violation, or it's just that we believe if someone really pushed us, they'd probably find that we're out of compliance?
The thing that's hard to say right now is, we're talking EPA grants that have like 5-year time frames, and we're not at the end. So we have a target number that we need to reach by the end. We are not on track to meet that. And we know, like, based on the numbers that we're seeing right now, there is no chance we will meet that. And as soon as that term is up, we are out of compliance. So officially, it's not quite yet, but we know we are because we are not pacing in accordance with what our requirements are.
And the consequences of not meeting our requirement are financial penalties and fines for every day that we're not meeting it, correct?
That's just one thing. We still have the obligations, so they don't go away. And then there's increased oversight. So the study I mentioned last, we had to create new positions at DOEE to manage the oversight of, the obligations that weren't met previously. That was at least another $1 million to create that, and it's an ongoing compilation of costs and things. So when you put it all together, it's a lot more than if you just did it the first time, what you were obligated to do.
Right. Well, and I think that gets to, I think it was your point of, would you rather, if you know the rain's coming, you'd rather put the money on in now to fix the leak. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. Sounds good. To our other panelists, I really appreciate your testimony. As you noted, highly consistent so far across the day of where our priorities need to be as we're trying to help repair the damage of what's being proposed, but it has not been approved yet. It's just proposed. So we still have time. So your voices are really important to help really lay out the case on why we've got to tackle this, why we've got to make changes. So I really appreciate that. And, Mr. Mansma, you kind of talked about city wildlife, but then I really appreciated you expanded out that you recognize all these things are interconnected. So I think we've kind of heard that general theme as well from a lot of folks are recognizing if you're here for city wildlife, I'm pretty sure you're here for everything else as well, because you understand how important all these things are that go together. So I appreciate you making sure you explicitly said that. So thank you. All right. I appreciate everybody's testimony today. Thank you. All right. Let me call up our next panel of witnesses. We've got Holly Pollinger, who is the co-chair DC chapter of Climate Reality Project. Marshall Dewar-Balkand with the DC BEPS Task Force. So over there. Randy Marcus, Director of State Relations for Virginia, West Virginia, and DC with CSX. Laura Miller Brooks with the Federal City Council. I didn't see Laura here. And again, some folks are switching back and forth between online and in person, which is fine. We'll make it work. Vic Goncalves, Project Manager and Advocacy Specialist with Mikasa, I think is online. Eric Jones, VP of Government Affairs at AOBA, I think is online. So we'll send you a panelist invite so you can move over. Brian Gordon, Senior VP of Government Affairs at AOBA. I think we've got you, so we'll move you over to the panel. And Kelly Whittier, Director of Public Affairs at the Humane Rescue Alliance. I think I saw you online as well. Okay. All right. I believe we've got this panel set. We have 2 in person and 4 or 5 online. So Ms. Pollinger, we will start. Yeah, you don't have to sit as far apart. You can definitely move closer if you'd like. All right, Ms. Pollinger, we'll start with you. Good afternoon.
Thank you. My name is Holly Pollinger. I've lived in Ward 3 for more than 50 years. Thank you for allowing me to testify today on behalf of the Sierra Club and my organization, the Climate Reality Project, started by Al Gore 20 years ago. We now have 3 million members worldwide and dozens of US chapters. I'm the co-chair of the DC chapter. I've lived in my row house here in DC for more than 50 years. My house is more than 100 years old, as Barbara Briggs can attest. It was built in 1924. I recently requested estimates from companies to see if I can shift my old gas-fired boiler to a new electric system. They came back with 2 options. Either I put in a whole HVAC system or what they call splits. Splits seem like the better option since my old house cannot accommodate a whole HVAC system. But guess how much it would cost me to do this? $38,000. Not only am I a widow living alone, but I can assure you I am not one of the infamous 1%. So I was always counting on help from the federal government and the district to help me do this. We all know what happened to the federal money, so I turned to the district, my home for decades. The place I have been working with for years to fight against the coming climate disaster. So proud that we were leaders in the climate fight. We passed laws. We announced to the world that we were going for net zero. We were going to lead the country in this effort. In this budget, the DC mayor has proposed cutting the Department of Energy and Environment budget by 28%. She also seeks to raid funding for the Healthy Homes Act again. Now, I think it will be a miracle if there's enough money left in the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund to help me switch from gas to electric. The SETF comes from a fee on my utility bills and funds energy efficiency measures, solar energy, electrification retrofits, etc. And this includes funding for the Healthy Homes Act. This is my money. The funds that are being used for other purposes are my funds. The government here in DC has no right to take them away from me just when I need it. I'm also speaking for the 30,000 people who live in the district that are supposed to get that money to transition from gas to electric. And once again, this budget does an inordinate disservice to the reputation and capabilities of the district. In 2024, the DC Council passed the Comprehensive Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Access, Readiness, and Sustainability Act to expand electric vehicle charging infrastructure. DOEE is responsible for implementing this and needs adequate funding to do so. I urge the council to restore the funding for the Department of Energy and Environment. It is particularly galling to watch the evisceration of one of our most esteemed departments. And even more galling to realize that once again, I will be trolling the district in my hybrid electric, searching for a charger that isn't being used or even one that's working. We urge full funding for electric vehicle infrastructure access, et cetera, to accelerate the installation of more EV charging stations across the district for obvious reasons. In fact, fund all available alternatives to driving gas-spewing cars. What is so hard about that when our very lives are at stake? Now is the moment when gas is at $4 and $5 a gallon, right? The Climate Reality Project U.S. headquarters and the DC chapter work closely together at 555 12th Street. Our campaigns include the Make Polluters Pay campaign. How horribly ironic if we ever have to look inward to resolve this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pollinger. Next, let me turn to Marshall Duer-Balkend.
Good afternoon.
Marshall, if you could put the button on to red light. There you go.
All right, can you hear me? Good afternoon, Chairman Allen and members of the committee who I do wish were here to hear this. I also want to note before I begin, Mary Thomas from the Building Innovation Hub, I do believe is online now, and I hope we can hear from her in a future panel. So my name is Marshall Duer-Balkend. I serve as chair of the Building Energy Performance Standards Task Force, have since 2019. I'm also now the Director of Policy and Codes at the Institute for Market Transformation, and I'm a former DOEE employee. I'm pleased to offer testimony on the Budget and Budget Support Act on delays to the BEPS program and funding for energy efficiency and decarbonization. For each of the past 4 years, the BSA has proposed delays in the BEPS. Prior delays were ill-conceived. This body, thankfully, saw fit to reject them. This year, the BSA proposes a sensible adjustment, and the task force supports this delay. The BEPS program operates on regular 5-year compliance cycles. 2026, the final year of the current cycle, and next year, buildings that did not meet the BEPS when established will be assessed on whether their energy use has been sufficiently reduced. An analysis by DOE shows that nearly 3/4 of all buildings that are on track to comply this year, and the buildings that were not required to do anything have in fact not done anything. I don't know of better evidence of a program working than that. And I'm pleased that the BSA does not change the deadline or requirements for the current cycle, and it should not. Anyone who says it should, you should reject that. However, the proposed 1-year delay in future cycles is a good idea by creating a 1-year, 2-year long breathing period between this cycle and the next cycle. And that breathing period will allow DOE to carry out the council's will to increase program flexibility. They're doing that right now through guidance updates, but they will need to update the regulations and do enforcement. Doing both of those at the same time is complicated. Giving this time break is necessary to do things such as add the trajectory compliance option that you authorized in the BEPS Amendment Act of 2024. And with that additional time, we could consider more significant changes and lessons from the 15 other BEPS programs that now exist. And while the BSA is not the place to make major changes, it would be prudent for the council to consider what limited authorizations are needed for program flexibility. The workload on DOE staff is and will be extreme, with ever more extensions, exemptions, alternative compliance options that people request. And we want to discourage frivolous, meritless applications that waste time. So we recommend adding language to the BSA to authorize DOE to collect submittal fees for certain applications. Obviously, where there's a real need, financial distress, those could be waived or refunded. But this is needed for both adjustments to benchmarking and BEPS compliance, and those fees need to go obviously into a non-lapsing special purpose fund. This is a best practice, and DOE has administrative infrastructure to collect such fees. I'll be happy to follow up with your office with language. I now turn my attention to the bigger picture of energy affordability in DC, the urgent need to invest in helping struggling residents and businesses. You've heard a lot about this from a lot of people. The DCSEU is a national leading model, has invested $360 million in efficiency with savings of $2.2 billion in lifetime cost savings for residents and business. That's a 6-to-1 ratio. I don't know of a market investment better than that. Where are you going to get $6 for every $1 you spend? And it's worthy of continued investment and support. And last year, in response to budget shenanigans, that money was split, and we now have this new mayor's energy surcharge. This is a regressive tax on residents and should be abolished. And the DGS budget should be met through the district's progressive tax code. And there was an immediate need to address SEU funding. An RFP for the SEU contract is due to be issued next year. If we do not redirect money back into the SETF now, that contract will be locked in at less than $12 million, barely half the base contract value, levels not seen in 15 years, and that will result in job losses, most likely, of over 50 jobs for every year for district residents. Job training programs that have happened will be abandoned. Entrepreneurs who have invested in DC small businesses will be forced out and will be losing, $60 million a year at that cost-benefit ratio. And those changes to the contract will be locked into the 2030s. So we have to fix this now, and we have to provide additional money, at least 13 to 17 million per year, to fully access the federal resources that the district has secured, and not leave that money on the table, which again is a waste. In summary, please retain the proposed delay, empower DOE to fund its programs and its fees, and increase and restore the SETF to protect energy affordability. Thank you, and look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Let's see. I believe Randy Marcus, we called, was not here, or Laura Miller Brooks. Vic Goncalves, I think we have you online. So we'll turn to you next.
Yes, hi, council member. Good afternoon. My name is Vic Goncalves. I'm a project manager and advocacy specialist at Mikasa. We are an affordable housing developer dedicated to sustaining diverse neighborhoods and providing affordable housing and technical assistance to low-income residents, the majority of whom are immigrants, Latino, or Black. We own and manage more than 250 units of affordable rental housing, and we provide technical assistance and consulting to more than 10 limited equity cooperatives with nearly 250 units. We develop resident-centered affordable housing and cooperative housing to ensure it remains a long-term community asset. We believe that environmental justice, racial justice, and affordable housing are deeply intertwined. Older buildings in DC represent a huge portion of greenhouse gases that are emitted in the city due to the reliance on gas. We build and preserve affordable housing. When we build and preserve affordable housing, we strive to make our buildings as energy efficient and environmentally sustainable as possible. We utilize DCSEU programs and Solar for All to support energy efficient renovations of existing buildings and reduce utility costs for low-income residents. However, many of our affordable housing projects are on wait lists for programs such as the Affordable Housing Electrification Program and the Income Qualified Efficiency Fund because there are not enough funds already to meet the needs and the demand that is on these programs. I urge the council to fully fund the Renewable Energy Development Fund and restore funding to the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, which funds many of the programs that allow us to ensure renovations of affordable housing, prioritize sustainability, energy efficiency, and the health of our residents. Additionally, affordable housing developments may require less funding from other subsidy programs like the Housing Production Trust Fund when sustainable energy dollars are available. We've been modeling pairing DCSEU electrification programs with other initiatives like the Small Buildings Program at DHCD to finish small building renovations. We implore the council to make sure that initiatives like DCSEU, Healthy Homes, and Solar for All receive the funding that they need to help very and extremely low incomes tenants and homeowners pay for sustainability improvements and electrification. I would like to echo the testimony of others before me and urge you to support community-based stormwater and green infrastructure demonstration sites. We know how important stormwater management is, and we know how expensive it is. We comply considerably with strict stormwater management requirements in all of our projects. In some cases, it can be up to 10% of the total development of a renovation. The strains on the development budget make it harder to keep rents lower. In addition to funding community-based stormwater programs, we urge DOEE to make more subsidies available to affordable housing developers who are doing this work on very thin margins to keep the affordability of the project. Since I have some time on my professional capacity is advocating for affordable housing, but on a personal note, I would like to urge you to restore funding for city wildlife and also to do more oversight on animal control. I used to work at Humane Rescue Alliance, and I would often walk over to city wildlife with injured birds, injured turtles, squirrels, all kinds of wildlife that people would bring into the shelter. Their work is absolutely critical to our ecosystems, and without them, animals that could be rehabilitated and returned to the wild would be euthanized. I want to thank Councilmember Allen for your support for these programs, and for championing making sure that the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund is not rated for other purposes. We really appreciate your work on this, and I am happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Next, we're going to turn to Eric Jones. Mr. Jones, before we do that, I'm just going to bring up Patricia Stamper, who I'd called earlier, I think is here now. So Ms. Stamper, if you want to grab a chair at the table, I'll put you at the end of this panel so I can pull you up in just a minute. But then let me go back to Mr. Jones, who's joining us online.
Can you hear me?
I can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Allen, and members of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment, and council members at large. I am Eric J. Jones, a fourth generation Washingtonian and current Ward 4 resident who serves as the Vice President of Government Affairs DC Commercial for the Apartment Office Building Association, Metropolitan Washington. For over 50 years, AOBA has represented commercial office and multifamily residential real estate in the Washington, DC metropolitan area. Excuse me. With members' portfolios totaling over 166 million square feet of commercial space and more than 480,000 rental units in DC, Maryland, and Virginia. In DC proper, our members manage more than 75 million square feet of commercial space and nearly 120,000 units of multifamily apartments. I'm here today to express our concerns about the reduction in the budget for the DC Sustainable Energy Utility, or DCSEU, the transfer of funding from the SETF. Additionally, I will express AOBA's support for the delays in implementing Phase 2 of the Building Energy Performance Standards, BEPS, and the Net Zero Codes. DC Sustainable Energy Utility. Chairman Allen, for the past 6 years, I have served on the DC Sustainable Energy Utilities Advisory Board, which supports the district's climate goals by providing recommendations to DOEE and this council on procurement and administration of the SEU contract. Additionally, we are partially responsible for the monitoring of DCSEU's performance against contractually obligated benchmarks for providing strategic guidance to the DCSEU. In recent years, the SEU has worked to meet contractual benchmarks despite budget cuts. As the chief voice of AOBA's commercial members in the district, as well as a homeowner, I know firsthand the fiscal pressures facing both our commercial and residential property owners and managers in the district due to the rising utility costs. This is why it is troubling to see proposed cuts in the FY 2020 by the Renewable Energy Development Fund, REDF, and Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, which are sourced from surcharges on all electric and natural gas utility ratepayers in the district, as outlined in the Clean Energy DC Omnibus Amendment Act of 2018. Unfortunately, instead of using this funding, which largely comes from commercial ratepayers, which we represent here at AOBA, to improve energy use and provide funding to low and moderate income property owners, the government has pilfered it to cover its utility costs. This reappropriation of funds intended to support the SEU programs such as Solar for All and the Affordable Housing Retrofit Accelerator is in stark contrast to the goals laid out over the last several legislative cycles, as our industry has worked with the administration via DMPED and DOEE, this committee, and our members to help achieve our joint short and long-term goals. Building energy performance standards to net zero. Chairman Allen, as you and your staff will no doubt remember, we have appeared before this committee over the last 3 budget cycles to request a tactical delay in implementing BEPS. Also, BEPS, as highlighted in the last 3 BSAs proposed by this administration, increased costs associated with the management of property following the COVID-19 public health emergency, coupled with increasing energy usage and decreases in the collection of rent, have made it difficult for property owners and managers to fully fund the required changes. Similarly, we have also supported delays in implementing the requirements of the net zero code for various reasons. The first is the cost associated with implementing these codes, which has been highlighted not just by the private sector, but also by this government as it relates to the public sector. The second is the recent disbandment of the DC Construction Codes Coordinating Board, or CCCB, which was the apparatus for developing construction codes in the district. While DOB continues to work through the new internal process to release the next set of proposed construction codes, it doesn't make sense to implement a net zero code that could be in opposition to the code this council will be asked to approve. Finally, requiring the private sector property owners and managers to continue adhering to the current BEPS and net zero timeline would be extremely hypocritical, given that this council passed DC Zero Modification and Preservation Emergency Amendment Act of 2026 in February, which provided extensions for government funding and assisted projects and properties for the aforementioned reasons. In closing, I thank you all for the opportunity to share these comments on behalf of AOBA and our members, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Your internet cut in and out a little bit, so I want to make sure, I think I was able to catch everything. I want to make sure, though, that you have your testimony submitted for the record, too, so that way we get the full record in. We could hear most of it, but it was cutting in and out a little bit. So I want to make sure we have your written testimony as well, so it's a part of the record.
It has been submitted.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Gordon, then let me turn to you.
Great. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Brian Gordon. I'm the Senior Vice President of Government Affairs at AOBA. I'm here today, like Eric, on behalf of our member companies who own and manage a collective portfolio of more than 75 million square feet of commercial office space and over 12,000 multifamily residential units throughout the District of Columbia. 120,000. We are grateful for this opportunity today to address the committee. I've submitted my full written comments, which I hope you'll have an opportunity to review. But in my allotted time this afternoon, I wanted to highlight 3 things. Firstly, our industry's interactions with DOEE, the importance of the SETF, and thirdly, our support for 2 items that have been included in the BSA under the purview of the committee. I'd firstly like to acknowledge the level of proactive outreach and collaboration that we've enjoyed with DOEE over the last year. We've worked with DOEE on items related to BEPS that not only impact our membership, but also the broader building community. This has included communications with property owners around benchmarking, BEPS deadlines, articles analyzing benchmarking data, outreach for AHRA member properties, as well as a significant amount of property-specific dialogue and troubleshooting. Our members have fully embraced the district's goal of being a global leader in energy efficiency, and most of them have already made tremendous strides towards achieving the targeted efficiency levels. I think Marshall cited moments ago that about 70% of buildings overall are on track to meet BEPS program requirements. This is substantial progress, but it also means that about 30% of buildings overall still need help to get there. Many of these properties have encountered challenges and scenarios that we simply couldn't have foreseen when we first set out on this journey. So we have held regular meetings with DOEE staff, and to their great credit, they've demonstrated a lot of flexibility, recognizing that the realities of complying with BEPS can vary substantially from building to building. We anxiously await the release of the final guidebook regulations, as well as the BEPS task force's consideration of proposed delay mechanics for fiscal distress and good faith efforts. And these, we hope, will add a further layer of flexibility for property owners who are struggling to meet the assigned efficiency standards in the face of either economic distress or other unique circumstances. There are two other items that I wanted to very quickly mention. Eric spoke before me with regard to our opposition to the proposed diversion of funds from the SETF. Rather than repeating those comments, I'll simply reiterate our ask that those funds be restored. And then finally, we wanted to express our support for two items included in the BSA. The BEPS delay, we believe that the proposed schedule shift will allow DOEE additional time to thoughtfully consider mechanics along the trajectory pathway, which will impact buildings for another 20 years to come. Additionally, the compliance schedule adjustment, we believe, will accommodate those buildings who are granted a delay of compliance before immediately transitioning into cycle 2. And then the final item was the net zero code adoption, which Eric also mentioned. We believe that such a monumental policy shift really warrants a thoughtful examination, incorporating stakeholder input and economic impact analysis. It shouldn't go into effect by default. So in the wake of the dissolution of the CCCB, we await the rollout of a new codes development process and look forward to participating in that. And I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gordon. Next, let me turn to Kelly Whittier.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Allen and staff. Thank you so much for your flexibility as I had to shift virtual for today's hearing. My name is Kelly Whittier, and I serve as the Director of Public Affairs at the Humane Rescue Alliance. And I'm also a resident who has on multiple occasions brought an abandoned baby animal or two to the City Wildlife team for care. HRA joins the many voices who testified today urging the restoration of City Wildlife's $200,000 grant. And I'd like to address an area that hasn't quite been addressed. And it's one that I think a lot of residents probably don't think about when they think about our wildlife ecosystem. But City Wildlife is not only the district's only licensed wildlife rehabilitator, but it is also a critical partner in the broader ecosystem of animal protection. At HRA, our humane law enforcement team responds to all instances of animal cruelty in the district. While many people probably think that that means response to mostly dogs and cats, domestic animals are not the only victims of cruelty. Unfortunately, wildlife too are frequently subject to harm. And that can range from, these are real life circumstances, a pigeon surviving a blow dart through its neck, a larger mammal's doused intentionally with bleach. In these cases, there's a direct and essential link between the work of our officers and the work of City Wildlife. When wildlife survives acts of cruelty or injury, City Wildlife's expertise ensures that these animals have a chance to not just survive, but to recover and, when possible, return to their natural habitat. A cut of this magnitude would have real and immediate consequences. Insufficient funding risks limiting the capacity to treat injured wildlife in the district, and that means more animals, possibly animals that have endured intentional harm, could face prolonged suffering or death simply due to the necessary response to lost resources. The district takes pride in being a green, forward-thinking city, one that values sustainability, environmental stewardship, and coexistence with nature. But those values must be reflected in our budget investments. Protecting wildlife is not separate from protecting our communities. It is part of maintaining a healthy, balanced ecosystem for all who live here. Restoring this funding is not just about supporting one organization, it's about upholding the district's commitment to humane treatment of all animals, environmental responsibility, and public trust. I respectfully urge the committee to restore the $200,000 grant so that City Wildlife can continue to do their critical life-saving work, and that I personally have an avenue for every baby squirrel I happen to encounter this year. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Mary Thomas, who's also online. And then after that, Ms. Stamper will come back to you, then we'll turn to questions.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson Allen, members of the committee, and council staff. My name is Mary Thomas, and I am the director of the Building Innovation Hub, a program of the Institute for Market Transformation. I've been with the Hub for 3 years and became the director last fall. I am also a longtime DC resident, now in Ward 4, and have had a background in commercial real estate. So I understand both the challenges and solutions that this industry is facing locally. And while the Hub is part of IMT, we heard from Marshall earlier today, the Hub operates as a neutral and trusted third party. We do not advocate for or against any policy or regulation, as our role is to help building and industry stakeholders mitigate risk by navigating the regulatory landscape and to provide support with implementation. Our funding comes from a variety of sources, including a DOEE grant for the Small Building Retuning Pilot Program as a subgrantee to Bauman Consulting, and a subcontract with DCSEU, where we provide support to DC residents and businesses working to improve their buildings and comply with BEPS. And I've spoken with the Hub's numerous partners and stakeholders across the industry to better understand what's working, what's not, and how we can come together, especially in these challenging times, to drive greater adoption of high-performing buildings to benefit both district residents and businesses. And here's some of what we're hearing and seeing in the market. So I'm happy to report, and we've heard a little bit about it already, that the data show that building performance is improving across the district. Buildings subject to BEPS are making progress against their targets. Energy Star medians are increasing over time. And I'd really like to highlight that this goes beyond numbers on a chart. This represents building owners investing in their assets and hiring consultants and contractors to implement improvements. And to make these improvements, buildings need support from technical assistance, incentive programs, and low-cost financing. The Hub conducts an annual needs assessment, and we routinely find that industry stakeholders report that they need financial support to implement retrofit projects. The industry also needs help with capacity building, with growing the labor force and preparing contractors to meet the demand for high-performance buildings. Our survey last year found that 45% of respondents identified shortage of skilled contractors and tradespeople as a gap in decarbonization implementation. DCSEU has provided effective support for businesses and residents over the years, including through the Affordable Housing Retrofit Accelerator, Train Green, and more. Since 2011, DCSEU has invested $360 million in energy efficiency, saving residents and businesses a total of $2.2 billion in lifetime cost savings. As Marshall noted, that's $6 in savings for every $1 invested. The Affordable Housing Retrofit Accelerator is a model for other jurisdictions. With over 70 projects have completed energy audits, and nearly 30 projects have completed implementation projects. And much of the investment for the other 40 projects will be wasted if the district goes through with cutting funds needed to complete these projects. In 2025, DCSEU invested $9 million in low-income communities and $8.1 million in CBEs. And DCSEU's workforce programs have proven to be effective. And in 2025, they created 93 green jobs for residents and graduated 31 DC residents with new skills to fill some of those jobs. So the need is only growing as smaller buildings focus more on building performance, with benchmarking now in effect for buildings over 10,000 square feet, and the BEPS size threshold dropping with future cycles. Small buildings are less likely to have dedicated staff for efficiency improvements, which mean that public support programs are even more critical. And future BEPS cycles will add another 3,500 buildings. This will drive additional demand for businesses and investments to improve building performance, creating healthier, more energy efficient, resilient spaces for DC residents. We know there are many challenges facing the district and the building industry right now. And what we are hearing is that residents and businesses need public support to make better buildings that improve lives and support business growth across the district. So thank you, Chairperson Allen, members of the committee, and council staff for the opportunity to testify here today.
Thank you very much. And the next one, turn to Ms. Stamper.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Stamper. I'm a Ward 7 resident, homeowner, educator, mother, and community advocate. I'm here today because a budget is a values document. And if we say we value working families, seniors, homeowners, renters, and residents east of the river, then our transportation, environmental, and energy budget must reflect that. For many residents in Ward 7 and 8, energy and environmental policy is not abstract. It shows up as a utility bill that is too high, a home that needs weatherization, a family choosing between groceries and keeping the lights on, a senior trying to stay safe during extreme heat, or a resident who cannot get help until the problem has already become a crisis. I'm asking this committee to protect and strengthen funding for programs that help residents lower utility costs. $10 million, Councilmember Allen, can go to the Healthy Homes Act. That's a starting point, especially in communities that have historically carried the burden of underinvestment. My first request is simple. Do not balance this budget on the backs of residents who are already struggling, like myself. Until utility costs are rising and residents need direct and accessible relief, we need to hold these nonprofits accountable that's supposed to be in charge of dispersing funding east of the river to people that need support. My second request is about access and accountability. Too often residents are told help exists, but when they're actually trying to get assistance, they face long wait times, confusing applications, unclear eligibility rules, or agency and providers that do not follow up. Funding is not enough if residents cannot reach the help. This committee should require clear reporting on how many residents apply, how many are approved, how long assistance take, and how many residents east of the river are actually served. My third request is that the district treat environmental justice as a daily quality of life issue. In Ward 7, we need safe streets, clean alleys, reliable trash and recycling services, healthy tree canopy, safe water, and transportation options that work for residents who rely on buses, bikes, walking, and scooters. It took me approximately 29 minutes to get here via e-bike. Walked from 47th Street Southeast. Couldn't find every Vail bike. It was not charged enough to get on. So then I had to hop on a bus at Benton in Minnesota. And then I took that to Gallery Place. Then I found a bike that was chargeable and got here. Just FYI. It took me that long just to get here. And I'm coming from not that far away. I also asked this council to make programs like DOEE and DCSEU related clean energy programs are reaching homeowners and renters and seniors and families and low-income residents in plain language. I really appreciate the DCSEU when they brought the energy efficient, the little solar panel plates, hot plates for my residents across the street on the 4900 block of Just Street Northeast. They were without gas for approximately 3 months during the summer. It's spring into summer as a result of DC Water hitting a pipeline nearby. So I would like you to just keep the funding there, make it a little more accessible and easy. For example, let me use myself as lived experience. I applied for the LEHAP application. I put it in the Sunday before MLK Day. I was late to church, sitting in the car, filling it out on my phone. Why did I not get help until I begged Mendelssohn's office and East of the River for support? It took Mendelssohn's office actually coming through and getting the application done. Shout out to Destiny Riley and the constituent services of Councilmember Felder, Ms. Letitia Venison. It took them doing the application for me and giving them authorization. And it just happened last Thursday. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all that. I hope the return trip is easier. Got a big bike share station right out there too with a lot of charged e-bikes. But yeah, I appreciate that. And your point obviously around all these things have got to work. They got to work for the people that it's intended to help. So I appreciate that very much. Marshall, I was going to ask you a question. So, last couple of years, it's felt like we kind of come into the budget conversation, and rather than introduce permanent legislation, it's always in the budget trying to talk about BEPS. I saw some people say, oh, all right, mayor's doing it again. It's the exact same thing as what's happened in previous years. But I've had others say, well, wait a minute, no, this actually is different. And in the past, you've actually come in and said, I don't support what the mayor's doing in the VSA. So it's a different thing for you to come in and say, actually, the task force is supportive of this one. Is it the same thing we've seen the last couple of years, and how is it different?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, it is different actually. And it's different because I think the mayor's office and office of the administrator and DOE have been in conversation for the last year and working together, which is, to be honest, frankly,
always
new,
welcome. Yeah.
but welcome.
Encouraged.
And what's really different is that the last few delays that have been proposed have both been fairly long-term delays, or we're going to kick it down the can 5 years, et cetera. And they've affected the current cycle. So buildings trying to comply right now, trying to figure out what to do, changing the rules of the game midstream and telling people, oh, we have more time. Oh, wait, you don't have more time because this didn't pass. A lot of confusion. We have real estate stakeholders thinking these BSA amendments have already passed when they've barely been introduced because, the mayor's office is out there telling them, oh, it's going to happen, when in fact it doesn't happen. So just a lot of market confusion. And so that creates real problems. This one is different because, a delay of the current cycle right now, when this is the final compliance year, literally just wouldn't help anybody. It'd be really confusing. It doesn't do that. It is instead just pushing the future cycles out a year.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, this current cycle ends 2026. 2027 is what DOE calls an evaluation year, where they look at the past data, do enforcement, set the standards for the next cycle, which would begin in 2028. This just pushes that out a year to start in 2029, giving them 2 years to do enforcement, make sure the program's working, make changes, update regulations, republish, and then set new standards. And that 2-year break is, I think, going to be essential because, I used to work for DOE. I know how long it takes to write regulations and get those out and get those published. And I know that often, when you're doing that, you don't want to be doing enforcement at the same time. It gets complicated. So I think this kind of pause is really necessary. I also know that, as I said, there are 15 BEPS programs all across the country. DC was the very first. We've set an example that many have followed, and many of those programs have innovated. I've just published last summer a long report, and I'm about to come out with another one, lots of writing, on sort of ways we can standardize and improve these programs. And I think there's a lot of opportunity to learn from best practices, to bring more alignment between how it works in DC, Montgomery County, Maryland, for sort of helping with building owners who own buildings all across the region. But all of that will take some time to do right, to really engage stakeholders. And this delay gives us that time that's needed. The agency supports it, as I understand it. And I think it's actually a good idea. And it's the kind of, small change that I think does belong in the BSA, as opposed to a major sort of program rework or, pushing the cycle out 5 years, that sort of thing. So sorry for somewhat long-winded answer.
No,
apologies. I think it is quite markedly different. And I said the additional recommendation I was making around submittal fees, again, is that kind of small tweak that could have impact now while we think about regular legislation to adjust things. For example, if you want to make the trajectory pathway instead of an alternate pathway, the default pathway, that would require new legislation. And we're happy to talk with your office more about that.
That's great. Thank you. I think that what I'm taking is the big difference in the past efforts have been just wholesale delays, just kick the can down the road. And I think that's why you brought in a healthy skepticism in previous years. What's being proposed this time is tactical. It's 1 year. It's not interfering with the current process. It's looking at the future ones. And that, to me, that is a significant difference. And I think it's also why we haven't had, 100 witnesses today focused on that so far. Because it sounds like it's kind of what we've been urging all along, is be strategic, be tactical about it, and work with folks. I will say, I think you said, the agency supports this one. I'm somewhat sympathetic for an agency because technically I think the directors had to sit in that chair and say, yes, Councilmember, the mayor's giving me everything that I need to run this agency.
Indeed.
And I fully support everything in the Budget Support Act.
Always.
So I know the agency is always supportive of everything that's in the budget, but maybe it just feels like they think this is a better approach.
I think obviously the director obviously always supports whatever the mayor suggests, but I think this idea, I don't know where this idea came from, but I wouldn't be surprised if it came from the agency, which would be different.
Yeah, okay. That's really helpful. I think you mentioned though as well in your testimony, you think DOE should establish fees for certain applicant types.
Yes.
To account for higher staff costs or demands. I mean, devil's advocate on this. I mean, isn't this why we have a whole fund that's there? We have an agency that's there to try to help people with their applications.
Absolutely.
Why would I want to increase those fees? If I'm a building owner, I'm going to say, hey, listen, you've put these standards and requirements on me and it doesn't cost nothing. I'm spending a lot of money. I'm moving this direction. Don't make me cost more for an applicant, for an application process.
Absolutely. That does make total sense. And I want to make clear that recommendation is my recommendation. It does not reflect, I mean, you know how fast these policies works. It does not reflect the view of the task force. And I imagine there would not be consensus on that point. I will grant that. What I will say is what I was thinking about here. So let's give a concrete example. You've asked the agency to put in place exemptions for financial distress of various sorts, and also the agency is now looking at like good faith effort. And we had a meeting of the task force just last week, I think it was last week, on a bunch of proposals that a bunch of stakeholders led by AOBA have come on like good faith effort adjustments. And some of those good faith effort adjustments require substantial administrative work by DOE to review and ensure that those good faith effort adjustments were requested are in fact in good faith and that it's being met. And similarly, financial distress, if your building is, you're in bankrupt, you shouldn't have to pay a fee to prove that you're bankrupt. But if what you're trying to say is, look, this impact causes me to have a debt service ratio change, and here's all of this paperwork that DOE has suggested that I would use to prove that like I might have this future anticipated impact, that's work and delay. And if you have a building owner who's like, oh, look, I've been submitting my square footage for years, saying my building is 100,000 square feet, and now magically I'm going to tell you it's 150,000 square feet, and thus my EUI, definite EUI being energy use divided by square footage, my energy use is less. Look, now suddenly I comply, and here's my plans. That DOE wants to review that. That building owner is getting a substantial benefit, and a lot of work's put in on the agency to actually then review all of that. And so it would help with sort of making sure that the applications you don't have frivolous applications, you don't have people just asking for delays just because they, think it'd be the easy thing to do. You make sure that people are legitimate. And obviously, if it's a severe situation, DOE could waive those fees, could return those fees, et cetera. And I think that that would be the idea.
I don't discount that some applications will be more complex than others. I want to take it all into consideration. My hunch would be, if I'm that building, if it's a more complex building, that probably means that my solutions are going to be more complex, and so I shouldn't have to pay a fee just because it's going to cost me more, or is a more complex way to do it. But I appreciate all of that, and thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Kind of to follow that thread real fast, Mr. Jones, let me turn to you. You support the BSA as crafted in the mayor's proposed language, and you agree this seems to be a more targeted BEPS change, and one that maybe draws a little more consensus to it. Does that sound fair to you?
That is correct, but I think there's a bit of ambiguity around the previous proposals that we're not including. As you may remember, 2 years ago, we were before this committee. We talked at length about the fact that there was inaccurate numbers being presented back to those property owners and managers, not based on information that they provided, but that was not processed correctly. Things like this were creating issues that were causing problems that was well beyond the control of those property owners, also causing them additional resources and time that were creating issues around them complying with BEPS. So I understand that we do agree that this is a more targeted approach, but it's not fair to say that there weren't problems that were being raised when we asked those previous delays. And I think that's the piece that's kind of being left out. As Marshall said, we're at a different place now because we're kind of working out the kinks. BEPS was a new program 3, 4
Mhm.
years ago, and we were the first in the country to start this process. So we were having kinks that our members, mainly at AOBA, were kind of the petri dish for. And there was no help when we were at petri dish problems. There were behind the scenes waivers or delays being provided by DOEE, which we were getting attacked for in many instances. That's why this is much more targeted and much better because everything's kind of open and honest, man. We've got some of those kinks out.
Got it. Okay, I appreciate. I hear you, and I appreciate that. I think what feels like it stands in fairly stark contrast to our previous year's conversations here is that I'm not going to say universal, but by and large, this does feel like this is something that's built in a bit more consensus from various stakeholders, and that feels very different from what we're hearing this year. And that's a reflection of, and I appreciate the people that engaged and worked hard in collaboration to kind of figure out how to do that. So I know you've been very active and engaged on this throughout, Mr. Jones, as well as AOBA. So I'm glad that's where we are here. I was going to ask you if you wanted to highlight anything. I was struck with our DDOT hearing yesterday. And when we talk about energy efficiency and savings, one of the things I thought was really good news to hear, frankly, for anybody who lives in the district, you've seen that your street lights have been changed over the last couple of years, and they're now changed to LED lighting. So not only does that give us the ability to have a connected system, so when the light goes out, I don't have to wait for a dozen 301 requests to come in. We now just know when the light's out. We have the ability to adjust each light, so it actually can become brighter or dimmer based on the needs or preferences of neighbors. There's also savings. So the DF director shared with us that actually our annual energy bill for our lighting has gone from $11 million per year to $3 million per year by switching to LED lights. That's good. That's a good news story, right? There's plenty of bad I'm going to complain about, but that's a good news story. So we're delivering a better service, and we're actually much more efficient, and we're actually saving energy money. So, Mr. Jones, as you've worked through this with your stakeholders in your buildings, are there any kind of notable things that you want to talk about from some of the energy upgrades that buildings have made, ways in which they have made different adjustments or improvements, any kind of trends you're seeing in terms of where they're seeing cost savings on the energy side with some of the investments they're making?
I think across the board, what we're seeing is that those who are building new are definitely seeing just projected cost savings. We haven't really heard a lot from our members about the items that they've made changes on that have seen significant savings, just because we really haven't been engaged in that conversation. I also think it's really early to the point that Marshall and Brian both made. We're kind of 1 and 2 years out, so a lot of them are kind of still looking at the recovery costs or those estimated costs. We've also unfortunately seen, as you've talked about very often on this council, drastic increases in energy costs. So unfortunately, some of those projected cost savings are being eaten into, not because of lack of guidance or input or even chance or opportunity, but because those other energy costs are going up. So it's kind of canceling it out some. And a lot of folks are looking at it in the totality as opposed to individual investment versus savings in this area.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. And let's stay in touch on that. Ms. Thomas, I appreciate your testimony. As you kind of think about the innovation work and the work you're doing with a lot of the buildings, one of the things that we frequently hear is, listen, we got to push back net zero requirements just because it's just so much more expensive or difficult to build to that standard. And obviously, as a district, we want to be thoughtful around how is it we're both achieving our goals and also making sure that we are good stewards of tax dollars or supporting an environment where we're able to build new housing. I can acknowledge it might be more difficult to be the first at something. So it might be a little more difficult for somebody at first to develop a net zero building or meet some of those standards. But are the components of a net zero building, are they just somehow exponentially more expensive than others? What are some of the challenges that our development community you think does face when trying to meet different net zero standards?
That's a great question. I think you talked about no one wants to be the first, right? But there are a lot of net zero buildings out there. So there is proven technology, there are proven strategies to achieve net zero net zero buildings. I think but it is still relatively new. So there are costs just associated with, sorry, I'm having trouble answering this question.
It's all
I've been
right.
focusing a lot on the BEPS and not as much on net zero right now. So, it does come with just the learning curve. We talked about the contractor, the workforce, needing to upskill in order to meet the demand there. So, with more net zero buildings, then you'd think that the contractor pool and the materials associated with that would come down as well. But yeah, sorry, I don't have a more specific answer for you.
Yeah, that's fine. I appreciate it. All right, I want to thank everybody on this panel, and I want to note, of course, I appreciate the other folks I didn't ask a question to, but I appreciate your testimony and support for the restoration we've got to do in terms of the budget, SETF, and others. Sorry, Vic, were you about to jump in? Or were you trying
Sorry,
to?
I thought I was muted, but I could answer about the costs that associated with net zero buildings, specifically in the preservation of affordable housing. When you're dealing with existing buildings, it's been very difficult to get to net zero. A lot of the times it actually has to do with not being able to have proper insulation in the building. Because so that affects, how much energy you're using in terms of heating and cooling in the property. And when you have existing structures, it's kind of hard to get into the walls without having to change the whole floor plan. So that's something that we've had issues with. I think another thing that just costs money is increasing the electrical load on a building that is using a lot more electricity if you're having electric heat pumps, for example, as opposed to a boiler. But yeah, happy to talk more about those things if you have further questions.
Yeah, no, I very much appreciate it. I know we've got a bunch of other folks I want to make sure we turn to for our next panels here, but I appreciated that. Marshall, do you want to add to that real fast? And then we'll
Really
wrap up.
quickly, I think it's always harder to go in and change something after. That's true in modernizing an existing building. It's true in taking a design for a new building and coming in with the later changes. That always adds more. But integrated design up front can save a lot of money, and there's a lot of opportunities. Prior to my current job, I used to work for a global leading mechanical, electrical, plumbing engineering firm. We delivered net zero buildings at zero added cost and energy savings from day one relative to existing buildings. It absolutely can be done, but it has to require a strategic, clear approach from upfront and very clear building codes.
Yep.
So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Well, thanks to this panel. This was a great one. Thank you all very much. All right, let me turn to our next panel. And again, it's going to be a hybrid of folks that are here in person and folks that are joining us online. I've got Barbara Briggs, Friends Meeting of Washington Committee on Peace and Social Concerns. Dorothy Ann Scanley, Public Witness. John Capozzi, Public Witness. I don't see John here though. Greg Lindholm, Public Witness, who is online. Mark Kresowick, Public Witness, who's online. Jean Stewart, Public Witness, here with us in person. Catherine Ferguson, Public Witness, I believe is online. Jane Koska, Public Witness. I don't think we have Jane here. And I think Nathan told us earlier, Vondre Walston's not here. Vondre Walston? Oh, joining us online. Okay, all right. Then that sounds like a good panel. All right, Barbara Briggs, you're gonna kick us off. Good afternoon. Barbara, sorry, if you can push the buttons, the red light's on. There you go.
Thank you for this opportunity to testify, Councilmember Allen, staff, Director Jackson. I know it's been a long afternoon, and I hope you'll forgive any preaching to the choir sensibility of this testimony, but this is for the record. I'm testifying today on behalf of Friends Meeting of Washington's Committee on Peace and Social Concerns. Our Quaker meeting is proud to work with Beyond Gas DC, which is a collaboration of the Washington Interfaith Network, Interfaith Power and Light, and the Sierra Club, advocating to speed DC's transition off fossil fuels. We are told that this is a terrible year economically, and as a consequence, many important programs must be reduced, weakened, or crowded out of this year's budget. Following steep cuts last year, Mayor Bowser proposes to cut DOEE's budget by $72 million from $254 million to $182 million, and she proposes to eviscerate DOEE's clean energy programs from $72 million to just $21.2 million. And this after severe cuts last year. The programs at risk are critical to DC's transition to clean energy, which will move DC residents and our city to being far healthier. They're a key part of our climate response and also will make our homes far more affordable. These programs include the Healthy Homes Act, as well as staffing and support for the building energy performance standards and programs to support rooftop solar. There's been a lot of discussion already about the diversion of funds from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund. And so I'm not going to go into details because you know this very well, but de facto, this means zero will actually go to help DC families and building owners move off fossil fuels. Over the past year, my colleagues and I in the faith, affordable housing, and climate advocacy community have spent hundreds of hours testing DC homes for pollutants created when gas is burned. Our data analysis is not done yet, but the news is not good. DC families are breathing pollutants that cause asthma and other illnesses inside their homes and outside where heating emissions are vented. This is true, and we've seen this to be true in low-income neighborhoods, public housing, and wealthier areas, in apartments, townhouses, and separate dwellings. And it's true for renters as well as for families who own their own homes. With extreme weather caused by climate change, things are going to get worse. Our homes and buildings are going to need to be tighter to deal with hotter summers and the extreme cold periods like what we experienced last winter. Well-insulated and well-sealed buildings with gas combustion inside is not a good combination. We know we have to stop burning fossil fuels to live up to DC's climate commitments. The health benefits of doing so will be massive. And because electric homes actually use less energy than homes that use gas, this transition will and can make life more affordable, even just counting utility bills, not the medical and environmental costs. Our DC government needs to spend more money, not less, to accelerate DC's shift from fossil fuels to clean energy. Homeowners and landlords are going to need the expertise and financial help to move off gas systems. We're tired of the game that we're seeing of pitting clean energy, energy equity, and climate response programs against support for daycare and other programs that are critical for low-income DC residents. The mayor is proposing to borrow $1.1 billion in capital funds for the new RFK Stadium, and DC residents will pay the interest on that. At an interest rate of 5%, that would be about $55 million a year that we're going to be paying. My point is not to relitigate that decision that we have made, but rather that money can be found. Use green bonds, reject the theft of the SETF monies intended for investment in sustainable energy. We ask that council prioritize investment in clean energy, long-term energy affordability, and the health of DC residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Dorothy Ann Scanley.
Happy May Day, everybody.
And if you could hit the button so the red light's on.
Thank you. Happy May Day, everybody. It's an auspicious day to hold this particular hearing. My name's Ann Scanley. I've lived at Ward 2 for about 50 years. We've had the hottest March on record. We had over 90 degrees this April. Now is not the time for DC to abandon its role as a leader on clean energy. When DC passed the Clean Energy Act in 2018, it was the strongest clean energy bill in the country. Under that act, DC created the Green Bank, the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, and other programs. And those programs are making a difference. They've been successful. We've heard from other witnesses that 70% of the large buildings that are in phase 2 of the building energy performance standards are expected to meet the target. The mayor's proposed cuts to the Department of Energy and the Environment won't just stall this progress. They're going to set us back. Her bottom line for DOEE is 28% lower than last year, and it means a 6.3 reduction in staff. That means that really valuable experience is going to be lost. They plan to meet that reduction by not filling vacancies. So you have experienced people who will be gone and not replaced. And these cuts can't be blamed just on the loss of federal dollars. If you look specifically at the funding supplied by DC, you see an almost 20% drop from last year. And if you compare FY25 to the proposed budget, a 2-year period, it's a 38% drop in DC funding. Many important programs are going to be affected. I'm going to speak to just one, the Healthy Homes Act, which Chairman Allen, you championed that. It mandates no-cost residential electrification retrofits to at least 30,000 homes by 2040. There's no way they're going to be able to do that. They hardly did anything last year. They won't be able to do anything at all in 27. Last year, the mayor crippled the program with her deceitful sweep and renaming of the special purpose revenue stream that was established to fund the program. This year, she's killing the program entirely by enlarging the sweep and underfunding its parent division. The Healthy Homes Act is a matter of economic justice, public health, and environmental stewardship. And I'm urging you to stand up to the mayor and restore the funding for that program. Don't let her undermine duly enacted legislation. Don't let her turn the city's back on struggling families. And I want to echo Barbara's words about funding of the stadium. If we can come up with that 1.1 billion, we can certainly come up with something for healthy homes. Finally, I want to put in a word about funding the greenhouse gas emissions study amendment. DC has the opportunity to secure a substantial and a righteous funding stream by making fossil fuel companies pay for the costs that DC incurs as it addresses the damage from pollution and climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we had John Capozzi, but he is not here and not online. Greg Lindholm, I think we have you online. So let me turn to you.
Thank you.
Yep, there we go.
My name is, My name is Greg Lindholm. I'm the general manager for DC and Virginia at Miller Pipeline, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm here to support Mayor Bowers's budget proposal, which will allow more time to implement updates to the energy code and building standards. Just for a little background on me, I've spent my entire 42-year career in the natural gas industry, and I've worked at Miller Pipeline for 17 years. I began my career as a laborer, and worked my way up to foreman, general foreman, superintendent, manager, and now general manager. In my current role, I am responsible for overseeing our crews and operations in Virginia and DC. I'm proud to work in the natural gas industry and to work at Miller Pipeline. We've been part of the DC community for decades. We have around 75 dedicated professionals in DC, more than half of whom are women and people of color, and many of whom are proud members of Local 11 laborers, Local 77 operators, Local 10 steam fitters. We commit to the diversity in our contracting, with approximately 36% of our revenue flowing to local diverse contractors and suppliers. The mayor's proposal will prevent unnecessary disruption to DC's natural gas infrastructure from going into place before it is ready for the change. Our natural gas system provides base power needed to keep homes warm and hospitals and schools running. Maintaining this infrastructure protects the safety and integrity of the existing system that serves our community's energy needs. Put simply, it would be a mistake to implement wholesale changes to the status quo without fully understanding the effects. One effect is on the workforce at places like ours. Our workers are committed to the safety and reliability of our natural gas system. Continuing to maintain and invest in our system as it actually exists means investing in the men and women like the people I work with. We respectfully support the mayor's pragmatic budget proposal. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lindholm. Next, we have Mark Kresowick, who's also joining us online.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Allen, members of the committee staff. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public testimony to aid your budget oversight for the Department of Energy and Environment and the Sustainable Energy Utility. I'd like to start with an apology on behalf of our mayor, because she's probably not going to. I get that 12 years is a long time to do a job. I spent nearly 15 years at my first one out of college. But based on the budget she submitted to you for DOEE and the SEU, she clearly doesn't want to do this job anymore. And unfortunately, that means you have the incredibly challenging job of doing it for her and for all of us. While there are many hard choices to be made here, there are also some very easy ones, so I'm going to focus on those. The budget proposed to you by the mayor for DOEE and the SEU does some of the dumbest things I've ever seen in district planning and budgeting. First, it would sweep money away from programs mandated by this council and paid for by our energy bills, including the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund and the Renewable Energy Development Fund, to other purposes in a way that would both delay investments in lowering energy bills for district families, whom we know are struggling to afford to keep the lights on, and perhaps even worse, result in forfeiting tens of millions of dollars in federal matching funds for that same outcome, preventing at least 1,000 families from benefiting. As we know from this budget, the federal administration is already clawing back money as fast as they can, whether legally or illegally. Doing it to ourselves and thousands of DC families is just plain dumb. Second, the proposed budget uses a regressive approach to funding the basic day-to-day operations of the district government, again through those charges on our energy bills, costing lower income families more than those making higher salaries, because those lower income households pay a higher percentage of their income for energy. Both of these things increase energy bills and make it harder for the families most struggling to afford to live in the district. And those both be fixed by you. Again, I'm sorry you have to do it, but since the mayor hasn't, only you can. Finally, the Budget Support Act also needlessly delays adoption of the Net Zero Building Code, again, because the mayor apparently can't be bothered anymore to do the job we all hired her to do, despite having had years to do so. I know from doing my day job that the dedicated and effective DOEE staff have done most of this. They proposed an all-electric commercial code to the Construction Codes Coordinating Board more than 3 years ago. They've contributed to a residential net zero building code overlay that is currently out for public comment and will be finalized this summer. These things could be adopted by the district before the end of the year. The only reason not to do so is because the mayor and her appointees of the Construction Codes Coordinating Board don't want to, not because there isn't enough expertise, time, or money in the budget to do so. So what can you do? Fund the SEU with SETF and REDF funds sufficient to spend the full federal home energy rebate dollars as fast as humanly possible. These are investments that immediately lower energy bills for lower income households at no cost to those households. That's the closest thing you can get to a no-brainer in this difficult budget. Second, don't use those funds and those charges on our energy bills to pay for basic day-to-day district government operations. They should be funded by our more progressive taxes, not our regressive energy bills, which we know are already too darn high. Charges on our energy bills should go to lowering those bills through energy efficiency and clean energy for those households and businesses that need the most help, not paying the district bills. Finally, don't allow the mayor to delay adoption of the net zero building codes. There aren't technical or staffing reasons why these things can't be done, only policy differences between this council, the mayor, and some of her appointees. On behalf of every family and business in the district, especially those who can't afford to keep the lights on, please do those things. Don't let the mayor ignore you for the short remaining duration of her term. She can do that to her heart's content in a few months. Thank you, and hopefully it will be easier next year.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kressowig. Jean Stewart, you're up next. Let me turn to you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Allen and staff. My name is Jean Stewart. I'm a resident of Ward 1 and a longtime advocate for environmental justice and affordable housing. I believe that housing is a basic human right and that all houses should be free of pollution. This is why I'm urging changes in this budget to restore funding for the Healthy Homes Act to help my lower income neighbors switch from the well-known health threats from burning methane gas in stoves and HVAC systems and to move to clean and efficient electric appliances. Such a big change certainly costs money up front, but it results in ongoing cost savings, first of all, in better health, so a lot less lost productivity from missed days of work and school. For the mayor to cut funds for this important program is short-sighted and will cost the city much more in the long run. This year, the mayor raised even more funds from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund intended to provide the money for struggling low-income families to obtain non-polluting electric appliances and greatly reduce their energy bills. The proposed draconian cuts to the SETF will mean locking in fossil fuel systems in these homes for years to come, with the attendant financial burdens of rapidly increasing utility bills for residents who are straining to pay them even at current rates, and continuing incidents of pollution-driven illnesses. As Stephen Colbert likes to say, news you can use from the Strait of Hormuz. Thousands of miles from here, but the blockage of this major supply line for petroleum products is already raising prices worldwide. Excuse me. And causing a lot of rethinking about our dependence on fossil fuels. The proposed cuts to the DOEE budget are even more short-sighted in view of this sudden shock to our usual economic expectations and would put our city at an immediate and long-term disadvantage for funding energy efficiency, healthy housing, and a clean environment. And I ask that you do as much as possible to reshape this budget to invest in the energy sources of the rapidly approaching future and avoid locking in the costly inefficiencies of the past. And I just also have to strongly object to the mayor's reappointment of those PSC commissioners who keep approving the very expensive fossil fuel infrastructure being pushed by Washington Gas. We do not need to be stuck with a burdensome billion-dollar web of gas pipes. As more and more residents and businesses shift away from gas to electricity, it would just become a gigantic monument to waste. And these are all matters, in my opinion, of social justice as well as financial wisdom. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. All right, next we're going to turn back online. We have Catherine Ferguson. And Jean, your mic is still on. That's all right. That's all right. I can hear it. Catherine Ferguson, if you're there, I'll turn to you next.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Allen, staff, Director Jackson, and thank you for allowing me to testify on behalf of the DOEE budget. My name is Catherine Ferguson, and I have lived in Ward 6 for 28 years. I'm here today to ask the DC Council to restore funding to the clean energy programs that are gutted in the mayor's proposed budget. We're all rightfully concerned about the city's recent loss of tax revenue and our obligations to protect the city's fiscal health. But by the same token, we also have a duty to protect the fiscal health of our residents and our environment. DC residents who have suffered through heat domes, extreme wind, wildfire smoke, and snowcrete understand the threat of climate change and have worked hard to pass cutting-edge legislation that will transition our city off dangerous fossil fuels. We need the city to follow through on these commitments now. As scientists are currently warning that climate change is accelerating and its effects are intensifying at an alarming rate, it would be irrational to weaken or delay our clean energy transition. It would also be fiscally irresponsible to continue to sink money into our very expensive fossil fuel infrastructure rather than invest in affordable alternatives. Therefore, we must fund the building energy performance standards to improve energy efficiency of our buildings and lower utility costs. We need to fund the net zero energy building code so that DC buildings are sustainable and free of rising and volatile energy prices. We should also fund Solar for All and the Healthy Homes Act so that low-income residents have equitable access to the health and financial benefits of clean energy. Personally, I live in a 126-year-old house, and I have electrified it on the budget of a public school teacher. I have solar panels, and between those two things, my utility costs are greatly reduced. This is an amazing benefit that everyone should be able to benefit from. We are the nation's capital and a leader in the fight against climate change. Whether we stand up or back down, others will take note. We can and should show the nation that funding our clean energy future is a smart investment for residents' health, the environment, and the long-term affordability of our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then next, let me see if Andre Walston's here. Well, yep, nope, we got you. Mr. Walston, if you can hear me, we need you to accept the panelist request. There we go. I think we got you now.
I'm here. Sorry
All right,
about
there we
that.
go. We're ready for you.
How you doing today, Councilmember? My apologies for not being there. Couldn't find childcare. I'm sitting here with a 9-month-old who is all over the place.
I've been there. Don't worry about it. All right. I'm glad you could make it, though, so whenever you're ready.
All right, so today I came before the committee to represent not the big businessmen, not the small businessmen, not my organization that I work for, not as the president of any huge company. I am the outreach coordinator of Ward 8 Woods, but I'm just representing the local citizen, the resident of District of Columbia. I was born and raised in this city, and I got the chance to be in person last year for the budget hearing where DOE took another huge budget cut and a couple programs lost funding that were important to, my job and per se. And we are here again with this same thing going on. And, first of all, I'd like to thank the committee because I know in this position, it's not the committee who is responsible for the budget. You all are responsible for putting a budget together. You guys are responsible for making it make sense. You take what someone else puts together and you try to make it make sense for the people, which is not an easy job because you can't make everybody happy, especially when you're dealing with allocated funds or limited funds for things. But what I find funny and what I see funny in this budget is that there's a huge increase in policing. There's a decrease in TANF housing, food stamps, and also there's a decrease in the DOE's taking another budget cut. And I ask that you look at this from the point of a resident and not as someone that has to make a decision, not as someone that gets up every day and you have a position of power, not for someone that, is made to do this because you have to do this as a job, but just as someone that before you guys sat in those seats, DC is not a huge city that is just full of middle-class citizens nor high-class citizens. We have a lot of citizens that are low income. DC is the grandmother that's raising her grandkids, sending them to school to become the next council member. The single mother that's raising her child struggling on food stamps and TANF to send the next president to a school that she probably can't afford to send them to. You know what I mean? DC is full of a lot of potential, and it's a lot of greatness in these low income households that strive and survive off these programs that are taking these hits. Outside of the low income housing, DC is also a place where we have an environment that we got to take care of. The Department of Environment and Energy keeps taking these hits, and I ask you to visualize the importance of these budget cuts that we're putting in place, because these budget cuts affect the environment. We can't continue to act as if pollution, trash, litter is not becoming a problem. If Uptown, 14th Street, Columbia Heights, U Street, Howard, all those areas uptown that we like people to come look at and come visit don't have rat problems and an infestation of trash and pollution. Like, these things are simple fixes, but it just takes looking at the budget from a different mindset. And that's what I came to ask you guys to start to try to do. In the Bible, and I'm not being religious, but in the Bible, it does say the first should be last and the last should be first. We got to start looking at these programs that we put on the chopping block first and see if these programs that we put on there first to cut, if we could try to save those, and if their representation and if their actual importance are more important than, for instance, big business and taxing and building codes and all of these things that we talk about that above the average man's knowledge and income of, wanting to think about. You really have to put in per se that if we don't have an environment or a safe place to send our kids to school, a safe place for them to thrive, a neighborhood where they can play outside properly, mental health is affected by that. Policing is increased in these neighborhoods where there's clutter. There's a lot that goes with the environment not being protected. So I'm asking you to protect the people, protect the environment, and then have faith that by doing that, the people will show up and we'll protect each other. We'll protect our investments. We'll protect the businesses. And everything in this city can go back to running hand in hand like it's supposed to, like it has before, and like it can once again. I appreciate you guys for giving me the chance to speak, and thank you.
No, thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Walston. And I mean, I think your testimony was spot on. And I think it also, again, kind of highlights one of the frustrations I often see, which is all too often, and I think what we've seen reflected in the mayor's budget the last several years, it treats environmental and energy issues as just kind of this one little kind of nice to have kind of thing. And what you outlined so well is the interconnection that exists. The work you're doing with Ward 8 Woods, for example, and other colleagues, it creates jobs, it creates opportunity, it creates cleaner environments. You talked about the connection between kids being successful in school or policing in community. Like, all these things are related to one another. And so when we cut these investments, which is, as we heard about from multiple organizations today, means those organizations get cut, which now mean jobs are going to be removed, which now means money's not in your pocket, which now means, and it just keeps on going and going and going. If we truly are trying to frame this as a growth economy budget, we are trying to grow our city and grow jobs and grow families, grow people. These are investments that pay back substantial dividends, much more than, which is also a high quality thing, a cleaner park. But it translates into so much more. So I really appreciate you giving voice to that and sharing that. So thank you, Mr. Walston. I wanted to ask, I think Mr. Lindholm, I think you're still with us. I'm pretty sure, but I just want to double check. When you were talking about your support for the mayor's language in the budget, I think what you were talking about was the targeted one-year move on the subsequent BEPS cycles. Did that correctly? I just want to make sure I had that correct.
Yes.
Okay, got it. To Catherine Ferguson, and I guess Mr. Kresowick, this committee has obviously strongly supported our BEPS program and has worked very hard and aggressively to push back on these wholesale delays and these massive kicks of the can. made sure there's funding to help support our businesses and help support property owners be able to make these changes. So we've worked time and time again with this. The language in the BSA does feel different this year in that it feels more tactical, and it does seem to have a little more consensus around it with the BEPS task force and others related to not a wholesale kick in the can, but that one cycle in 1 year from an alignment perspective. Would welcome your feedback though, since both of you spoke very strongly about our BEPS program.
I just clarify mine. I didn't say anything about BEPS. I only spoke to the delay in the net zero building code, so the
my apologies. I
construction
didn't get that
code,
correct.
not the BEPS. Sorry.
Okay, thanks, Mark. I'm sorry. I thought I heard you say BEPS. Got it.
Nope.
Ms. Ferguson?
I would just say that I get concerned when the process of delay is advocated. I think rather than a wholesale delay, the idea of a more targeted delay makes sense.
Okay. Well, I certainly share that with you in terms of your concern about any wholesale. That's why we kicked that out of the budget the last 2 years that it's been proposed, because it was wrong and wasn't right. I frequently, though, said if there is a tactical and limited and targeted type of change that needs to be made, I'm open to hearing it. And I think it does mean something to me to have the BEPS task force come back, and who has been very skeptical of the last two proposals, come in and say, we think this could be the right way to do this in a very tactical way. So we'll take a good look at it, but that's helpful, and I appreciate your testimony on that. To Ms. Briggs, Ms. Scanley, Ms. Stewart, I mean, I can echo, just agree with everything you just said. I mean, and the including the socket to him. So we want to make sure, obviously, that we're trying to find everything we can to help restore and put this budget back together again. Again, I know I'm preaching to the choir. We know the damage that can be done if this budget is approved as proposed. We were able to make changes last year. We're going to have to do it again this year. My hope is certainly that next year we're not, I mean, I'd love to be with you again next year, but maybe we're talking in a different way next year. So we've got to help stabilize this and protect this budget moving forward into next year. So I appreciate your testimony. Absolutely. Thank you all very much. All right, let me move to our next panel of witnesses. I've got Cody Austin, Derek Hill, Carolyn Vaughn. Oh, all right, Ms. Vaughn, come on up. April Linton. And again, this is gonna be a mix of some people online and here. Ms. Linton? Yep, okay. Dina Rodriguez. All right, come on up, Dina. Anais Borja, I think is online. Okay. Nava Mak. Online? Yes. Okay, all right, online. And I got one more seat, so Alex Howard from Washington Gas. 1, 2, 3, okay. All right, I think we've got this panel here. All right, so Cody Austin, we've got you up first and you're online, so let me turn to you for your testimony. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Chairman Allen. My name is Cody Austin. I am a Ward 3 resident and environmental advocate with the Sierra Club. I'm here to urge the City Council to support additional funding for the DOEE's budget, specifically for clean energy and water programs. Starting with the Healthy Homes Act, this creates a program to supply 30,000 low and moderate income residents with electrification retrofits that replace fossil fuel burning systems. However, Mayor Muriel Bowser has raided funds for this program to pay the district's exorbitant utility bills. And last year, the council renamed the part she raided as the Mayor's Energy Surcharge, making it clear to utility customers that these funds are no longer being used for sustainable energy programs. So let's get this straight. Residents are now expected to pay for the outrageous the outrageous rate hikes proposed by PEPCO with zero pushback from the PSC and the City Council. And now on top of that, residents must also pay into the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, or SETF, which is supposed to fund clean energy, and yet those funds are now being rated to cover the district's own utility costs. This is simply bad policy that actively hurts DC residents. Mayor Bowser's new budget keeps the rated funds in the so-called Mayor's Energy Surcharge, and rates an additional $10.5 million from the SETF. If the DC Council wishes to support the city's low and moderate income residents, they must restore every penny to fund the Healthy Homes Act. Further, they must eliminate the provision providing for the Mayor's Energy Surcharge and prevent any further efforts to treat the SETF as a slush fund. Finally, do not reconfirm PSC Commissioners Emil Thompson and Ted Trabue, who voted to approve the $123.4 million rate hikes proposed by PEPCO. This will ensure our most vulnerable residents can afford their utilities and housing while living free from fossil fuel pollutants. Now, concerning clean water, this budget proposes that multiple funds for lead-safe and healthy housing should be cut to zero, including DC's Water Lead Pipe Replacement Assistance Program. This would mean 650 DC homes next year will not have their lead pipes replaced and will continue to be exposed to toxic lead. Mayor Bowser also moved $4 million from a federally mandated stormwater fund to DC street sweeping, putting DC at risk for federal fines. For members of the council who do not wish to poison their residents with toxic lead, they must restore funding for the Lead Pipe Replacement Assistance Program. Please also restore funding for the Natural Resources Administration across programs that protect and clean up green spaces and waterways in DC. And finally, it is unacceptable for the mayor to move $4 million from our federally mandated stormwater fund to DC street sweeping, putting DC at risk for federal fines. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right. Thank you very much, Cody. Let's see. Next, let me turn to Carolyn Vaughn, who's here in person.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Allen, for your attention to this testimony. I'm speaking regarding the Department of Energy and Environment. My name is Carrie Vaughn, and I'm the Farm Director for Building Bridges Across the River, which brings world-class services to residents east of the Anacostia River. Our farm program supports urban farms in Southeast DC. We give out free, locally grown produce to district residents, and we give opportunities to youth and adults to learn about growing food. Because of my role working with farmers and gardeners, I was appointed as a member of the Food Policy Council. I chair the Urban Agriculture Working Group. First, I encourage you to maintain funding for the Office of Urban Agriculture. This office has been understaffed for over a year, and we're missing having an administrator. I would like to make sure that position is rehired, but currently that's in the budget, so I just want to ping that in case it comes up. Second, I'm grateful that the budget retains funding for the Urban Agriculture Infrastructure and Operations Grant. This is a very helpful grant for small growers in DC who need a cooler, a vehicle, or water access, or some other kind of small but significant investment to increase the healthy food they can grow for our residents. As far as I'm aware, that's still in the budget, and I'm just, again, putting that on the table as something I want to keep there. Third, and possibly most important, please do not vote for the Food Policy Functions Amendment Act in the Budget Support Act, which would repeal the creation of the Food Policy Council and its responsibilities. SNAP has new work requirements that will take effect June 1st, just as happened when SNAP was threatened this past fall. I'm expecting a huge wave of people to come to our weekly food giveaway. If we are well coordinated, all of us in the food systems community, we can be ready with extra food, with job fairs, and with information to pass to participants about how to request exemptions to the work requirements for SNAP. Being well coordinated means that we need someone in the DC government who knows all of the departments involved, can relay information to our broad network effectively, and create flyers and web pages for the public and troubleshoot problems as they arise. The Food Policy Council, while under the Office of Planning's director, Anita Cozart, did a terrific job of orchestrating exactly this type of response during COVID and last summer's federal shutdown. This is exactly the moment when we need the leadership of the Office of Food Policy and the network of the Food Policy Council to be running full steam to get us through this chaotic moment. I bring this up during the DOEE hearing because it's possible the Office of Food Policy and the Food Policy Council could be moved to DOEE as they're no longer welcome as part of the Office of Planning. So I don't really know what the best location is for the Office of Food Policy. I know that getting rid of the Food Policy Council doesn't really make a lot of budget sense since I'm a volunteer. All of the members of the council are volunteers. So I think it would be great to move it to some other spot in the district government. Thank you so much for your time and attention, and I appreciate the hard work you do representing us.
Thank you very much. Next, we turn to April Linton.
Here we go. Chairman Allen and staff, my name is April Linton, and I'm the president of City Wildlife. For many years, we've been fortunate to receive a grant for wildlife rehabilitation through DOEE, and we've enjoyed a really productive partnership with them. We thank you, Councilmember Allen, for your effective support of this grant from year to year. And of course, we were dismayed to learn that currently the grant is not included in the FY 2027 budget. The DOEE grant is about 1/4 of City Wildlife's total budget. That means that for the service we provide, the DC government has been paying only 25 cents on the dollar, an extremely good deal for the people of DC. The question now is, without the grant, what might the people of DC lose? The short answer is we would have to figure that out. We might consider foregoing staffing for our Duck Watch program, which rescues waterfowl families that are trapped on rooftops or balconies, helps them cross busy streets, and surmount other barriers. You may have seen the Prince of Petworth Duck Watch story last week, which said, "In a world that is, well, depressing, I'd like to extend big praise to City Wildlife's Duck Watch, a little reminder that all hope is not lost." DOEE funding allows City Wildlife to use our private funds for small programs like this that have outsized impacts on our common quality of life. We might also, if we need to reduce capacity, we might have to rethink our open door policy for all the animals that DC Animal Care and Control brings us. The Animal Control Program offers us no financial support, even though their contract requires them to pick up distressed wild animals and bring them to a rehabilitator, of which City Wildlife is the only one in DC. And this has always been fine with us, but we may have to consider that private citizens who bring us animals frequently leave a contribution to the animal's care, and of course, DC Animal Care and Control does not. This much is certain, many people who live or work in the district are accustomed to being able to call City Wildlife to help with emergencies involving wild animals. They will be upset if this is no longer a service that is available to them. The more than 20,000 animals City Wildlife has treated over the years all came to our center because caring people brought them to us, or they asked Animal Care and Control to do that for them. At a time when the city and the world need more acts of compassion and empathy, we're proud to be a small but powerful compassion generator right here in DC. "When I saved a baby duck," wrote 9-year-old Maya Kay, "you took me seriously. You sent me letters about how the duck was doing. I just want to say thank you for giving me the ability to help." And David B. wrote, "You're doing important work, fulfilling an obligation that I believe we have as a community to our animal neighbors. Nothing would please us more than to continue with the help of the city government through our economically advantageous grant, which is, after all, a minuscule part of the city budget."
Thank you very much, Ms. Linton. Next, let me turn to Dina Rodriguez.
Sure. Hello, happy Friday, and thank you, Chairman, and everyone here, except those whose pockets are lined by the very energy utilities that are bleeding DC residents dry, perhaps sharing the panel with me. My name is Dina Rodriguez. I am a Ward 6 resident, a wife, a daughter, a friend to many, and a person, like most of us in this room, who cares deeply about the preservation of a livable, healthy, and one day equitable future for our loved ones. According to the DOEE website, their mission is to protect and restore the environment, conserve our natural resources, mitigate pollution, increase access to clean and renewable energy, and educate the public on ways to secure a sustainable future. Nowhere in that statement does it say that the DOE budget should be siphoned off by the mayor, or that over 80% of the remaining funds should go toward the government's own utility bills, as the chairman has shared with us. Due to the mayor's energy surcharge fee, something that you can or should see on your utility bills, the funds are being redirected from their intended objective, the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund. And I won't harp on all of the essential programs that those cuts would make because we've talked about them extensively here, but I will highlight the Healthy Homes Act, plastic pollution reduction laws, replacing lead pipes, and of course, city wildlife. But I will say that I am so sick of showing up to these hearings and asking the government to simply do its job. First, it was and continues to be the PSC, and now the DOE, not the agency itself. The blame does not fall on the wonderful employees there, but squarely on the mayor, who was elected to govern on our behalf and is failing miserably. And so that is why I have two asks for the leaders in this room. I was hoping there would be more, but those who are here who actually believe in accountability. One, please restore the $10.5 million or more in funding for the DOEE so that we can keep those essential programs that would lower energy bills for residents, improve water and air quality for the district, and secure a green and sustainable future. Second, so that we do not have to keep having this same stupid fight over and over again, I ask that we earmark the $200K in this year's budget, some amount that we've all agreed in this room is not a lot at all compared to the budget at large, to fully fund the Greenhouse Gas Emissions Study Amendment Act, the climate study bill. It is the only way to comprehensively address climate change in DC by studying its impending impacts, allowing us to calculate the true cost of emissions, identify major polluters, and establish a climate superfund, which would be paid for by billion-dollar fossil fuel companies, not taxpayers. This would finally bring an end to the energy and environmental program cuts for good. Climate change is here. It is only getting worse, and we need to start acting like it. So thank you, and please do the right thing.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I would note and ask, I appreciate and respect everybody's testimony today. I would ask that direct testimony to me, not to fellow panelists. Again, I respect the passion and strong beliefs on no matter what you want to bring to the testimony, but just direct it towards us rather than fellow panelists. I'd appreciate it. All right, next let me turn to Ms. Borja, who is joining us online.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairperson Allen and members of the council. My name is Anais Borja, and I'm a DC resident. I am here today to urge you to restore City Wildlife's $200,000 grant, which April mentioned represents nearly a quarter of its budget. Many of us citizens speaking today on behalf of City Wildlife probably have a similar story. We found a sick or injured animal and had no idea who to call. Last year, I found a badly injured baby squirrel, and I was very distraught. And it was only by luck that a woman walking by knew exactly what to do and who to call. And that's how I first came to know City Wildlife. But since then, I've come to understand that City Wildlife's value goes far beyond wildlife rescue and rehabilitation. And that's what I want to focus on today. City Wildlife has also helped educate DC residents about the risks of conventional rat management, which can put pets, wildlife, and neighborhoods at risk. A 2025 study by City Wildlife found that more than 80% of squirrels, 86% of raptors, and 100% of possums tested in Washington, D.C. were positive for rodenticides. The Washington Post covered that study in a widely read article from 2025 called Rat Poison is Sickening and Killing DC Wildlife, Study Finds. So through City Wildlife's Reimagining Rodent Control webinar, I learned about fertility control baits, which I've since used to replace the rat poison baits in the alleyway behind our house. This is a really simple intervention that will protect our pets, loved ones, and public health. DC is facing significant budget pressure, as we've heard today, from federal workforce reductions and rising costs. And that means your committee faces difficult trade-offs between funding core services that keep the air clean, air and water clean, lower utility costs, reduce pollution, and advance DC's climate and environmental goals. But cutting nearly a quarter of City Wildlife's budget would weaken a critical organization that punches above its weight as both a wildlife rescue resource and a low-cost public health intervention partner. So therefore, I urge the council to restore City Wildlife's $200,000 grant that protects pets, people, and public health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Borja. Let's see. Next, I've got Nava Mak. If I pronounce that correctly, please, or correct me.
Nava Mac. Yeah, you're close.
Thanks. Nava Mak, whenever you're ready.
Hello, council members and DC residents. My name is Nava Mack. I'm a rising college senior majoring in biology with a pre-veterinary track. I'm a DC resident born and raised in DuPont Circle and Woodley Park, and today I'm speaking on behalf of the organization City Wildlife, like many who came before me, whose crucial funding is on the line. As a pre-veterinary student, I've learned that undergraduate clinical experiences are imperative for preparing for veterinary school. City Wildlife allowed me to intern under their highly qualified veterinary and animal care team, which helped me gain my very first real clinical experience. I first came into the internship expecting to simply watch over the animals and clean the cages of DC's everyday critters. However, what I got out of the experience was so much more. Washington, D.C. is consistently ranked among the top cities in America for green spaces, and City Wildlife's conservation mission plays a role in that. As is repeatedly emphasized in my college biology courses, every plant and animal plays an impeccable and irreplaceable part in the ecosystem, regardless of the ecosystem's urban status. Each critter acts as a vital agent in maintaining green spaces by pollinating plants. Yes, birds count as pollinators in many cases, improving soil quality and soil fertility through their waste, spreading seeds, and managing vegetation growth. How can DC's nationally recognized green spaces thrive without a robust network of fauna? This is where City Wildlife comes in. Every year, hundreds of wild animals are harmed unintentionally by people. City Wildlife takes these injured animals in and applies reliable rehabilitation practices along with top-notch medical care from Dr. Sarah Surka, who spoke earlier, and the veterinary team to release them back into DC's ecosystem and allow them to fulfill their trophic role. I've witnessed these success stories firsthand. One of my favorite cases was a mother duck that came in with a degloving wound that actually exposed her skull. She was taken in by City Wildlife's Duck Watch team, which is a pretty successful City Wildlife program from the National Mall, along with all of her terrified babies. City Wildlife disinfected, sutured, bandaged, and eventually sent her back on the water with her family, where they could continue to make the day of National Mall visitors. We have also rehabilitated many raptors, including hawks, ospreys, and even eagles during my time as an intern. And these raptors are critical to controlling the rodent population throughout the city. They make pest control workers' jobs much easier. And if we don't provide these birds with medical assistance after human-caused injuries, like from car strikes, the city and its precious green spaces would be overrun with unwanted rodents. I could go on about how City Wildlife assists migratory birds or newborn baby squirrels, but still, with respect for the council's time, I'll simply end with this. Cutting essential funding from DC's environmental programs like City Wildlife will not only impact the animals that they help every day, but it will also deplete the city's famous green spaces beloved by so many residents and visitors. I'm asking as a student, DC resident, and animal lover in general, please protect our city's cherished wildlife and do not cut its funding.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mack. All right, next let me turn to Alex Howard.
Thank you, Chairman Allen, members of the committee, Connor.
Thank you. I'm Alex Howard, Public Affairs Lead for Washington Gas. We've served the district for 177 years. Today, we serve 165,000 customers and provide the primary source of heat for about half the homes in this city. Our employees live and work in the district, and we are committed to providing safe, reliable, and affordable energy. I'm here to ask the committee to do one thing: support the mayor's one-year extension of the Net Zero Energy Building Code deadline as transmitted in the FY27 Budget Support Act, and use that year to build the record this policy never had: a clear district-specific analysis of its costs, its feasibility, its impact on housing and energy bills, and the readiness of the electric grid. The council has already recognized the challenge here. Earlier this year in February, this council voted unanimously to exempt DC government buildings, projects, and contractors from the net zero mandate. That decision reflects recognition from every member of this body that the cost and feasibility burden of compliance is significant. If that burden is significant for the DC government with its budget, its procurement flexibility, and its access to capital, it is far too heavy for the renters, fixed income homeowners, and small businesses who have far fewer resources to absorb those costs. The mayor's extension applies the same logic to residents, renters, and small businesses across the district, not just to government. The numbers point in the same direction. DC residents already pay about 24 cents per kilowatt hour, roughly 42% above the national average, and electric bills have risen by more than $30 a month since 2023, with additional increases pending approval. In DC, the current natural gas supply charge is equivalent to about 2 cents per kilowatt hour, making it roughly 7 times cheaper than electricity at 14 cents per kilowatt hour on an energy supply basis. For many households, that difference translates into higher annual energy costs. Those costs are not theoretical. They show up in monthly bills for households that already have very little room to absorb additional expenses. The result is a meaningful and growing cost difference for households, one that many DC residents, particularly renters and fixed income households, cannot easily absorb. And the question of grid readiness has not been fully answered. Space heating is the largest single energy use in DC buildings. Electrifying that load would shift the system toward a winter peak that requires additional infrastructure. During the recent winter storm Fern, our system supplied 1.6 billion cubic feet of gas per day. At 1.6 billion cubic feet per day, that's the all electric equivalent, about 20 gigawatts, which is about 11 Calvert Cliff nuclear power plant facilities. That would be required assuming a 1-to-1 conversion. PG&M has already documented growing constraints across the region, including rising demand and tighter supply margins. The scale, cost, and timing of the investments needed to support that shift have not been clearly established in the public record before the compliance deadline. So we ask 3 things. First, support the mayor's one-year extension and reject any reinstatement of the 2026 deadline. Second, direct DOEE to conduct and publish a comprehensive district-specific cost-benefit analysis so that the district has a clear and transparent record of the policy's costs, feasibility, and grid impacts before any compliance deadline takes effect. Third, consider whether 1 year is sufficient, given that the evidence in the record of cost, feasibility, and grid readiness. Washington Gas is not asking the committee to walk away from the district's long-term energy goals. We're asking you to ensure that this policy is grounded in a complete and transparent record before it takes effect, so that the residents who will bear the cost are fully considered in that decision. Thank you, and I'm happy to take your questions.
Great, thank you. Thanks everybody for your testimony. Appreciate the ongoing advocacy to help restore city wildlife funding. I mean, this is, I believe the mayor's cut the funding twice before. We've restored it twice before, maybe third time's the charm. But so I hope you hear me loud and clear. I agree with the sentiments I've heard throughout the day and have heard from emails and phone calls to my office. $200,000 is a really smart investment in a service that otherwise isn't going to be there. And we're going to work to make sure that we restore it in the same way that we have done in the past. And it's quite frustrating that it continues to happen. Perhaps next year it will not. But we will work to make sure we get that done. I also, Mr. Rodriguez, you talked about the greenhouse gas study. We've got a couple of folks asking if we can look at that. I don't feel as confident I can make the full commitment I'm making right now for city wildlife, but we are taking a good look at that to see what that could look like. The bill has not been passed yet, but it's not uncommon for us to what we call pre-fund a bill, where we dedicate the funding for it with the intention that we're going to be able to move that forward. So we're going to take a look at that. Ms. Vaughn, I want to ask you at the Food Policy Council. So your recommendation is that we should, first off, I think it's just stupid to try to disappear the Food Policy Council. That's in a different committee, so that's in Committee of the Health, but I know a lot of folks testified around that already. Why do you think DOEE would be the right place to house it?
Well, I think the nature of the Food Policy Council is that it's not really going to fit comfortably in just one department, because the whole point of it is to bring many departments together. So I can only say that because the DOEE is home to the Office of Urban Agriculture, the Food Policy Council and the Office of Urban Agriculture are partners. And so it's just sort of like one department that is part of the Food Policy Council that could potentially be a home to it. I think Department of Health would be a great home. I think the Office of Planning was a great home. I don't know. I don't really, it's not my word, where it ends up, but it does have sort of a natural place there in terms of the urban agriculture.
All right, I can hear that. All right, so the link is with the urban agriculture.
This seems like a decision for the department heads, find a department head that doesn't hate it and then go there.
Well, not my first time around. Even when a department head actually likes something, if the mayor's office cuts it, I'll have a department head who tells me, again, I support everything in this proposed budget. The mayor's given me absolutely everything that I possibly need to do my job. So I think it's really about where do we think a good nexus sits? And urban agriculture could be part of that. So I'll make sure that we kind of bring that up and talk with my colleagues. I do think a majority of the members want to see this restored. Where it is housed, I don't know the answer to that, but that's a good thing for us to think through.
I don't love that, I feel like I'm working on this council because the mayor has brought me to the council. So I don't want to work on a council that the mayor doesn't want me to work on. But since we'll have a new mayor in a few months, maybe the next mayor will want the council, and then it's a different question. So let's not repeal the law now, and we're just going to want to get it back again in a few months.
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, our hearing next year could be very different. So we'll find out. All right, and then Mr. Austin, appreciate your testimony. I mean, all the things you highlighted have been incredibly consistent with what we've heard throughout the day as well. When it comes to restoring the funds that have been swept yet again from the SETF, that's a major priority for us, and we're working a couple different ideas about how to put that back together again, and healthy homes and the funding would be a huge priority for us. So I appreciate your testimony. I think Ms. Mack and Ms. Borja, you both testified about city wildlife, so thank you for doing that. To Mr. Howard, the testimony you had on the BSA amendment. So as I read this amendment, is very different than what we've had the last 2 years, which has been just a wholesale delay and kicking of the can. And we may disagree on this, but I've been very transparent. Like, we were never going to pass that or approve that. We were going to knock it out of the mayor's budget every time. This one, which is much more targeted, much more narrow, the BEPS task force has weighed in. This one we'll definitely take a look at. And I hear your testimony saying you support that. I also heard part of your testimony saying, but then let's use that year to figure out if we should delay it further. That's the way I hear it. Is that the way you mean it?
Councilmember, we are willing to support the 1 year delay, but we do think that given the PGM grid, that we need to have a larger conversation.
Okay. There may be areas where we find agreement and then areas where we don't. I'm not going to support us doing what was attempted the last couple of years of kicking it down. So I will take a good look and listen to stakeholders around if this language strikes the right balance of a short-term and very targeted one-year delay. But I will just be very transparent. It's not something I'm going to be able to be supportive of any further type of delays. We've talked a good bit about the SETF today as well. When I opened up, because I'm both a Pepco and a Washington Gas ratepayer, when I open up my Washington Gas bill, I do not have listed on there Mayor's Energy Surcharge Fund. Why 8 months after the law is passed do I not have on my bill Mayor's Energy Surcharge Fund?
Councilmember, I'm not familiar with your particular bill, but I do know that we have that mechanism in place, and so I will be checking in with our company and following up with you in writing.
Okay, I would appreciate that. It was law passed about 8 months ago now. And I believe my Pepco bill just says MESF rather than spelling it out. Feels like a very intentional effort to avoid putting in Mayor's Energy Surcharge Fund. And if we're going to take the dollars away from people that we said it was for, let's at least be transparent with folks and say what it is. And so I don't know why we're not compliant with law to have it say Mayor's Energy Surcharge Fund. So I would appreciate a response in writing to find out why it is. And I guess my bill will be coming in within the next month. So maybe we'll see if it's there by then. All right. And then let's see if I had any other questions here on this panel. I did not. Okay. All right. Thank you all very much for your testimony. All right. Let me move to our next panel. And I believe I'm going to have a mix again of folks that are here in person and some that'll be online. Francis Galindo. Galindo, thank you. Emmanuel Jackson. Danielle Denenberg. Hunter Rob or Rab. Rob, thank you. Dusty Horwit. Come on up. All right. Then Ann Common. All right. Brian Wee. Oh, nope, we got Brian right here. Oh. All right. All right, sorry. We have folks that are both, we had signed up online, so we're here. So if I call your name, I don't have chairs for you yet, which just means we'll just do the next panel. So Brian, we'll have you on the next panel, just so hang tight there. Elena Tillman, who we have online, okay. Greg Patton. Lisa Qualls. Barbara Glick. I think is online. So Barbara will move you over. Frank Prochon. Joe Riley. All right, we've got Joe online. And John Heisel, I think we've got online as well. So we'll move you to a panelist. All right, and then to our remaining in-person witnesses, we'll turn to you in just a moment after this panel. All right, so let's go back up to Francis Galindo. We'll start with you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Allen, for allowing me to testify. My name is Francis Galindo. I'm an over 40-year resident of DC, and all of that time has been in Ward 6. And I'm also an active city wildlife volunteer, and I realize being one of the last to testify, some of my testimony is going to be a little duplicative, but I promise it's very short. I urge you and the City Council to restore fiscal year 2027 funding for city wildlife so that the crucial work of protecting and rehabilitating wild animals and birds in our city continue. On a weekly basis in the spring and summer, I help to monitor nesting mallard ducks. These mallards are a protected species in the United States under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. I also help to rescue ducklings who may be trapped on rooftops or other precarious situations, and provide education about mallards to building owners, neighbors, and the general public. I also volunteer with City Wildlife's Lights Out program by walking early morning routes in DC to look for dead and injured migrating birds that have collided with windows. It is estimated that over 1 billion migratory birds are killed each year in the US due to window collisions. Data on the birds that we collect is used to help convince building owners to adopt light abatement techniques in order to reduce these bird collisions. Once per year, all the dead birds found in DC are tagged and positively identified. To see these hundreds of beautiful and varied dead birds all laid out is a sobering and very shameful sight. The work of City Wildlife's Lights Out program and Lights Out programs across the world do much to educate the public and reduce bird deaths. DC is a beautiful city that I think we all agree on. Not just for its built environment and our beautiful monuments and our beautiful residents, but also because of the abundant wildlife that call DC home. Let's continue to care for the wildlife that share our home. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Danielle Denenberg. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Danny Denenberg. I'm a resident of Ward 4, an acupuncturist by day, and a volunteer with City Wildlife in some of my spare time. And I brought this binder in for 2 reasons. I started writing letters to legislators when I was in 10th grade about issues that I care about, animal, environmental, human rights. This is filled with all of the letters I've ever received since that time, so decades of letters. And I'd like to hope that those who have made decisions in the stroke of a pen regarding the budget of City Wildlife will genuinely listen, integrate, and act upon by restoring the budget that keeps this organization alive. The second reason I brought this binder is because it said that for every 1 letter written, 100 people are represented. So I'd like those who are listening to keep in mind that all of the people who are here today represent hundreds of people in the city of DC, just like this binder of letters does. So one of my most rewarding experiences of my time here in DC has been volunteering at City Wildlife for the last 2 years. I've done everything from mopping to folding laundry to washing dishes, making meals for the animals who are residents, to feeding baby squirrels and birds, to assisting with physical therapy for eastern box turtles on yoga mats, to releasing animals back to the wildlife, to the wild here, whether Rock Creek Park or the National Arboretum or the melange of places that are natural here. This is a small but mighty organization, and I've seen the everyday resourcefulness and all of the ways that the organization is offset by volunteers and community members, whether it's food donations from the farmers market, binder clips to keep pillowcases on cages that keep the animals feeling safe in their transition, to the lids of jars that are used as dishes to feed wildlife, to the newspapers that line their cages that have been someone else's Sunday times. And so I want to emphasize that already City Wildlife is using every penny and stretching that, and that the $200,000 grant is a very reasonable amount of money to restore. I'd also like to extend an invitation, with the permission of City Wildlife, of course, to the mayor and those who have made this decision to come in and witness the life-changing work of City Wildlife. Just spend 15 minutes there watching and witnessing what they do, and I think you might change your mind. I'd like to end on a quote from Rachel Carson, one of my favorite conservationists and biologists. She said, "For most of us, knowledge of our world comes largely through sight. Yet we look about with such unseeing eyes that we are partially blind. One way to open your eyes to unnoticed beauty is to ask yourself, what if I had never seen this before? What if I knew I would never see it again?" So that's both the wildlife of this organization and the organization itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Hunter Robb.
Thank you. Dear DC Council, I'm here today to talk about the birds and the bees. No, not in that way, but in a literal way. It's early spring back in 2024, and the cherry blossoms bloom, bringing in $202 million and thousands upon thousands of tourists. These trees are a beauty that need no explanation. And while we planted them many years ago, it's not just us that maintain them. According to the National Park Service, these trees benefit immensely from the birds and the bees in that area. This same sentiment can be applied throughout the district. There's an obvious reason why the mayor listed our parks as the primary example as to why DC is a world-class city. And yet, these environmental budget cuts are instead a primary example of our environmental failure. Labeled as an indicator species, DC's official bird, the wood thrush, is declining, indicating to us that our district's health is too. Fortunately for them, serving as life's last line of defense, city wildlife is there to help. Rehabilitating injured animals and safely sending them back into nature, the benefits may seem invisible to us, but are in fact all around us. But more than reinstating the money towards their rehabilitation, I would also like to suggest that some money goes towards mitigation as well. With over $60 million going towards our lighting infrastructure, allocating some of this money towards the installment of shielding fixtures, which are essentially just little hats above the streetlight, will go a long way. Both the bees that pollinate our cherry trees and the wood thrush that fill our world-class parks with song require the darkness of night. Around 1/3 of insects entrapped by a light bulb die by morning. And around 1 billion birds in the United States die from building collisions, in no small part because they got thrown off course by light pollution. The truth is that DC needs city wildlife, and our city's wildlife need dark skies. With solutions as simple as shielding fixtures and the reinstatement of $200,000, I truly believe that DC can be a real world-class city and serve as a beacon of hope for this country. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Dusty Horwitz.
Thank you. I live in Ward 3, and I'm a member of the DC chapter of the Sierra Club. I urge the council to restore funding for the Healthy Homes Act to ensure that it benefits low and moderate income households. I also urge the council to fund implementation of clean energy laws like building energy performance standards and to avoid pausing implementation of the net zero building code. Energy efficiency reduces utility bills, and amid rising energy costs, now is the time to emphasize saving energy. Protecting healthy homes is particularly important to me because I've worked as an environmental advocate on natural gas related issues for 20 years. I've learned that natural gas is dirty and that we should move away from it through investments like Healthy Homes funding. This funding allows lower and middle income DC residents to replace dirty gas burning appliances like stoves with cleaner electric appliances at no cost. I know from firsthand experience how dirty gas burning home appliances can be. In 2024, along with hundreds of residents in DC and Maryland, I had my indoor air tested by Beyond Gas, a coalition of environmental, faith, and community organizations. The tests showed that when my gas stove and oven were on, levels of nitrogen dioxide exceeded EPA's health standard. Nitrogen dioxide is linked to several negative health impacts, including asthma, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, hypertension, and heart attacks. Children in homes with gas appliances have a 42% increased risk of developing asthma, a disease that disproportionately affects children who are Black or low income. Children in Ward 8 are 10 times more likely to go to the hospital because of an asthma attack than children in wealthier areas of DC. Even when gas burning appliances are off, they can cause health risks. Leaky pipes and valves in gas appliances can emit methane and benzene in homes. Benzene is a known carcinogen linked to leukemia, multiple myeloma, and non-Hodgkin lymphoma. My wife and I open our windows when we cook with gas, but Healthy Homes funding is a better solution. It can help families enjoy cleaner indoor air while also reducing greenhouse gas emissions associated with using gas that are dangerously warming our planet. Preserving Healthy Homes funding is also a matter of economic justice and housing affordability. Replacing appliances can be a major financial burden, and Healthy Homes funding can help lower and middle-income families afford these changes. I appreciate this opportunity to testify and would be happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Elena Tillman. Got it. Ms. Tillman, if you can hear me, we're sending you a panelist request. You have to accept that and it'll move you onto the panel. But while we work on that, let me move to Barbara Glick if you're ready. You look like you're in a car moving, but you're not driving.
Yeah, I'm not driving. My friend is driving, so I can do this.
Okay.
Okay. Is it okay to go ahead?
Yes, absolutely. We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you so much for having me on the panel today. I really appreciate that. Councilman Allen, council members, and the DC public. City Wildlife does invaluable and superb work in rehabilitating and, as needed, euthanizing to reduce suffering animals who most likely are injured due to human harm, such as car crashes, building collisions, and of course, rodenticide, which comes back to a human problem, which we've talked about rodenticide. As someone who has taken injured animals to City Wildlife, I implore you to not eliminate or even reduce funding for City Wildlife. Our never-ending encroachment on native habitat of wild animals is driving them out of their homes. If anything, due to exploding urban populations and the related building and home development that accompanies it, funding for City Wildlife should actually be increased. Maintaining and, more importantly, expanding the wild habitats of the animals we share our city with has numerous benefits. Studies have shown that the disappearance of wild habitat and reduced or eliminated species increases the risks of tropical diseases. 2/3 of the world's population live in urban areas that occupy only 2% of the Earth's surface, and they also consume 2/3 of the world's energy and produce 70% of the world's carbon dioxide emissions. Increasing wild habitat and biodiversity counteracts these negative impacts. Additionally, there are proven health benefits of being in nature to humans. Decreased blood pressure, anxiety, loneliness, stress, and anger has been observed in humans who spend time in nature, as well as a more robust immune system. I would like to mention the Lights Out program. City Wildlife partners with them. They play a vital role in the rehabilitation of the injured birds. In a portion of downtown, Lights Out DC volunteers rescue injured migrants and collect the dead ones. Injured birds are later released in appropriate settings after they recover or are taken to City Wildlife. Fatalities are turned over to the Smithsonian Institution. In early May, shortly after 6 a.m., Lights Out DC coordinator Elizabeth Foles noticed a flash of red in the street. She dashed out and retrieved the male scarlet tanager, who is lying motionless beneath the overhead glass walkway connecting the two halves of the convention center. The bird was stunned and helpless after hitting the glass. Birds don't recognize glass and have no concept that they can't fly through a space that they can't see through. And reflections in the glass just appear to them as more empty sky. So the scene with the scarlet tanager is sadly repeated hundreds, if not thousands of times each migration season. Some of the victims, like the scarlet tanager, are listed as species of greatest conservation need in City Wildlife's action plan. The bird recovered at City Wildlife and was released in Glover Park later that morning. I implore you, please do not eliminate or even cut funding for City Wildlife. if anything, funding needs to be increased. And I just wanted to note that it's 0.01% of the 181 million is the proper amount, which is an insignificant impact on the total budget, but an enormous impact on the wildlife of our city. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm grateful for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Glick. Next, let me turn to Frank Prochon. Actually, I don't think we had Frank here. Joe Riley, we're going to come to you next. I see you online.
Councilmember Allen, good to see you. Well, thanks for having me. I actually kind of messed up the homework assignment because I wrote two different pieces of testimony. I didn't realize it was all in one block, right? So
you only get to testify once, though, Joe.
I'm audible.
Uh-oh, you're free. Joe, you're freezing. Your internet's going in and out
a little bit, right? We can roll with it. Against here, is this better with my camera off? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Can you hear me any better now?
Yep.
Okay, I turned my camera off. So I'm here to testify against taking funds away from DCSEU, from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, and I'm here to testify in support of the proposal to add another year of delay before BEPS 2, right? So I've been serving on the BEPS task force since its inception, and now on the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund thing, to me, I find it really disappointing as somebody who believes in like our leaders here in DC. It's really disappointing because it's really a violation of the trust between the Public Energy Act of 2008. It created a clear structure to establish the DCSEU to run the district's sustainable energy programs, to create the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, and then it said that those SETF dollars were solely for the sustainable energy purposes laid out in DC code, right? So it's not general revenue, it's a special fund. So when we're paying into that fund on our PEPCO bills, that's supposed to be funding these programs from the DCSU that actually work, right? There's a lot of things we get involved with that don't work. The DCSU actually works. So it really feels like I don't even know how it's legal, honestly, that DC is allowed to do it, because but I'm not a lawyer. So that's on the DCSU. And regarding BEPS, like the exemptions for financial distress due to financial distress and vacancy that we've been working on for 3 years still aren't finalized. And it's the first BEPS program in Northern America, right? It's a big deal. It's really complicated. I think it's a lot more work than anybody imagined when it was conceived. And so to take an extra year to catch breath, see what's working and what's not, continue, like there's a lot not working with it. It's a very structurally tricky system where we're putting penalties on property owners, and they don't have complete agency over the energy usage. Obviously, tenants have a great deal to do with how much energy gets used in the building. So I think DOE is doing the best they can, trying to come up with rules for a very complicated idea. And so just adding an extra year in between seems like a really smart idea. That's my testimony. Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. Next, let me turn to John Heisel. And John, I don't know if I pronounced that correctly.
You did it perfectly. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
So my name is John Heisel. I am speaking today in support of full funding for the Department of Energy and Environment, including the restoration of full funding for the Healthy Homes Act and DC Water's lead pipe replacement assistance program. My wife and I have been active members of Holy Trinity Church in Georgetown for 40 years. Since 1789, members of that church have engaged in a variety of social justice initiatives, including most recently the formation of a green team, which we chair. I also currently volunteer with Interfaith Power and Light, which engages members of faith communities to promote wise climate policies across the DMV. As a retired member of the U.S. Public Health Service, where I managed large primary healthcare programs serving the underserved of our nation, Unity Health Care Services in DC being one, I have always stood by for the full funding and support of programs designed to aid those in our community most in need of help. Therefore, I urge the DC Council to restore funding for the Healthy Homes Act, thereby making it possible for economically struggling families to stay in their DC homes and free them from the financial burden of purchasing new equipment and appliances that will reduce air pollution, save energy, cut utility bills, and help maintain their health, all at no cost to the household. I also urge the DC Council to restore funding for the lead pipe replacement assistance program, which has been zeroed out, meaning 650 homes next year will not have their lead pipes replaced, and children residing in those homes will continue to be exposed to excessive lead, leading possibly to lead poisoning, an issue I have spent my career trying to mitigate. I'd like to end with a prayer from Pope Francis. Rivers do not drink their own water. Trees do not eat their own fruit. The sun does not shine on itself, and flowers do not spread their fragrance for themselves. Living for others is a rule of nature. We are all born to help each other, no matter how difficult it is. Life is good when you are happy, but much better when others are happy because of you. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, John. And next, let me turn to Lisa Qualls, I believe. And then after that, we'll have a couple of quick questions, then move to our final panel.
I had to unmute. Thank you very much for allowing me to testify in favor of maintaining, or better yet, increasing funding for city wildlife and any other similar facilities or environmental protection resources or measures. I've heard really excellent testimonies today. I just want to add my personal perspective. I vetted it a little bit from what I submitted, but it's still the same message. I love the DMV trails for hiking and biking, and seeing our fellow Earthlings healthy is essential to my mental health. Environmental justice matters a great deal to me, including our responsibility to everyone with whom we humans share this planet. We need more funding, not less. I'm testifying for city wildlife because they are an important part of our responsibility to other animals. I often stop my car to help someone injured by other drivers who kept going rather than helping, or when I find someone on a trail who needs help because of something another human caused to them. One of my most exciting rescues was when I found an injured snapping turtle in the middle of Route 66, and I had to stop traffic to grab her up and put her in a box to take her to a hospital in Fairfax, where she was given morphine, her injuries were treated, and when she was well, she was given to a rehabber. The many rescues I have done cost me in time and fuel and emotional stress, but if you take funding from city wildlife and put the burden on those of us trying to do the right thing, I don't know how I can afford that. I'm not the one injuring them, so the cost shouldn't fall on me. When I rescue someone, I search for help near me with the use of an app called Animal Help Now. It uses my location to direct me to the nearest rehabbers or other resources. If you take funding from city wildlife, there is no one like them near enough. Having access to resources like city wildlife is essential. If I find an injured human, I can call 911. But when the injured person is not human, I have to do the transport myself, and I don't have medical abilities. And so the injuries take longer to be treated. It prolongs their treatment, their trauma and mine. Losing city wildlife would mean a lot of death for their would-be patients and a lot of trauma for humans like me. I see dead bodies every day that I drive. This morning, there was a dead doe in the middle of the southbound 270 spur and a goose on a concrete median on Route 7 approaching Dranesville, Virginia. I carry a knife with me in case I have to euthanize someone. But a couple of years ago, I found a fawn who had just been hit by a car, and I could not bring myself to kill her. Her family was still waiting about 30 feet away. I called 911, but the fawn died before the cop was on scene. I also carry a small crate, gloves, sheets, and one of those leashes that tightens down in case I find someone I need to rescue to get them to medical treatment. Several months ago, I saw a buck on the side of a road with a 70-mile-per-hour limit. I slowed as soon as I saw him. Too many people will drive by, but you have to slow when you see someone on the side of the road. And seeing him standing there, it was bizarre, but he didn't look right. He looked desperate, disoriented, in shock. And then as I passed him, I saw a doe laying on the ground just beyond him and realized what had happened. I pulled over and carefully approached him so as not to scare him into traffic. It is illegal to help adult deer, so places like City Wildlife would not be a resource for them. But I want you to understand the trauma I saw him experiencing and the trauma to me. He saw her get hit by a car, go down, and lay lifeless. There was nothing he could do. I carefully encouraged him to run away from traffic, and he did move away a bit, but he continued to watch for his loved one to get up. I felt so helpless. It is very hard for me to see dead bodies every day and injured individuals needing help that is hard to get. If you take away funding from City Wildlife, you will be doing so much harm. And not only to the patients, but also to those of us barely hanging on as we see some humans plowing over everyone who is not human without caring at all. Don't put the financial burden on people like me. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. To the panelists that came to testify in support of City Wildlife, I hope you've heard over the course of the day. You certainly have a very large number of people who've come out and spoken strongly and passionately about the work that the organization does, but that the funding needs to continue. And as I have done the last couple of years, when the mayor has struck the funding for this program, we've worked to put it back in. I fully expect we'll do the exact same thing here. So we will work hard to find the funding, to restore that. I am convinced it is a worthy effort that needs to be maintained, and we will continue to do that. So I hate that we're watching this movie again, but we know how it ends. So we'll put the money back in, and we'll work to make that happen. But I appreciate the voices and advocacy because that helps make sure we know how deeply impactful so many residents feel about this. And to your point, the fact that you're here means there's a lot more behind you that couldn't be here to testify. So I appreciate that. Let's see, Dusty, appreciate your advocacy on behalf of Healthy Homes and the work that we're going to do there. It's certainly a high priority. It's a little bit more than $200,000. So we're working to figure out how we put this back together again. Joe, your testimony around the SETF and the dollars and the SEU, you're correct. It shouldn't be legal. But what ends up happening is the budget is put forward every single time. It makes changes in the BSA, so we have to unwind a lot of this. But part of what we're trying to do is find it so we do not see these funds rated time and time again. But I appreciate your testimony about that and the good work of the SEU. I'll just note for anybody who wants to dive into the wonkiness of the budget, if the budget as is stands, the contract for the SEU gets built off of what's in the projected years. So the lower the projected years of funding are, we essentially sign a contract with the SEU for several years worth of work based at a much lower level, which means that they cannot get more done. So all the more reason we've got to build out the funding for the fiscal plan, the next couple of years of budget, to make sure the contract would actually line up with the work that we expect them to be able to do. So I don't have any additional questions at this point. Just really appreciate your testimony and want to make sure you knew that you were heard loud and clear. And this committee is going to be working hard to help prepare this. So thank you. All right, that's going to take us to our final panel. And so we've got, I think, 2 people here in person, 1 online. So Brian Wee, public witness, Ann Common, public witness, and Derek Hill, who's joining us online, public witness. All right, and to our folks at the table, if you push the buttons, the red light comes on. That's how we can hear you. And Brian, we'll start with you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Allen. Thank you for taking the time to hear from the public. I'm here to urge you to sustain DOEE's $200,000 grant to city wildlife, an investment that has the potential to generate actionable data relevant to DC's legislative goals and safeguard resident well-being. My name is Brian Wee. I am a retired PhD ecologist and former science, technology, and policy liaison to the US government. I now lead a volunteer data analytics team working on city wildlife generated data. Recently, a city wildlife volunteer painstakingly transcribed into a spreadsheet 2 decades of handwritten data on wildlife killed by vehicles in Rock Creek Park. We now have a prototype web dashboard that shows summary statistics and a corresponding map of hot kill zones in the park. This type of information may ultimately inform road mitigation measures to reduce collisions, saving the city and residents from costly auto repairs, legal liabilities, and emergency response costs. We also prototyped a web-accessible map to visualize hot kill zones where window collisions are killing and injuring migratory birds. The visualization uses data from City Wildlife's Lights Out DC program, or LODC. LODC assigns volunteers to walk specific routes in downtown DC to record details of dead and injured birds. Dead birds are occasionally sent to the Smithsonian for necropsy, and injured birds are sent to City Wildlife for treatment. I'm actually one of the volunteer bird ambulance drivers. This window collision data can be used to maximize the benefits of DC's recently enacted Migratory Local Wildlife Protection Act of 2022. Data generated from City Wildlife's daily operations may serve as an early warning system to indicate potential public health risks. Swab samples of wildlife patients are currently used in collaboration with researchers studying highly pathogenic avian influenza HPAI. This research aims to better understand how viruses, such as the H5N1 virus that recently caused mass influenza outbreaks in dairy cows, how that sporadically jumps from wildlife to humans. We are also exploring the possibility of analyzing data on lead concentrations in wildlife patients. High lead levels may indicate city areas with higher concentrations of legacy lead from old exterior paint and leaded gasoline that has settled and accumulated in dirt that children play in. Eliminating DOEE's modest grant to City Wildlife will hinder a potential cost-effective system for identifying hidden public health risks. I urge this committee to sustain DOEE's grant funding to City Wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ann, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify. My name is Ann Coleman, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Ward 3 Democratic Committee. I'm the first vice chair of the committee and also on our task force on transportation and environment. Ward 3 Democrats object strongly to the decimation of the DOE budget. And we particularly want to see the council restore funding to the SETF, to DCSEU, and the Healthy Homes Act. Ward 3 Democrats has supported virtually every climate bill that's been passed since at least 2018, possibly going back before then. We also supported other environmental bills. Fighting climate change is one of the organization's highest priorities. And one of the best ways to fight climate change is the Healthy Homes Act. It fights climate change with equity. And it's got a terrific job trainings program that creates good jobs, which, as you spoke earlier, Councilman Allen, we need very, very badly in this city. It prioritizes our most vulnerable residents and invests in people's livelihoods, homes, and health. Also, the Ward 3 Democratic Committee strongly opposes the reappointment of Chairman Thompson and Commissioner Trabue to the PSC. If we had had commissioners earlier paying attention to affordability of utility rates and to prioritizing the district's environmental laws, the district, as well as other ratepayers, might have more money now to spend on important things. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Derek Hill online. Derek, if you're there, if you can unmute and turn your camera on, we can get your testimony. There we go.
Thank you, Chairperson Allen and committee staff for the opportunity to testify. My name is Derek Hill, and I'm a Ward 5 resident testifying as a citizen of DC and volunteer with the Chesapeake Climate Action Network. I'm here to urge the council to reverse the big cuts that are being made to climate, environmental justice programs in DC, including the overall 28% cut to DOEE. Although these proposed cuts to DOEE make up only 1/3% of the overall budget, their impact is huge. In the area of energy efficiency, I urge that the DC City Council fully fund and not delay implementation of the building energy performance standards and the net zero standards. Delaying these regulations worsens indoor air quality for building occupants and means they are forced to keep more expensive and energy inefficient appliances and pay higher utility bills. In the area of transportation, I urge full funding and implementation of the Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Access, Readiness, and Sustainability Act. This program will accelerate the installation of more EV charging stations across the district, which will incentivize the use of EVs, which have lower maintenance and fuel costs and far lower or zero carbon emissions compared to gas vehicles. Also, the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, I mean, many people have already talked about this, provides funding for energy efficiency measures, solar energy investments, and electrification retrofits to transition low and moderate income DC families home from fossil fuels to efficient, clean electric energy. The SETF has been financed by a small fee levied on DC residents' utility bills. Last year, the council renamed the portion of the SETF that was rated to pay for the district's utility bills as the mayor's energy surcharge, to make it clear to utility customers that these funds are no longer being used for sustainable energy programs. The mayor proposed 2027 budget keeps the rated funds in the mayor's energy surcharge and drains an additional $11 million from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund. So they're rating once again the fund to pay for the DC utility bills. The Sustainable Energy Trust funds the Healthy Homes Act and provides low and moderate income DC households with electrification and efficiency home retrofits. Homes powered by clean and efficient electric systems cut climate pollution and indoor air pollution caused by burning fossil fuels inside our homes. Funding for the lead pipe replacement assistance program has also been zeroed out. This means 650 DC homes next year will not have their lead pipes replaced and will continue to be exposed to toxic lead. I urge the DC Council to restore funding for this program. And finally, I urge this committee to provide $200,000 in funding for the Greenhouse Gas Emission Studies Amendment Act. This study will estimate the cost of climate change damage to DC, paving the way for a climate super fund financed by wealthy multi-billion-dollar fossil fuel companies that have played a major role in damaging DC's climate. A DC Climate Superfund will provide substantial funding for climate and environmental programs in DC and eliminate the cycle of cutting these programs. So I urge funding for this important study. I appreciate the opportunity to testify, and I thank the council for their hard work making DC a better place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate everybody testifying here. To Mr. Weed, you talked about an online tool for mapping wildlife collisions. Is that a public tool? Is that something that you could share with us, or is that more of a private piece that the organization uses?
That is actually publicly accessible right now, and so I can email you that information.
If you could, that'd be great. Yeah. I don't think I'm familiar with that, so that'd be helpful to see. Thank you. To Ms. Common, thank you. I mean, you and the Ward 3 Dems have been incredibly consistent in your advocacy for legislation and budget. So I just really appreciate that. Very glad and grateful that you could make the time to be here today and kind of continue and echo these very strong calls for us to reverse what we're seeing today. So really appreciate that. To Mr. Hill, thank you very much for your testimony. Certainly, as you mentioned, the sweep of 10 million from the SETF, again, is something we're going to be looking for how we reverse and be able to put that back in. And appreciate your comments also about lead pipe replacement, of course, and much more work that has to be done. So I really appreciate your testimony and thank you for your patience hanging in there to the very end of our hearing today, begun hours and hours ago at 9:30 this morning. So thank you all very much. I want to take this opportunity to also thank all of our public witnesses that testified today. I look forward to working with you and many others as we work on the committee's FY27 budget markup and the hard work that we have in front of us. Before we wrap up, I do want to reiterate something that I think I tried to start our day with. I am incredibly frustrated by the cuts that are proposed yet again in this budget. I want to be clear, there is simply no other agency in the entirety of DC government that has been targeted and defunded like this. At a time when people are struggling to cope with their energy bills, when we have unemployment in the district that is surpassing the national average now for the first time in 25 years, this isn't just belt tightening or just a bad choice. It is an abandonment of the work and the progress that has been made over the last decade. The agency has been asked impossible questions. Do you cut cleanup of our rivers? How about programming for students? How about programs to lower utility bills? These are false choices. DOEE's mission is critical. It is a critical one that simply provides a return on investment to our city and to taxpayers every single day. Every dollar we invest in sustainable energy returns about $6 back in lifetime costs. Those are investments that we can't afford not to make. So we have our work cut out for us. The fact that we were here all day and had so many voices, I really am grateful for that. I appreciate that. It helps strengthen the work. I will certainly encourage you continue to reach out to the other 12 members of the council as well, so that they know how important this is too. Maybe there's something on Monday, but I think that'll be important that everyone hears it across the board. So this is going to conclude the fourth budget oversight hearing of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment of the Mayor's FY27 proposed budget for the Department of Energy and Environment and the DC Sustainable Energy Utility. For any of our witnesses who wish to submit written testimony about the budget for these agencies, the committee will close the hearing record on Friday, May 15th. You can you can submit that testimony through the council's hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings. Our next hearing of the committee is going to be on Monday, May 4th, 2026 at 9:30 a.m., where the committee will now hold the government witness portion of its budget oversight hearing for DOEE and the DCSEU. Before I gavel out, I'll note the director of DOEE, Richard Jackson, has been here for the entirety of the hearing. I do appreciate that and acknowledge it. So I don't want you to think that it's just me hearing it. The leadership of DOEE has been here to hear every one of your words and testimony today. While I am deeply frustrated with the budget that's in front of us, I am grateful for a director who actually wants to show up and hear all that testimony and hear that feedback. I think it's meaningful. So there being no further business for the committee, the time is now 4:30 p.m. and this budget oversight hearing of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment is now adjourned. Thank you very much.